You are looking at a shot of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia in Victoria. It's the home of BC's Parliament, now 93 seats strong. And in a matter of hours, one leader will become Premier. So we are bringing you all of the up-to-the-minute results and analysis from our studios in downtown Vancouver with reporting from across the province. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. Welcome to British Columbia Votes 2024. We are now less than 1 hour away from polls closing across BC. And tonight, British Columbians will elect the province's 43rd Legislative Assembly. And
the road to get here has been, at times, totally unexpected.
NDP leader David Eby became the 37th Premier of BC in November of 2022 after John Horgan stepped down in the midst of cancer treatment. But Eby's plans to cruise to victory against a split right wing came to a crashing halt in August.
I made the decision that I made as leader of BC United to suspend our campaign. I will be withdrawing our candidate nominations. And in cooperation with John Rustad, we will work together to assemble the best possible team.
That's the moment when BC United leader Kevin Falcon announced he was suspending his party's campaign, bringing an end to the party formerly known as the BC Liberals, which once held power for 16 years straight. Conservative Party of BC leader John Rustad is now looking to make one of the most unlikely political comebacks in Canadian history. After being booted from the BC Liberals to sit as an independent, he slowly grew the Conservative presence in the legislature, one seat at a time. Rustad is now a contender to lead the next government.
Meanwhile, BC Greens and leader Sonia Furstenau will be looking to build on the 2 seats her party held in the last legislature. A tall order after Furstenau moved from her riding in the Cowichan Valley to Victoria Beacon Hill.
So tonight, we are taking you around the province where the CBC has 10 reporters in the field at watch parties in key ridings and breaking down tight races. We'll also hit into our results desk the minute ballots start to come in. Polls close less than an hour from now, 8 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Mountain Time. And we're going to get a national perspective, how BC fits into the broader Canadian picture, from Catherine Cullen, host of CBC Radio's The House. And we have 2 expert panels to break down the races and help understand just what it all means for you.
Of course, Gloria, we can't talk about this election day without talking about the weather out there.
Oh my, what a day it was. So that's the scene on the streets of Surrey, where drivers grappled with pooled water and flooded roads, where numerous rescues were needed amid road closures throughout the region. Relentless heavy rain hitting the area starting yesterday afternoon. It has caused significant flooding throughout Metro Vancouver, and some voting places in the province have been impacted by this atmospheric river too. Throughout the day, some polling stations closed due to power outages, but most have reopened. And if you showed up to vote, you may have been redirected to an open poll.
Now have a look at this. Here's what it looked like in North Vancouver this morning. This was Deep Cove earlier, where a stream overflowed its banks and caused flooding. The North Shore Emergency Operations Center says the amount of rain that occurred in such a short period of time overwhelmed the storm system. Officials say several dozen houses were flooded, and North Shore Rescue says they are now assisting with evacuations. Most are in the district of North Vancouver, but some residents are affected in West Vancouver and the city of North Vancouver. A reception center at the Mickey McDougall Gym in North Van has been set up. Luckily, no injuries have been reported so far. North Shore residents are being asked to stay out of parks, forested areas, steep slopes, and all waterways. And just a few minutes ago, Metro Vancouver released a statement saying that residents should expect tap water to appear discolored, but that it remains safe to drink despite the cloudy appearance. And for the very latest on the whole situation, you can head to our website at cbc.ca/BC.
Well, that is a whole lot of water, isn't it? Just crazy. Okay, back to the main event today, tonight's election. Let's quickly recap the election period, because this was truly a campaign unlike any other. As Susanna De Silva reports, some of the parties increased their efforts to get the vote out on Election Day with a storm hitting the province.
It was the last-minute push with some pamphlets, a little waving on the streets, and some photos for the party leaders, all of them hoping to rally their support.
The NDP are very, very scared about what's going on right now.
And make sure voters actually make the trip to the ballot box.
I have really no regrets about this campaign. We've done all we can.
A task more challenging thanks to a storm hitting the province election day. More than 1 million British Columbians, almost 1/3 of registered voters, took advantage of advanced voting, smashing the previous record.
We're certainly hopeful that turnout will increase. It may be that more voters are choosing to vote at advanced voting as opposed to voting on election day.
But even experts say that could be read as a good sign for either of the frontrunners, the experienced NDP or their main opposition.
BC Conservatives are able to tap into a different source of motivation, if you like. Those who are really frustrated are going to show up and perhaps show up early to make sure that they don't miss the voting day for whatever reason.
In a polarizing campaign with a number of redrawn ridings and a major party that dropped out, experts say a race this tight is too hard to predict.
If you are truly caring about where you live, I think you need to have that responsibility to do your own research, and then you can't rely on anybody else.
Like you think, oh, well, if I miss it, it's not a big deal. Other people are voting. But if everybody thinks that, then nobody's voting, right?
And what voters decide is likely to come quicker. For the first time in a BC provincial election, electronic tabulators will be used, meaning results are expected within about an hour. Susanna Da Silva, CBC News, Vancouver.
So here's where the political parties stood when the legislature was dissolved last month. The BC NDP held a majority in the legislature with 55 seats. Two former NDP MLAs sat as independents in the ledge, Selina Robinson, who's not running again, and Adam Walker, who's running as an independent. The Greens held 2 seats, Sonia Furstenau's and Adam Olsen's, both on Vancouver Island. But Olsen is not running again, and Furstenau has changed ridings. The BC Conservatives formed their caucus from 8 BC United defections. And here's the unusual thing. 20 MLAs ended the session under that BC United banner, a party that bowed out of this election. 5 of them are running as independents, which will make for very interesting races in places like West Vancouver, Capilano, where BC United MLA Corinne Kirkpatrick will run as an independent. The other 15 are not running for re-election. Another curveball. There are now 93 electoral districts in British Columbia, up from 87 in 2020. And there are some high-profile candidates running in new ridings like Surrey Serpentine River. That's where former Surrey Mayor Linda Hepner is running for the Conservative Party of BC against high-profile former RCMP Inspector Baltej Dillon, the first RCMP officer to wear a turban as part of his uniform. So one magic number to watch for tonight. Okay, 47. That is how many seats the NDP or the Conservatives will be looking to secure for a majority.
Okay, well, Gloria, let's take a minute to bring in the scoreboard and tell you how it works. If you are watching on any of our visual platforms tonight, CBC Television, GEM on our website, streaming channel, YouTube or TikTok, it's right there at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, easy to read. Okay, it's showing zeros across the board right now, but each party is trying to hit that magic number tonight. Again, 93 ridings across BC. 47 of them are needed to form a majority. Now, the last election, 4 years ago in 2020, there were only 87 ridings. The BC NDP won 57 of those seats for a decisive majority. BC United picked up 28, the Greens 2. And the BC Conservative Party didn't capture a single seat. We're going to see that change tonight. And if you're looking for results from your riding, just keep your eye on the bottom corner of the screen. We will be scrolling through every riding for updates. But we're going to check now with CBC's legislative reporter Katie DeRosa. She has been following the NDP campaign for the last 4 weeks, and she's with the NDP now at the Marriott Pinnacle Hotel in Vancouver. Katie, hello there. Now, this has been probably a tougher battle than David Eby had wagered on. So what do you say have been the key messages from him throughout?
Well, you know, David Eby, yesterday on the campaign trail, he says he has no regrets. He says he left everything, he left nothing on the table, and he feels like he got his message across. He visited 47 ridings across the province. And one thing interesting yesterday that David Eby said is that he sent a message to centrist voters, people who've never voted for the NDP in their life, saying that they should support his party to keep his rival BC Conservatives out of government. And we have seen the NDP move to the centre on some issues on, for example, the carbon tax, on middle-class tax cuts. But one central message that has gone through the entire campaign is Eby says that he's the one fighting for the middle class. And he kind of, one interesting character in this election became Chip Wilson, the founder of Lululemon, who put up a sign calling the NDP communists. And David Eby used that to say that he's fighting for working class and middle class British Columbians, and Rustad is on the side of the 1% like Chip Wilson. So here's a flavor of what Eby said.
If you are a billionaire like Chip Wilson, I understand I may not be your guy. You know, fair enough. John Rustad, I guess, is your guy. You know, again and again.
So, of course, David Eby does not want to become one of the handful of premiers who has been elected by his party but not in a popular vote. So the stakes are high. He's hoping to come out of this with a majority. Whether that happens tonight, whether he's coming in to make a victory speech or a concession speech, we'll have to see when the polls close.
Katie, thank you very much. We're going to certainly be checking in with you throughout the evening. That's Katie DeRosa, CBC legislative reporter at the NDP election night party in Vancouver. The party's slowly starting there. It was a little quiet there at this time of the evening. Okay, let's move on now to Rocky Mountaineer Station in Vancouver, where Mira Baines is with Conservative Party of BC supporters, and that's where John Rustad is expected later this evening. Mira, now Conservative reporters, they seem to have come together behind John Rustad, with the notable exception of a few former BC United MLAs running as independents. So what have you seen over the last 4 weeks?
Well, we've really seen John Rustad and the BC Conservatives' message for change resonating with people. Now, he's hoping that message will get through to voters today. We've seen supporters sort of coalescing, coming together around the party just for this astonishing message that he's delivered to BC voters that's really resonating with people. Take a listen to what John Rustad has said.
People need to make that clear decision about whether it is tent cities and the crime and the addictions and a collapsing healthcare system and unaffordability, or whether it is hope for prosperity for a better future.
He's repeated over and over again that after 7 years of a BC NDP government, is anything really better? Now, he's attracted a lot of political newbies, people who have never run for political office, but with that political inexperience, he has about half a dozen former BC United incumbents that are also running for the party. So he does have bolstered support that way. But there are also a few notable celebrity endorsements or pseudo-celebrities for British Columbia. You have a former BC Premier Gordon Campbell, who is with the BC Liberals. He's written an op-ed telling voters to support the BC Conservatives. And then you have a BC billionaire and Lululemon founder Chip Wilson, who also put out a sign outside his $80 million home as well that called the BC NDP communists.
Yes, certainly attracted a lot of attention with that. Mira, thank you very much. We will be checking back with you throughout the evening. That's CBC reporter Mira Baines with Conservative Party of BC at their headquarters in Vancouver.
Well, let's head over to the island now. That is where the BC Greens are trying to break through in Victoria, Beacon Hill, with their most high-profile candidate, their leader, Sonia Furstenau. She is expected at the Delta Victoria Ocean Point Resort later tonight, and that is where we have reached Gregor Craigie, the host of On the Island. Gregor, great to see you. What's your sense as to why Sonia Furstenau decided to change ridings from the Cowichan Valley to Victoria, Beacon Hill?
It's a good question, Jason. A lot of people here in Victoria, Beacon Hill, where I am tonight, have been asking it for the last several weeks, certainly during the campaign. You can see, by the way, that the party has started here at Green HQ. It feels a bit like St. Patrick's Day. I almost expect somebody to come up and bring me a green beer. But Sonia Furstenau hoping for a big night because, as you said, she switched ridings. And to answer your question directly, I think it was both political, Jason, and personal. On the political front, adding 6 ridings across the province resulted in a lot of redrawn boundaries. So there was some question as to whether Sonia Furstenau, who's very popular in her home community of Shawnigan Lake, might have had fewer Green supporters because of the way the party or the boundary lines were redrawn. But beyond that political question, there was the personal. She spent many years before getting elected in 2017 and moving to Shawnigan Lake in Victoria. She has 2 sons who live in Victoria, and she wanted to come back. She's going to be a grandmother here, so she hopes to win the riding, but of course she also is leader, and she's had her hands full, like this memorable moment in the TV leaders debate.
It's fascinating to me that John Rustad's vision for this province is one that's rooted somewhere around 1957. I mean, he cannot look ahead because he can only look back. He is so limited in his imagination of what's possible.
So there you go. Sonia Furstenau hoping it's possible that she'll take Victoria Beacon Hill from the NDP, but also that her party will pick up more than 2 seats, maybe 3, 4, 5. We'll see what happens in an hour or so.
All right, well, I can tell you, I think the BC Green supporters look like they're winning at least the attendance race so far tonight. There's actually people at the headquarters. Gregor Craigie, thank you very much. That is On the Island host, Gregor Craigie in Victoria.
I was going to say the same thing, Jason. Exactly. A lot more energy there with 44 minutes until the polls close. And we are covering tonight's election from all kinds of angles. Early Edition host Stephen Quinn is in a familiar spot tonight. He is hosting our Insiders political panel tonight. Stephen?
Gloria, thank you so much. Yes, indeed. And let me introduce you to our panel members before we get going here. Mo Sahota, of course, a regular member of our Early Edition panel. Rachel Siegel is with us as well. She's with the Conservative Party of BC and former Director of Policy for Stephen Harper. And Pete Fry is with us. He's a Vancouver City Councillor with the Green Party and been very active in Green Party politics. Good evening to all of you.
Good evening. Good evening.
Mo, fair to say that I don't know if anybody saw this coming a couple of months ago. Where do you think the NDP is going to land tonight?
Well, I hope they land with a win. I think there's a win-win-win scenario for all 3 parties here, where we win form government, the Conservatives form a decent-sized opposition to declare a win in that regard, and the Greens get a seat or 2. But look, there is a lot of nervousness, and the first rule of politics is if you don't run scared, you run second. And the reason why our party room is empty is because I've been talking to other MLAs out there right now. They're out on the doorstep, frantically going from door to door, trying to get people to come out and vote in this weather to make sure that we prevail in their constituencies.
Rachel Siegel, what's your definition of a win?
Well, I think it's
gotta be the same.
Oh yes, exactly the same. It's a win for the Conservatives, regardless of the outcome. I mean, this will be the first time the Conservatives have people elected into the legislature in our history as a province. So it's exciting. I think the Conservative camp tonight is really looking to see what's going to happen in some of those tight races across the province. But ultimately, I think the feeling overall from the party is just energy and excitement and change. And they're really trying to live and push that message, even down to the last few minutes of voting.
All right. And Pete, for you, I guess in taking some risks for the Green Party tonight is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I just got some updates that some of the targeted ridings are seeing a huge majority of our ID'd voters have already showed up to vote, so that's a good sign, especially on a day like today where it's literally raining cats and dogs.
Yes. Perhaps not literally, however. Continue.
Well, and I think that we're really hoping for a win for British Columbia is actually a case where we have the Greens holding the balance of power, and we can break that binary 2-party system. We've got some amazing candidates out there, and we're pretty hopeful, especially in Victoria Beacon Hill, where Sonia Furstenau is running in an NDP stronghold. It's a new riding for her. She's got a lot of roots in the area, and I went out there this week, and there's a lot of support out there for her. So,
well, thank you all 3 of you. I look forward to hearing from you throughout the evening. Really appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Thanks.
And back to the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. And look at that, Gloria, 40 minutes now until those polls close across the province. And coming up, we're going to check in with 2 Metro Vancouver Battleground ridings. We'll catch up with Belle Puri in Surrey, Cloverdale, and Karen Larson with her rain jacket on in Richmond Centre in just a few moments. Much more to come. Stay with us.
BC Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau is in a fight for her political life tonight. She's running in a different riding this provincial election campaign. And coming off a strong debate performance, she is hoping that voters are going to let the Greens play a pivotal role between the two other main parties. Dan Burritt spoke with her earlier this month.
It's where my home is. It's where my family is. It's where I live.
Family is calling Sonia Furstenau back to Victoria. After 2 terms as the MLA for Cowichan Valley, Furstenau is aiming to win a riding long held by the NDP in the capital, Victoria Beacon Hill.
My oldest is 30, and he's about to become a father.
Fabulous. Congratulations.
And I'm so excited. And he and his wonderful wife live just a couple blocks from our home in Fairfield. My youngest son is in second-year university. He and 4 of his friends are living downstairs because there's, as you know, a pretty serious lack of affordable housing.
Furstenau was part of the confidence and supply agreement the Greens hammered out with the NDP in 2017. She's asking voters to deliver the same this election.
We delivered a lot for BC in those 3 years with a minority NDP and the Greens holding the government to account. Minority governments are excellent because the public and the opposition parties are able to hold government accountable. In the last 4 years, we've seen a government just willing to ram through legislation.
On the environment, Furstenau says the Greens will increase the carbon tax, but also increase the carbon rebate for low and middle income earners. She pledges to end carbon offsets and invest money collected from industries into climate action projects. Furstenau is also pushing for free transit throughout the province and a rethink of healthcare, setting up community centres in each of BC's 93 ridings.
Then allows doctors, nurse practitioners, nurses, physician assistants, psychologists, social workers, all these allied healthcare professionals to build a team that works for their community.
Amid BC's grinding poison drug crisis, Furstenau wants to expand the safer supply of opioids and other drugs and has the support of former Chief Coroner Lisa Lapointe. She's cautious about expanding involuntary care.
Let's focus on the much more effective, both cost-effective but effective for the well-being of people, approach to this which says when a person needs help, it's going to be there for them.
And while he's chairing the Greens campaign, Furstenau's only fellow Green MLA is not running for re-election. Adam Olsen, the MLA for Saanich North and the Islands, is stepping down after 2 terms. He says Furstenau is skilled at working across political divides.
Really, do we want to go back to a 2-party binary system where it's, good or bad or good or evil, yes or no? I think most British Columbians know that the issues that we face today are more complex than that.
And Sonia Furstenau is counting on her commitment to evidence to shape policy and win votes.
It's all rooted in this vision that I have, that this province can and should be the best place to live on earth. It really should. And we can make it that way with good decisions.
Dan Burritt, CBC News, Vancouver.
Hello, I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. And yes, the polls will close in 36 minutes from now. You're watching live coverage of the BC election as we get set to see how British Columbians will cast their ballots and decide the makeup of the 43rd provincial legislature.
So tonight, will British Columbians make history and elect John Rustad and his BC Conservative team to form a provincial government? Will they give David Eby and the BC NDP another 4 years as government? Or will they play spoiler and elect enough Green MLAs to give them sway in a minority provincial government? The election is going to be decided riding by riding. And Battleground Surrey has been a huge focus for the major election campaigns. The CBC's Belle Puri is in one of the most hotly contested ridings, Surrey-Cloverdale. Belle, how would you describe the race there?
Well, historically, Surrey voters have swung between parties from election to election, and there are 10 ridings in Surrey. Each one is key for whichever party forms BC's next provincial government. So the NDP is trying to protect ridings like this one, Surrey-Cloverdale. It's trying to win new ridings like Surrey-Serpentine River, and the Conservatives also see both ridings as battlegrounds for some of their strongest candidates. So let's take a look at this riding, Surrey-Cloverdale. Cloverdale. You know, for almost 30 years, it was a BC Liberal stronghold until 2020 when Mike Starchuk flipped it for the NDP. So he is the incumbent in this riding. But there's another incumbent, and that's the Conservatives' Eleanor Sturco. She is actually the incumbent from Surrey South, but decided to run in this riding. Now, you talked about redistribution. That has an impact here. Under these new boundaries, a big chunk of Surrey South is now a part of Surrey Cloverdale. So, you know, different parties have different policies and agree and disagree on different things, but everyone agrees that this is going to be a tight race, and it's hard to call.
Belle, thank you. That's Belle Puri, live tonight in Surrey Cloverdale. And let's head now to Richmond Centre. The BC NDP flipped the riding in 2020, but barely. And a couple of prominent independents are making this campaign very interesting. And that's where we're catching up with the CBC's Karen Larson. Karen, where have we found you tonight? In your beautiful rain jacket.
Yeah, maybe not the best fashion choice, but a necessary one tonight, Gloria. Neither rain nor atmospheric river can stop us from bringing you the story from this riding, Richmond Centre. We are at a polling station at Richmond Secondary School, home of the Colts. It's been pretty steady, the voter traffic going in and out of the gymnasium here. Yeah, this is going to be a close riding, possibly a three-horse race. NDP incumbent Henry Yao won here 4 years ago, but just by a fingernail, 179 votes. Flipping this to an NDP riding. In fact, 3 of the 4 Richmond ridings flipped to NDP 4 years ago, which was a big surprise given how this city tends to vote right of center, at least it has for the last 3 decades. Yao is facing stiff competition, though, from BC Conservative candidate Han Chan. He's a former news anchor and talk show host at Fairchild Television. He's well known in the Chinese community, and there is a strong independent candidate, Wendy Yuen. She was supposed to be running for the BC United team, but when Kevin Falcon decided to fold that campaign, the BC Conservatives did not ask her to come over to their side, and she was not very happy about that. Yuen is a popular community volunteer. She's a businesswoman. She's been a player in the political scene for a number of years here. She might not get enough votes to win, but she certainly could play spoiler. Gloria?
Thank you very much for that, Karen. That is Karen Larson in Richmond Centre. Lots of battleground ridings in Richmond this evening. And we've just been hearing from our reporters, some of them that are out and about in the battleground Lower Mainland ridings. And a reminder, the polls are going to close in 32 minutes. And that's when our results desk is going to be really busy. And those 2 workhorses are Dan Burritt and Michelle Elliott, who will bring you the very latest results from all 93 BC ridings. Dan is going to be watching all of the contests in and around Metro Vancouver and bringing us results just as soon as we get them. Now, Dan, you can't win the election without doing very well in the Lower Mainland, which encompasses more than half of all the ridings in the province. So what races are you focusing on as we approach 8 p.m.?
As Frank Costanza of Seinfeld would say, this is the place to be. And there are plenty of ridings, as you mentioned, Gloria, where we will be watching where this election could be won from deep in the Fraser Valley all the way to Point Grey. I'm going to show you this map now that runs from Abbotsford Mission all the way down through Chilliwack, Langley, Maple Ridge, parts of North Vancouver, Port Moody, all through Richmond, Surrey Cloverdale, as we've heard from already, Surrey Serpentine, a new riding, Vancouver Langara, and Vancouver Yaletown, also a new riding. 6 new ridings, most of them here in Metro Vancouver. And when we call up these boards and call up these results, this is what you're going to see. We'll explain it in just a moment. The leader, the person ahead, will be the largest in the box here. If they have a star, that means they are the incumbent. You'll see their opponents on the other side. In this case, Surrey Cloverdale, Eleanor Sturco is also an incumbent, but from a different riding. Surrey South, as we heard from Belle Puri. This one will be very close to watch. We have a few others. Let's go to the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford Mission, Pam Alexis, the agriculture minister who won here in 2020 for the NDP, a big pickup for them. But Rian Gasper, a local realtor, wants to make sure that the Conservatives take this back from what is usually traditional right-of-centre territory. They've done well in the past when they were BC United. Vancouver-Langara, that new riding here in downtown Vancouver, encompasses about half of what is essentially the island of downtown. Terry Young for the NDP, retired Vancouver police inspector, going up against Melissa DiGenova, three-time city councillor for the BC Conservatives, councillor in Vancouver, up against lawyer Dana Lynn McKenzie for the Greens. This is what the maps will look like, and these are just some of the ridings we will be paying very close attention to.
And of course, there are lots of battleground ridings right across BC. Michelle Elliott, tell us about some of the ones on Vancouver Island.
Yes, Jason, I didn't know we were making Seinfeld references tonight, but here's another one for you. This is Worlds Colliding in Victoria Beacon Hill, because it's another battle of the incumbents. And so this is NDP territory, Victoria Beacon Hill. It was held by Carol James for many years, and the incumbent in this riding is former Cabinet Minister Grace Lohr. She would love to hold on to this, but this is where Sonia Furstenau, the leader of the Green Party, has decided to run. She has left her old riding of Cowichan Valley in order to run here. She says she's very optimistic, and the Conservative candidate is lawyer Tim Thielman. So the question tonight is, will Sonia Furstenau's gamble, will it pay off? Over to Nanaimo, Lanceville. We've seen some heavy campaigning in Nanaimo this week. Both David Eby and John Rustad have been here making promises regarding health care. This is a new riding. Nanaimo was split up into two, and this is the northern side. It's kind of anyone's game. The NDP is running George Anderson, who's a former Nanaimo councillor. Gwen O'Mahony is the Conservative candidate. She was actually an NDP MLA back in 2012 in Chilliwack, but she has moved over to the Conservative. She says she's concerned about harm reduction policies of the NDP. She's concerned about decriminalization, and so she's running in Nanaimo, Lanceville for the Conservatives. The Green candidate is Lisa Versival, and she actually got nearly a quarter percentage points in the last election, so don't count her out as well. In the North Island now, let's go over there. This is also NDP territory. The incumbent is Michelle Babcock, and the Conservative candidate is physician Anna Kindy. The Greens are running marine biologist Nick Dedaluk. There is a lot of dissent here over the decline in forestry. These are forest-reliant communities. They're also very reliant on the Campbell River Hospital, and all these surrounding communities use that as a hub. That has been plagued with ongoing emergency room closures. So we'll see if there's been enough of that frustration to swing votes away from the NDP tonight. Jason,
right.
Gloria.
Thank you both very much. That's Michelle Elliott, Dan Burrett on our results desk. We're going to be checking with them early and often as soon as we start getting those results shortly after 8 p.m. And let's head to the island now. Nanaimo has been a city to watch over the last few weeks. Claire Palmer joins us now. Claire, you're based in Nanaimo, but where exactly have we found you tonight?
Right now, I'm at the Grand Hotel in Nanaimo, which is actually located in that Nanaimo-Lanceville riding. I'm at the NDP watch party, where we are expecting Sheila Malcolmson and George Anderson for the Nanaimo-Gabriola and Nanaimo-Lanceville ridings to join us after results. We're expecting that Nanaimo-Lanceville riding to be quite a toss-up, to be quite a battle, and so we'll be checking in regularly.
All right, Claire, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Claire Palmer in Nanaimo. Well, time now to bring in what we are calling our Political Watchers panel. We'll be checking in with them throughout the night for analysis. They'll give us some context on the issues that matter most to British Columbians: affordability, housing, public safety, and yes, the carbon tax. Shachi Kurl is president of the Angus Reid Institute and was the moderator of the Leaders' Debate that happened on October 8th. Mo Amir is the host of the This Is Vancolour podcast. He is also a member of On the Coast's Soapbox Social Panel. And Ginger Gosnell Myers is a fellow at the SFU WASC Center for Dialogue in Urban Indigenous Planning and Decolonization. So great to see all three of you. Shachi, let me start with you. You've had some time now to reflect on that debate. How do you think that changed the dynamic of this race, if at all?
Well, we definitely started to see some movement in terms of popular vote intention post-debate. I can tell you, being in that small, cold studio for an hour and a half, mano a mano with the leaders, just a few feet away from me, it at times felt and looked very different than I think it read on screens and in the way people interpreted what was happening. So I think ultimately it was not the night that John Rustad needed it to be in order to really make some decisive moves. But hey, You know, we don't know until 8 o'clock tonight, and I'm going to feel a lot better once we start seeing some preliminary results so that I can start calibrating what that looks like relative to what we were seeing when we released our last poll at the beginning of this week. And in the meantime, you know, election night, guys, is very, very stressful for pollsters. So I've got my snacks, I've got my chips, I've got my cookies, I've got my Haribo's. And if it all goes very badly wrong, I'm just going to eat my feelings. It'll be fine.
That sounds good to me. Mo, two questions for you. First, how's the heat in the studio today? And equally as important, what do you think voters are thinking about tonight?
It's really hot. I'm sweating bullets, but there is a fan. We brought in a last-minute fan, so that's all good. In terms of what voters are thinking, I don't think that this is a singular issue election, which is probably more reflective of the fact that we have overlapping crises in this province. So when I think what voters are thinking about, they're thinking about whether they're more dissatisfied with the status quo or if they're more fearful of the unknown. And I'm sure that there are many voters who are actually testing their tolerance for things like bigotry and conspiracy theories as well.
And Ginger, of course, we have all been following all the ups and downs of a campaign like this, the United implosion. How closely do you think the average voter has been watching all the drama play out these weeks?
Well, this is the most chaotic election I have ever seen, with the collapse of BC United and the rise of the BC Conservatives. And today we're in the midst of an atmospheric river, and we have a climate-denying party vying to form our next government. So I do see that there is concern about the BC Conservatives being largely unknown. And as Mo said, what we've heard and seen isn't great. We have folks who promote conspiracy theories, hold racist views, and it makes you question, are these good people? And I think that is what voters are thinking about before they cast their ballot.
All right, looking forward to hearing from all three of you tonight. That's Shachi Curl, Mo Amir, and Ginger Gosnell-Myers. They are our Political Watchers panel.
I think we need some snacks here at the table.
Yeah, where's our snack game right now?
Shachi, you made me a little envious there. Okay, take a look at the bottom of your screen. 23 minutes until the polls close. We're going to hear next from Chris Walker in Kelowna, who is standing by. The former BC Liberals dominated the interior of British Columbia in 2020. So what does that mean for the new Conservative Party of BC in the region? And can the NDP hold on to a couple of key ridings? We'll hear from them coming up in our BC Votes 2024 election special.
Well, thank you for joining us for BC Votes 2024. BC Conservative leader John Rustad has taken his party from no seats in the legislature to neck and neck with the BC NDP, according to recent polls. But in order to become premier, the rural politician needs to win seats in Metro Vancouver and on Vancouver Island. Mira Baines reports on how he plans to do that.
John Rustad is a small-town guy with big ambition. Born and raised in Prince George, his start in politics came after being faced with a decision on whether to leave BC and relocate his forestry-based consulting business to Calgary.
And I thought, no, I don't want to have to leave British Columbia. And that left me with two options. I either just live with it or I had to get involved and try to change it.
He likes to connect with people one-on-one, volunteering to take photos for strangers.
Ultimately, what it came down to was the fact that you could actually help people.
John Rustad. Rustad, who is MLA for Nechako Lakes in northern BC, is a former Minister of Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation under Christy Clark. Now he's on a bigger stage. Will his plain talk and rural roots translate to votes? He's had a meteoric rise in a few months. 2 years ago, Rustad was kicked out of the BC Liberals, now BC United, by leader Kevin Falcon after social media posts questioning climate science. Unfazed, he found a new political home, joining the BC Conservatives and becoming the party's leader, an idea that was discussed more than 20 years ago with former caucus colleague and BC Liberal Cabinet Minister Bill Bennett, who described him as an out-of-the-box thinker.
We did have a conversation about our frustrations with the BC Liberal Party and whether one of us might someday end up, with the BC Conservatives and might even end up as leader.
Since becoming leader last year, Rustad has been galvanizing the right and fast. As the sole BC Conservative in the House, he attracted more MLAs from his old party and support. Then a major shift, a deal with BC United. Leader Kevin Falcon agreed to suspend its campaign after an agreement with Rustad.
This is the right thing for us as a party.
Rustad is resourceful. He's putting his message out through the airwaves. Rustad has been interviewed by polarizing psychologist Jordan Peterson. There are questions over who his advisors are behind the scenes and whether his position on some issues is too extreme.
Everyone was kind of wondering, well, who is whispering in John's ear? I understand he's got a couple of young men who he trusts.
Here, Rustad is shaking hands with Vancouver's dying filmmaker Aaron Gunn, who is running for the federal Conservatives, and posing with federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Still, Rustad says his #1 advisor is his wife Kim, who he met at a theater production and married in 1995. Still, to win, the BC Conservatives need to crack riding-rich Metro Vancouver, including Surrey and Vancouver Island. Away from the crowds, his pet grey parrot at his home near Vanderhoof keeps him grounded. But those moments will be harder to find as Election Day approaches. Mira Baines, CBC News, Vancouver.
Hi, I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. This is BC Votes 2024, and we are now 19 minutes away from polls closing across the province. 93 seats are up for grabs, and the magic number, this is the one to remember all night, 47. If you get that, you form a majority government. And of course, Gloria, with polls this tight, there's a real uncertainty as to who might come out.
Well, and that's what makes a night like this so exciting, Jason. Now, chances are you noticed something different when you went to vote, because every 10 years, important changes are made to BC's electoral districts because of population growth. And this time around, 3 in 4 ridings have been changed in some way, either because their boundaries changed or because they were renamed, and often both. Well, Benit Brach looks at some examples and what it means for you.
This election, BC has added 6 ridings, growing from 87 to 93, mainly because of population growth. And many ridings have been redrawn or renamed, and some of them significantly to keep up with those changes.
This happens once every 10 years. It's led by an independent commission, and then Elections BC puts it into action. So I checked in with Elections BC, and here's what's important to know. So starting in Vancouver, the ridings in the heart of the city look like this.
After redistribution, Vancouver Little Mountain is new, with changes around it to Vancouver Yaletown and Vancouver South Granville.
Now, if we move a little bit to the east,
many ridings in this area have new names and new boundaries. So the new riding here straddles 2 cities. It's Burnaby, New Westminster. Created from portions of other ridings, including Burnaby South Metrotown, Burnaby East, and New Westminster Coquitlam.
Moving now to Surrey,
which picks up an additional seat and sees other big changes too. Surrey Serpentine River was created from parts of nearby districts like Surrey Cloverdale, Surrey Panorama, and Surrey Fleetwood. The boundaries have also reorganized for the newly named Surrey City Centre and Surrey North.
And in Langley, 2 existing seats are now 3.
Langley Walnut Grove has been carved out from the newly named Langley Willowbrook and Langley Abbotsford.
Okay, let's get to Greater Victoria, and there's a new seat in the suburbs.
Langford Highlands has been carved out, and the rest of that district is now Wandafuka Malahat.
And in the interior, there's a new seat called Kelowna Centre.
It's created from other districts including Kelowna Mission and the newly named and redrawn West Kelowna Peachland and Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream to the north. While polls close shortly, we'll have all the results for BC's newly elected government coming up soon.
Well, CBC Kelowna's morning show host Chris Walker joins us now from Kelowna. That is where he's been talking to voters at a polling station. Chris, you've been covering the interior election story every morning on your program, of course. Tell us, where are you right now?
We're at Trinity Baptist Church here in Kelowna, one of the biggest polling stations in the city. The weather here in Kelowna, cold and wet, not quite like the Lower Mainland, but cold and wet all day. We're straddling 2 ridings, Kelowna Centre here, Kelowna Mission just around the corner, a former BC United stronghold. Now in 2020, the Conservatives did not even run a candidate there. They've gone from literally 0 votes to being the heavy favourite in that riding. So A couple things to think about tonight in the Okanagan and the Kootenays. One, how complete is the BC Conservative takeover of the interior? This crop of candidates, a very different brand than the Okanagan is used to. Much further to the right, not as well known, motivated by the pandemic. How much of a hold do they have on the Conservative movement here? Another question, how will independents do? For the answer to that, look east to the Rocky Mountains. Tom Shapitka there in Kootenay Rockies might have the best chance of any independent, a former BC United MLA, popular guy. If he wins big, it could be a good sign for independents around the province. And lastly, can the NDP hold or even pick up seats from growing cities in the Okanagan? In Kelowna Centre, where we are now, a big NDP push to elect Loyal Wooldridge, a popular city councillor. And of course, polls close in 15 minutes? So results will start to come in shortly.
Chris, thank you very much. That is the CBC's Chris Walker in Kelowna. We'll be hearing from him throughout the evening.
Yes, but now let's head to northern BC. We're connecting with Andrew Kuriata in Prince George. He's at the Conservatives Watch Party. So what are you keeping an eye on there?
Yeah, well, much like Chris, really the story here is where do those BC United voters go? This is an area that has been a BC Liberal stronghold for more than 20 years. But before that, it did vote for the BC NDP. And we also have a lot of independent incumbents in this region. Where I am right now, the Prince George Mackenzie riding, Kyle Giddens was originally running for BC United, but when that party imploded, he jumped over to the BC Conservatives. That meant that Rachel Weber, who had been the candidate for the Conservatives, was kicked out. And now she's running as an independent, saying that this Conservative Party is too far left-leaning, and she is the real Conservative candidate. To the south of us, in the Prince George North Caribou riding, we have Coralie Oakes, a BC United MLA, who is running as an independent. To the north, we have Dan Davies and Mike Bernier, both BC United MLAs, running as independents as well. And then in Prince George Valemount, that was where Shirley Bond, a very popular politician, has decided to leave politics. And there is some thinking that there might be enough people upset about what happened to her that either they vote NDP or they stay home. Weather, not really an excuse. It was a beautiful day here except for one big downpour, but we will find out in, as we said, about 15 minutes time.
Thank you, Andrew. It is raining outside our studios here downtown Vancouver right now. That's Andrew Kuriata in Prince George at the watch party for the BC Conservatives.
Rain in Vancouver? Who could have seen this coming? My goodness. Back to our result desk now. Starting at 8 o'clock, Dan Burt and Michelle Elliott will be breaking down all 93 ridings across British Columbia, tallying the vote share, calling those races at the earliest possible moment. Michelle, Dan, we've just heard from some of our reporters in the interior and the northern parts of the province. Seems like a good time to talk about the role of independents in this election. Which races might they factor in, do you think?
Yeah, Jason, as Beyonce once said, independents, throw your hands up. And they sure did in this election. There's a record number of independent candidates, but we are going to focus in on 5 of them because they are the former BC United MLAs who were left flying out in the wind when that party's campaign imploded. And so they have decided to run as either independent or unaffiliated. Let's go to West Vancouver Capilano now. And the independent candidate is Corinne Kirkpatrick, former BC United. She was the housing critic there. And she actually pulled out. She wasn't going to run in this election. But once BC United folded its campaign, she was very unhappy about how that was all handled. And so she threw her hat back into the ring and has decided to run as an independent here. And let's head over to the interior. You heard from Chris Walker about the Kootenay Rockies. The independent candidate, former BC United MLA, is Tom Shapitka. He's been there a long time, and as you heard from Chris Walker, he may be seen as a bellwether for the other independents running in this election. Pete Davis is the Conservative candidate there. In Prince George North Caribou, again, we heard from Andrew Kuriata there. Coralie Oakes is the independent candidate. She also chose to run independent, saying that there was a need for a more centrist party in this election. Now there are 2 more, and let's head over to the northeast corner of the province. Dan?
Big ridings here, as Andrew Kuriata has mentioned, from Prince George. Peace River North. Jordan Keeley, the Conservative, going up against Ian McMahon for the NDP. But it's Dan Davies, the incumbent, who was a BC United MLA. Interesting to see whether or not he can pull a victory out, as perhaps with incumbent strength. Up as well is Peace River South, where another incumbent and independent is running. Mike Bernier, former BC United MLA, going against Larry Neufeld for the Conservatives and Marshall Bigsby for the NDP.
All right, Dan, Michelle, thank you very much. Dan Burt, Michelle Elliott on our results desk this evening. We're going to be hearing from them throughout the night.
Yeah, look at that. 11 minutes until the polls close, and we've got much more ahead. Catherine Cullen is a senior reporter at CBC's Parliamentary Bureau, host of CBC Radio's The House. Tonight, she's here in Vancouver, putting this race into context with other provincial races happening across the country this month, as well as the federal picture. Stay with us. That's coming up. BC NDP leader and Premier David Eby is running for another term, but who is he? What exactly is he pitching to voters? CBC's Katie DeRosa brings us a closer look at his background, his promises, and the expectations.
Iva, are you going to babysit Gwen when you're older?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah, definitely.
During a busy day of campaign events, BC NDP leader David Eby interrupts a water fight between 5-year-old Iva and 10-year-old Ezra as his wife Kaylee cradles their 2-month-old daughter Gwen. While his kids look to him for snacks and piggybacks, British Columbians are looking to him for answers on some of the province's biggest issues. Can they afford to buy or rent a home? Why are they spending so much on groceries and gas? And are they safe walking down the street? The public has known David Eby for the last 20 years, first with Pivot Legal and then the BC Civil Liberties Association. In 2013, he knocked then Premier Christy Clark from her seat in Vancouver Point Grey, cementing his reputation for challenging the establishment. Now he is the political establishment, fighting to extend the NDP's mandate by 4 more years. Eby says he learned long ago that ideals might drive you, but reality grounds you.
I was thinking about my first day on the job at Pivot when I got a call from a housing advocate and said, "Oh, I understand you're the new housing lawyer. What are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to shut down those slumlords." And the housing provider said, "You're an idiot. You're so stupid. I can't believe you have this job." He's like, "Well, where do you think people are going to live if you shut down the slumlords, smart guy? They're going to end up in the streets. So you made everybody homeless." It's really about learning and understanding that your assumptions about what should be done may be challenged. And the key is listening to the people you're supposed to be representing.
Eby was selected by NDP members, not voters, to be premier. And nearly 2 years since stepping in for John Horgan, Eby will be making the case to voters that he and the NDP can make life better for them. Ravi Kahlon, a close ally, insists Eby's policies have improved people's lives, pointing to their housing policies and crackdown on short-term rentals.
For the first time in almost decades, we're seeing rents come down across British Columbia.
Eby's critics say the only changes British Columbians have seen are more random attacks, open drug use, and clogged emergency rooms. Eby has also come under fire for reversing course on key issues like the carbon tax, involuntary care, and drug decriminalization. Veteran BC United MLA Shirley Bond, who has watched 4 premiers govern since she was elected in 2001, says the reversals smack of political opportunism.
Now, to do that on the eve of an election call certainly does cause some skepticism in British Columbia. And
do you think Ezra wants some water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Eby says it shows he's listening to the public.
I think people have the space to say, if you try something and it's not working, have the courage to pull it back and try something different.
But whether enough British Columbians believe they're being heard is a question that will weigh heavy on Eby until Election Day. Katie DeRosa, CBC News, Victoria.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Awesome, guys.
Hi there, I'm Jason D'Souza.
And I'm Gloria Macarenko, and you are watching BC Votes 2024, wherever you can watch us, on CBC Television, on News Network, on GEM, on our streaming channel, YouTube, and TikTok. We are right now just under 7 minutes from the polls closing here in British Columbia. BC Votes 2024 is not the only provincial contest happening right now. In the coming days, New Brunswick and Saskatchewan are also going to head to the polls, and it's all playing out in the midst of a political shift in federal politics. Catherine Cullen joins us now. Catherine is the host of CBC Radio's The House and a senior reporter at CBC's Parliamentary Bureau. We're so happy she's here in Vancouver tonight to help put our race into context. Catherine, hello there.
Hey, Gloria. So happy to be here.
Well, it's so interesting to see when we see, much of the country embracing conservative governments. I guess the exceptions till now, Manitoba and British Columbia. The federal Liberals right now, unpopular to many. So how have you seen, David Eby kind of position himself in relation to Justin Trudeau in this campaign?
Well, there's no question, even before the campaign, he has been distancing himself from the Prime Minister. Think back to June when he said that he was frustrated with the amount of money that Quebec was receiving for the incredible number of asylum seekers. He talked about showering money on the province of Quebec. You look at September, the comments that David Eby made about the carbon tax and how he would get rid of it were it not for the federal backstop. I've had the chance to speak to David Eby and his team over the past few months. It's clear to me that their frustration with the federal government is a genuine one. That said, while it may be genuine, there is something of a political advantage to trying to distance yourself from an unpopular government. At the same time, Justin Trudeau tonight would probably prefer to see David Eby remain in power. They are ultimately more like-minded. Also, if the NDP is re-elected, that's an example of an incumbent government that manages to stay in power despite the palpable frustration in the electorate.
It was interesting to see when BC United was still a part of this campaign, both Kevin Falcon and John Rustad vying to try to be seen as the provincial equivalent to the federal Liberals and the popularity of Pierre Poilievre. But I wonder, to what extent do you think Pierre Poilievre will look at John Rustad as a political ally?
Well, you'll note, listen, there hasn't been some sort of like full-throated embrace over the course of this campaign. He hasn't endorsed John Rustad, but Pierre Poilievre doesn't endorse premiers or provincial politicians. And if you look at it, if he were to do that, then he would be facing questions in Ottawa. Well, for instance, do you share Mr. Rustad's views on climate change and the role that human beings play in that? At the same time, there's no question that John Rustad has gleaned an advantage from Mr. Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre has attacked David Eby more than any other premier in this province. That's because it serves Pierre Poilievre's purposes. Helps John Rustad too, and we've seen Rustad adopt that language, right? Axe the tax, talking about drug dens as another term for supervised consumption sites. So certainly there's a relationship there. I know there are going to be federal Conservatives in Ottawa who are going to be watching to see how are the issues that the two men are talking about, how big a role do they play in the campaign, and what is that appetite for change like in British Columbia, right?
Catherine, I am so glad you are here with us with your eyes on the race along with us. We'll check in with you later on, all right?
Thank you.
CBC's Catherine Cullen. And now let's check in with Stephen Quinn and our Insiders political panel.
Gloria, thank you so much. And Mosa Hoda, Rachel Siegel, and Pete Fry with us as our Insiders panel. Talking a moment ago, or just coming off what Catherine just said, we were talking earlier about whether the BC Conservatives were capitalizing on perhaps some confusion between the BC Conservatives and the popularity of the federal Conservatives. As I said earlier, conservatism kind of riding high in Canada right now. What do you think about that, Rachel? Do you think they've benefited?
I think there's certainly a benefit, but I think the correlation between John Rustad here and Pierre Poilievre in Ottawa is that they're both putting out this message of change. And so that is what really seems to be resonating with people federally and also here in British Columbia. And so I think that message and this feeling that we need to do things differently, that people are struggling, they want answers as to why, that's the commonality between those two levels of government.
So Mo, do you think it's just a coincidence then that we hear things like common sense and axe the tax and exactly the same words coming out of John Rustad's mouth that we hear?
No, it's not. And they're taking that from the Conservatives federally, and the Conservatives federally are taking it from Donald Trump, and they're using the same language to try to appeal to a subset of the vote base. And that's a clear part of their strategy. The Conservatives in British Columbia would not have had any momentum if it wasn't for the Conservatives federally.
And Pete, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, of course, you can't reflect on any of this without looking at how the BC Liberals disastrously tried to change their name to distance themselves from that conservative liberal binary on federal politics. And I think the outcome speaks for itself, where BC United is BC what?
All right. Thank you again, all three of you, and back to the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. And look at that, Gloria, 2 minutes.
Can you believe it? Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. 2 minutes away from the closing of the polls. We are expecting results to come in quickly tonight. Now, performing their civic duty, that's what voters across the province have been doing today, and we caught up with some of them to ask why they're voting today.
One, we got the economy, that's a concern. We've got, people trying to make it as a family and afford things. 3, safety, and, obviously we have a drug epidemic.
So I like David Eby, but I don't like NDP, I'm honest to say that.
I just want to keep a vote that's more progressive and for the people.
I don't have a place to put him in daycare yet, so that's obviously quite important for me.
There's some rain gear in that picture
Yes.
as well, of course.
Very much needed today.
Heavy rain in so many areas. So in just moments, the polls are going to close across the province. And an important note for anyone who is still in line to vote, just stay there, because as long as you're in that lineup by 8 p.m., you do have a right to cast your vote. So CBC News will be here as the votes are counted, bringing you the results of how British Columbians cast their ballots across this province. And soon, very, very soon, we're going to know which party is going to form government and who will be your next premier in British Columbia.
So stay with us throughout the evening as we travel right across the province for reaction and, of course, those results you can watch right here on CBC Television, CBC Gem, our free app, the streaming channel, YouTube, TikTok, our website as well. Pretty much anywhere you can find CBC. We'll be on there, folks.
We got you covered.
And as soon as those polls close, we are going to be welcoming listeners across CBC Radio 1 and the CBC Listen app. Stay with us. This is going to be an exciting night.
It's 8 p.m. Pacific, 9 Mountain, and across the province, from the shores of Okanagan Lake to the Sunshine Coast, from the Rocky Mountains to the Coast Mountains, from the busy streets of Burnaby's Metrotown to the township roads of the Peace, the polls have closed. British Columbians are deciding today who they want to form their next provincial legislature.
Will they decide to stand firm behind David Eby and the NDP?
BC is a place where everyone can build a good life. I know I've got more work to do, that our government's got a lot more work to do, but we won't stop until the job is done.
Or is it time to try something new and make history by voting in a BC Conservative government?
If we want them to be able to stay in this province, we need to address the core reason of why they're thinking of leaving. They need to be able to have hope and optimism for a future. They need to be able to afford to live in this province and to raise a family.
Or will British Columbians elect enough Greens or Independents that we might end the night with a minority government?
If we want less polarization, if we want more focus on solutions, we have to get away from a winner-takes-all two-party system, and you have to elect enough Greens to prevent that from happening.
You are looking at a shot of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia in Victoria. It's the home of BC's government, now 93 seats strong. Well, it is time to tally the votes in BC's 43rd general election. We are bringing you everything you need to know, up-to-the-minute results and analysis from our studios in downtown Vancouver, with coverage from reporters in towns and communities all around BC. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. Welcome to British Columbia Votes 2024. Now, this is important. If you're still in line waiting to vote, stay there. While the polls may have closed now, you still have the right to cast your ballot as long as you were in that line before 8 p.m., so stay in that line. And tonight, British Columbians will elect a new government. How new? How different? Well, that is what we're here to find out.
Exactly. And we're going to take you around the province where the CBC has reporters in the field from Prince George to Kelowna to Victoria to Surrey, at watch parties and in key ridings. We're going to visit our results desk early and often as the new makeup of the legislature starts to take shape. We'll get a national perspective, how BC fits into the broader Canadian picture, from Catherine Cullen, host of CBC Radio's The House and a senior reporter in CBC's Parliamentary Bureau. And we'll have two expert panels to break down the races for you.
Well, let's take a quick look at some of our teams stationed across the province now. We have 10 reporters out in the field this evening across all parts of BC. That includes Katie DeRosa at NDP headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Mira Baines is with John Rustad and his supporters in Vancouver. And Gregor Craigie with Sonia Furstenau and supporters in Victoria. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the province, Claire Palmer is monitoring all things Vancouver Island from Nanaimo, where the Conservatives are trying to pick up some seats. Here in Metro Vancouver, we have Karen Larson in Richmond, where there are several tight races, and Belle Puri watching the all-important Surrey ridings. Chris Walker is in Kelowna watching the situation in the Okanagan and the Kootenays, and Andrew Kuriata in Prince George, a Conservative stronghold where independence might be a factor tonight. Gloria, of course, we can't talk about this election day without also talking about the weather.
Oh, no kidding. What a day it was. So that's the scene on the streets of Surrey, where drivers grappled with pooled water and flooded roads, where numerous rescues were needed amid road closures throughout the region. Relentless heavy rain hitting the area starting yesterday afternoon has caused significant flooding throughout Metro Vancouver. And some voting places in the province have been impacted by this atmospheric river too. Throughout the day, some polling stations closed due to power outages. Most have reopened, and if you did show up to vote, you may have been redirected to an open poll.
Now, here's what it looked like and sounded like in North Vancouver this morning. This was Deep Cove earlier, where a stream overflowed its banks and caused flooding. The North Shore Emergency Operations Center says the amount of rain that occurred in such a short period of time overwhelmed the storm system. Officials say several dozen houses were flooded, and North Shore rescues say they are now assisting with flood-related evacuations. Most are in the district of North Vancouver, but some residents were affected in West Vancouver and the city of North Vancouver. A reception center at the Mickey McDougall Gym in North Van has been set up for anyone impacted. Luckily, no injuries have been reported so far. North Shore residents are being asked to stay out of parks, forested areas, steep slopes, and all waterways. And earlier this evening, Metro Vancouver released a statement saying that residents should expect tap water to appear discolored, but that it remains safe to drink despite the cloudy appearance. And for the latest on all that's happening with this situation, you can head to our website, cbc.ca/BC.
Jason, we knew that results were going to be coming in quickly this evening because of the electronic voting system. We actually have our first results in. We had heard from Elections BC that they were going to release the results of the advance votes, and we heard that there was a record number of advance votes. More than 1 million British Columbians went to the polls to vote before today, before Election Day. Maybe it was a weather situation, I don't know. So first results back in. The Conservatives are leading in 3 ridings right now. Again, this is early going, but it's kind of, it's actually amazing to me to think that it's only 6 minutes past 8 o'clock after polls close, and we've already beginning to see some results.
And this is in Prince George, Mackenzie, where you have Keil Giddens leading. It's early days, folks. Only 10 votes cast so far right now, but that lead is 4. Let's take a look at some of the other results as well. This is Abbotsford South. Bruce Banman leading by 64 votes. So Gloria, you can see already over 800 votes already being counted there. The electronic tabulation system was always promising to bring us faster results, and that's what we're seeing right now. And I believe we have one more riding to show you. Salmon Arm Shoe Swap, where David Williams leading by 191 votes already.
Well, I can feel the tension already because we are beginning to get those results so quickly. I'd love to hear what the political panel has to say about that, Stephen Quinn.
Thank you, Gloria, and let's put that to them right now. Mo, what do you make of these very early returns from advance votes?
Well, they're very early. The only one that caught my mind was the Bruce Banham-Sarah Kuna race. She's surprisingly close. That's a seat that I didn't think we had much of a chance in. And I'm surprised how strong our vote is in that riding. But look, we're going to have a look at certain seats. Richmond, there's 3 seats there that we need to win. There's 10 seats in Surrey. We got to win about 7 or 8 of those. There's 2 seats on Vancouver Island that are in play, Comox and Campbell River. And there are 2 seats in Langley that we have to pick up. So that's what we have to achieve tonight. These votes count. We formed government in 2017 because we won Comox by 189 votes and stopped Christy Clark from forming government. And so we're going to watch these results. I think it's going to be a long night.
All right, thank you, Mo. Mo Sahota, by the way, who is a former BC NDP MLA, cabinet minister, and party president. Rachel Siegel, representing the BC Conservatives. What do you? Well, you've got to be happy with what you're seeing, even though they are very early returns and scant returns.
I hope to stay this happy all night, Stephen. I really do. But again, yes, of course, it is very close, and British Columbia is never boring. So we'll have to see what comes out of the rest of the results. I'm already seeing the NDP catching up a little bit here. But hopefully this is the trajectory we're on. I'd like to see us pick up a lot of those seats that we lost in 2020, where we're going to go in the interior, and Kelowna, how those will play out, specifically Surrey, Richmond. I'm watching all of it.
And do you expect that support that the BC Liberals become BC United, do you expect all of that support to go to the Conservative Party?
No, I think there's been people that came out of the BC United camp that have very clearly said they will not vote for the BC Conservatives. And, you know, big tent parties, that's what happens. But the question is, who is going to vote for the BC Conservatives, and whether or not they can even pick up some people that have voted NDP before and are really looking for change in this election.
We are going to have to wrap it there, and Pete, we'll start off with you next time around. Appreciate that. And that's Pete Fry, of course, City of Vancouver councillor and a BC Green Party member. Back to you at the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. Once again, 3 ridings right now showing, and the Conservatives have all 3 of them. Let's check in with CBC reporter Belle Puri. She is in Surrey, Cloverdale. A lot of blue there. I know you're at Eleanor Sturco's headquarters. What are you seeing and hearing, Belle?
Well, it's certainly, you know, it's getting more and more lively here. And a few minutes ago, when we saw those early results and Conservatives leading in 3 ridings, there was, you know, a big cheer that went up. But of course, everyone's well aware that it's still very early in the evening. Here at Eleanor Sturco's campaign office, she's not here right now. She's watching with her family at another location, but promises to come by later in the evening once she has a better idea of how things are unfolding. This riding is really a tight race. She is an incumbent from the neighboring riding, and Mike Starchuk for the NDP is the incumbent here. Both of them are star candidates, and it's just been a very close race.
Again, early results. Keep your eye on the bottom of the screen. The results that are in so far, the Conservatives are leading in 12 ridings, the NDP in 10, and the Greens are on the board, leading in 1 riding. For more details, over to Dan Bird and Michelle Elliott for some results.
Those new tabulators are working indeed. Look at the score. Conservatives leading in 12, NDP at 10, Greens at 1. Let's look at West Vancouver Sea to Sky. Jeremy Valeriot leading by 84 for the Greens, leading by 84 votes over Yuri Fulmer of the Conservatives, one of 27 polls reporting. Again, relatively early results. Boundary Similkameen, Donegal Wilson for the Conservatives, leading by 202 votes over Rolly Russell, the incumbent NDP MLA, 1,225, 4 of 33 polls reporting. And I think we have one more up here right now. North Coast Haida Gwaii, Tamara Davidson leading for the NDP by 15 over Chris Sankey.
And a reminder, when you see the star on the screen here, that indicates the incumbent candidate. In Maple Ridge East, Bob Deeth is leading right now for the NDP, with leading by 86 votes and 3 of 23 polls reporting there. And our next riding result we have so far, of course, these are very early. Dallas Brody for the Conservatives in Vancouver, Kilchenna, leading by 718 votes over the NDP's Callista Ryan. And we have one more coming here for you. In Salmon Arm Shuswap, the Conservative candidate David Williams leading by 991 votes over the NDP's Sylvia Lindgren, 7 of 38 polls reporting there. Gloria, Jason?
Thank you very much for that. Oh, my goodness. Look at how many votes we have in already. Conservatives leading in 37, NDP in 28, Greens in 1. You can see there's a lot of blue on that map of British Columbia at this point in the evening, Jason.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at what that looks like across the province right now. 37 seats that the Conservatives are leading in. Here is what the share of the vote looks like. The Conservatives right now have 46 38%. The NDP right now sitting at 43.2%. If you're wondering what that 38.8 majority percent indicates, it's the lowest share a political party in BC history has ever had and was able to form a majority government. You have to say it's early results, but right now the Conservatives must be happy with what they're seeing right now, certainly with just under 47% of the vote share, Gloria.
Well, yes, and there are 120,000 votes in the system right now. What does that look like in terms of a seat change? Conservatives up 37. Now, we have to remind you, they could only go up because there were no Conservatives elected in the last vote here in British Columbia in 2020. The NDP are down 16 seats, and the magic number for the NDP, they can only afford to lose 17 seats before they lose majority party status there. Again, 120,000 votes in the system, a very strong start for the Conservatives.
That's right. Of course, we knew the NDP on defense coming across as the NDP government going into this race, I should say, and right now can afford to lose 17 seats, and so far they're trailing in 16. Let's go back to Dan Bird and Michelle Elliott for those results.
Yeah, no raincoats for me and Dan, but we should have worn runners because we are off and running with these results. Let's go to the Mid-Island and Pacific Rim, and the Conservative candidate Adam Haydock, very tight right now, leading by just 6 votes over the incumbent NDP candidate Josie Osborne. 3 of 33 polls reporting right now. At Saanich North and the Islands, no incumbent here. Adam Olsen did not run again. The Conservative candidate David Bush leading again very tight, very narrow by 6 points over the NDP candidate. Up at North Coast, Haida Gwaii, Tamara Davidson holding on right now with a lead of just 15 votes over Chris Sankey, the Conservative candidate.
Let's keep the train rolling. Up in Vancouver Point Grey, Premier David Eby at the time the election was called, leading by 35 votes over Paul Ratchford of the Conservatives, 1 of 20 polls reporting. Devyani Singh for the Greens at 26. Surrey North, Mandeep Dhaliwal for the Conservatives, leading by 70 over incumbent NDP Rachna Singh, 2 of 18 polls reporting. And let's fit in one more here. North Vancouver Lonsdale, incumbent New Democrat Bowen Ma, leading by 76 votes over David Splett for the Conservatives, 1 in 23 polls reporting. Jason and Gloria.
Thank you very much. And I should point out, when you see that number 37, the Conservative seats leading in 37 ridings, keep in mind 7 of those are BC United seats. So for those that did cross over and did decide to run as a Conservative, that is showing up that British Columbians are in favor of that. They're certainly leading at this point. Stephen Quinn, what does your panel have to say about this?
Well, I'll go to Pete Fry for this one because we're seeing Jeremy Valeriot in West Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Yeah, and as folks will remember, back in 2020, Jeremy Valeriot won the race, and then in the mail-in ballots, Jordan Sturdy pulled ahead to get the actual election. So Jeremy Valeriot has been out knocking doors ever since, and I think that this is showing. Some of the results we're getting back from our team is of our identified voting areas, we've outperformed across the province, and in our targeted voting areas, we've really outperformed as far as getting out the vote and IDing voters. So we're pretty hopeful for West Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Saanich North in the Islands, however, Green Party running 3rd there right now.
Saw that, yeah, a little surprising, but it's very early in the polling, so we'll see.
All right. Mo, what are you making of this gap that's been, and again, I know early days, but this gap that remains between the Conservatives quite substantially ahead in the NDP?
Well, I'm watching it with a little bit of concern. I'm watching individual results come in. What surprised me is that in Coquitlam, we're running behind the Conservatives. That's definitely a surprise. We're ahead in Kelowna, which is good news, but a bit of a surprise from the other side of the coin. But what I'm really concerned about is so far the initial results from the Fraser Valley. We're behind in the 2 seats we need to hold in Langley. So these initial results, I'm sure, are creating some anxiety, not only just on my part right now, but we'll keep on watching what happens here. You're right, it is very early.
Rachel, where are you feeling anxious right now, or are you at all? You're just looking at 37 to 28 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great. I'm hoping this holds, but again, I'm looking at all the numbers across the province, and the seats that we need to pick up, we're picking up currently, but I just hope that we are able to do that for the long run, and then it would be a really exciting night for the BC Conservatives.
Well, I'm curious about, I'm going to head back to the desk right now.
Okay, thank you. We will look forward to hearing more from our political panel, but it's really interesting to note, yes, this is a very, very strong start for the BC Conservatives, but it's also important to underscore there are 27 ridings in play right now that are under 100 votes apart. So some very, very close races. And what I can tell you, we have our decision desk has its first projected elected candidate in British Columbia, and that is in Prince George Mackenzie Kilgiddens, leading the NDP candidate by 1,500 votes.
And I should just point out, if you're watching this right now, if you're listening to us on the radio, you'll see that there are 4 of 25 polls reporting. You might be thinking, that's not a lot of polls to make a projection like that. Here is the reality, though. That's actually a lot of data in terms of sheer number of votes. It's also good quality of data as well. Oftentimes, pollsters will reach out to likely voters. Well, these are actual votes, so our decision desk is able to interpret all of that to make that projection election.
Seriously, I think we should all be wearing runners tonight.
Look at this.
The results
Look at
are
this.
coming in so quickly. My goodness, the NDP has closed that gap. We have an absolute tie right now, 45 seats leading for the NDP, and the Conservatives with 45 as well. The Greens are on the board, leading in 3 ridings right now. This is absolutely amazing.
And taking a look at that, Gloria, I immediately think about 2017. Of course, it's early days yet, but balance of power, anyone? And of course, if you're a Green supporter, you're looking at that number 3, and I think you're probably pretty excited. I know there's a lot of watch parties happening across BC. It's probably going to feel like a sporting event tonight when you look at 45, 45, and 3 right now. Gloria, we have another projection.
Yes, we do. Our decision desk is now projecting that. Yes, John Rustad, projected elected in his riding. There is no surprise there. He has held that riding since 2005, but he's in a very, very strong lead. Projected elected, the leader of the Conservative Party. And this has got to be an amazing moment for him. I mean, yes, to be elected, but to think about how far he has brought this party in such a very short time. We're talking about the last election here in British Columbia. There were 0 Conservatives on the board. He has rallied the troops. He has joined forces with BC United, and a very, very strong showing for John Rustad. I think this must be a proud evening for him so far.
We are looking right now at a live shot of the Conservative headquarters in Vancouver. And yes, Gloria, as you mentioned, their leader, John Rustad, elected in Nechako Lakes. I believe we also have a projection for the NDP as well. Let's see if we can bring that up. Here it is. This is not a surprise at all. Spencer Chandra Herbert, projected elected for Vancouver West End. You can see that huge lead already early on, and not a surprise there, but I'm sure if you're NDP supporters, you're happy to see that check mark to confirm an MLA has been elected here.
And if you're sitting watching from home, or if you're listening right now to our coverage as well, and you're saying, what about me? What about my riding? Our results desk is going to take you through all of the ridings throughout the evening. And if you are watching our coverage, keep your eye on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, because we are scrolling through all 93 ridings, updating them regularly, scrolling through. So keep your eye there if you're looking for your specific riding. Right now, over to Dan and Michelle for more results.
Fast and furious. Hot and heavy. This is where the results are coming in. Let's go to the Greens. Skeena Green, Terry Young with 1 vote. Claire Ratte, the Conservative, with 1 vote. Yes, we can do math as journalists. It's quite amazing. Love it. Love it. Let's go to another one, another Green vote. Victoria Beacon Hill. Sonia Furstenau, the leader of the Green Party, leading by 31 votes over the incumbent Grace Lohr. Sonia Furstenau switched ridings to move down here, said it was due to family. She's trying to essentially be kind of a giant killer in this case. Grace Lohr is also the former Minister of Children and Family Development at the time the government was dissolved. 2 of 24 polls. And West Vancouver Sea to Sky. The Green, perhaps second or third time's the charm for Jeremy Valeriat, leading by 132 for the Greens over Yuri Fulmer for the Conservatives.
And let's head over to Salmon Arm Shoe Swap into the interior now. The Conservative candidate there, projected elected David Williams, leading by 2,200 votes at projected elected in Salmon Arm Shoe Swap. And one more for you in the Kootenay Rockies, the incumbent Tom Shapitka, the independent candidate, not leading. We have Pete Davis, the Conservative candidate there, leading now by 251 votes, 4 of 27 polls reporting.
Let's go back to the Lower Mainland and over to the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford South. Bruce Banman, the Conservative who jumped ship from BC United, leading by 1,674 over Sarah Cooner of the NDP, 2,400, 12 of 24 polls reporting. Richmond Bridgeport, Teresa Watt, the incumbent, flipped from United to the Conservative, leading by over 1,000 now over Linda Lee of the NDP. 5 of 20 polls reporting. And one more here on the board for you. Chilliwack, Cultus Lake, Alia Warba, Stephen Point, the former lieutenant governor. This is his daughter, leading by 741 votes for the Conservatives over incumbent NDP candidate Kelly Padden, almost 2,000 votes.
All right, Dan, Michelle, thank you very much. Catch your breath, British Columbia. We knew tonight had every possibility of being a close race. And folks, this is a dead heat right now. The NDP...
It hasn't moved.
It hasn't moved in a while, that's true. The NDP leading or elected in 45 ridings. The very same for the Conservatives, and the Greens right now leading in 3 ridings. This is what it looks like across the province. A lot of blue, of course, you can see on the east side of the province. The island down there, virtually all orange, but there is a speck of blue in territory that the NDP is normally familiar with. I want to show you something else.
I'm seeing green in Skeena. I'm seeing green in Skeena.
It's a small lead. I think we just saw it's a very small lead. We'll watch what happens there, because perhaps an unexpected win for the Greens if that continues. But I want to show you, this is fascinating, folks. Look at the share of the vote. Gloria, look at this. 0.3% separates the vote share between the NDP and the Conservatives. The NDP right now just edging this. Essentially what this means is across the province right now, we're pretty much seeing a dead heat in terms of how many people are voting for the NDP, how many are voting for the Conservatives. Here is what it looks like in terms of a seat change. You may remember Gloria mentioned a few moments ago the number to watch for the NDP on this board, 17. Right now they are trailing in 19 seats, which of course, as the balance of power shows right now, has cost them a majority situation right now. For the Conservatives, remember, they started at 0, so they could only go up. And up have they gone 45 seats right now. Gloria, what a race it's been so far.
Well, and if you're scratching your head a little bit and you're seeing that share of vote compared with the number of seats, there's not a direct translation there. Share of vote is about efficiency. When it translates into seats, that's just how efficient those votes are. And it isn't a straight across comparison there. But oh my goodness, what a night. Let's head over to Vancouver Island right now. Gregor Craigie is with Adam Olsen at Green Party headquarters. Gregor?
I am here at Green Party headquarters, as you said, Gloria Makarenko with Adam Olsen. And Adam, we're looking at the CBC screen here at projected 45 NDP, 45 Conservative, and 3 Green. Is this a replay of 2017 when you and I stood right here?
Well, I think that one of the things that I said on that night was the way it looks right now is that that's a value for dollars Legislative Assembly. This is how you're going to get the best value out of the Legislative Assembly. Everyone in that place is going to have to work together. They're going to have to find a way to work on behalf of British Columbians and not just themselves.
Is this, I mean, it's early, so I know none of this is final, but is this essentially, does that look like what would be a dream scenario for the Greens where you hold the balance of power yet again and essentially can play kingmaker?
Well, I'd like to have a few more than that. You know, I'd like to have a couple more. But I'll tell you what, you know, I think that the reality is that the BC Greens are not looking at balance of power in the sense of more a balance of responsibility. We've been saying this for the last decade in the BC legislature. What we want is a responsible government, responsible to the needs of British Columbians, and that's what the British Columbia Greens bring to the Legislative Assembly. It's what we've been doing and what we intend on continuing to do.
Just before we throw it back to the studio, Adam, I wonder if there's certain, we just saw a quick look at the map. I think Gloria mentioned up in Skeena the Greens are ahead. I know it's really early results, but are there certain ridings you've got higher hopes for that you're really hoping to turn green this time around?
Well, I don't know, to turn green. I'm looking at Saanich North in the Islands. Saanich North in the Islands is very close to my heart. I've been speaking from there for the last 7 years. So I'd love to see that stay green, of course, and I'd like to see Victoria Beacon Hill be pick up for the BC Greens. So, you know, we're trending in the right direction. We just have to keep going.
All right, well, it's a fun time, a very edge of your seat time here in Victoria. No green beer yet, but there is a lot of fun time for the Greens. It's the place to be right now.
I think we have to get you some fancy headphones, I think, Gregor. It's pretty noisy there at Green headquarters.
I could use some radio headphones right now, Gloria. I won't lie. I won't lie.
A raucous crowd in Victoria where our Gregor Craigie is. It feels like a sports match, both, I'm sure, in that crowd right now. And when you look at these results, a dead heat. The NDP, 45 seats that they're leading or elected in. The Conservatives as well. And the Greens, as we just heard, excited by that 3.
Well, and we were talking earlier about Elections BC saying, first of all, they were going to release the results of the advance polls. Now it's all mixed in. We've got same-day results and we've got advance polls coming in.
And these numbers will continue to come in. Lots to watch for. Why don't we chat with our political watchers panel? Shachi Curl, when you look at the numbers so far, does it galvanize pollsters across the province?
I mean, I'm galvanized. I'm also hitting refresh repeatedly on Elections BC, trying to get those numbers in real time. It looks like we're going to have about 1 million votes counted as we speak, out of registered about 3.5 million. So we're very much on the way to starting to see the trend emerging. But hey, from the beginning of this campaign, it was that the trend was going to be pretty tight, and it is certainly turning out that way. And this is where I start to wonder the impacts and the effects of what that atmospheric river may have done in terms of turnout, particularly in Metro Vancouver. A friend of mine, Daniel Stockmeyer, is a professor at the University of Ottawa, penned a research study back in 2018 and found that for every millimeter of rain on election day, that depressed voter turnout by 0.1%. Now, I'm not going to make you do all the math with me, but what that could, I have done the math, and what that could actually result in is almost 100,000 fewer voters if they just looked out the window and went, nope. Now, that's worst case scenario. We'll see. But it certainly has me thinking about turnout.
Wow, I guess that's what happens when you have an atmospheric river across so much of the province on election day. All right, Shachi, thank you very much. We'll hear more from our panel throughout the evening. Right now, let's go back to those results. Dan, Michelle?
We already have some changes. If you are looking at the board, the NDP up 47, the Conservatives 44. Let's look over here. The seat change in Surrey Delta, the NDP down 6 seats. This is big. The Conservatives up 9. Let's have a look at some of those results right now. And we have another flip if you're looking at the screen. Conservatives at 40, leading in 49, the NDP at 42, the Greens at 2. We'll call up some results here. Riding results, Surrey Cloverdale, Eleanor Sturco leading by 3 votes over Mike Starchuk. This is, again, battle of the incumbents. Judy Mayer, no photo, sorry, with 1 vote there. Very close, again. Don't have the how many polls reporting, that's all right. Surrey Fleetwood, incumbent Jagrup Bar, longtime MLA, leading by 81 votes, or Avtar Gill, just over 3,100 votes there. 10 of 19 polls reporting. We're starting to see a plurality. And Surrey North, Mandeep Dhaliwal for the Conservatives, leading by almost 1,000 votes over the incumbent New Democrat, Rachna Singh.
And let's head over now to Surrey Guildford, and the Conservative candidate Hanveer Singh Randhawa leading by 108 points, 8 votes over the NDP incumbent Gary Begg. 11 of 19 polls reporting right now. In Surrey Panorama, the Conservative candidate Brian Tepper leading by 283 votes over the NDP incumbent Ginny Sims. 11 of 15 polls reporting there. And Surrey Serpentine River, this is another one to watch. The Conservative candidate Linda Hepner leading by 230 votes over the NDP candidate Baltej Singh Dhillon. 13 of 19 polls reporting.
Thank you very much to Michelle and to Dan. And oh my goodness, I feel like I'm watching a sporting match tonight. The way things are bouncing around, this is like a ping pong match. I don't know. Conservatives now leading in 49 ridings, NDP in 42, and the Greens leading in 2 ridings. Back to Stephen Quinn and his political panel.
Thank you, Gloria. And just thinking about those ridings outside of Metro Vancouver and whether or not they made it out in all of the rain that came from that atmospheric river, we're looking at projected elected for the NDP in Delta North, Nanaimo, Gabriel Island, probably no surprise there, New Westminster, Coquitlam as well, and also, well, all of Vancouver seems to have gone the NDP's way. Mo, what are you looking at right now that is looking like it hasn't gone the NDP's way or isn't going the NDP's way that's concerning?
Sorry. The last numbers I saw was Jagrup, Ginny, and Rachna Singh we're all losing in Surrey. That's a problem for us, and we have to flip those seats back into our column. Again, it's very early in terms of those results, so we'll just keep on waiting to see what's happening in Surrey. Same thing with Baltage Dillon and Linda Hepner. The margin is about 300 votes there. So some very tight races in Surrey, and how they shape up is what causes that chart to go from 49 to 45 to 42 to.
And we really are seeing that. I mean, I don't know. It's because we are seeing early returns. It looks like it's very volatile, but each return that comes in is just you sending the numbers up and down. Rachel, what are you concerned about right now?
I am also watching Surrey, not so much concerned, but very interested. I mean, as somebody that was in the war room for the 2020 campaign, that is always what we're watching. Surrey, those ridings are kind of this bellwether of the province itself. I'm also interestingly watching Coquitlam Burke Mountain, which we're leading in. Yep. That was Joan Isaac's seat, which we lost. And then Fraser Nicola, Jackie Taggart, who was a BC Liberal MLA for a long time, were winning there as well, whether or not we'll hold that seat. So some of those seats that were BC United MLAs, I'm watching to see whether or not we'll hold.
And Pete Fry, Green Party now leading in 2 ridings, and still no one declared projected elected just yet.
No, it looks like Jeremy Valeriot's still maintaining a pretty good lead, and Rob Botterell in Saanich, North Islands, also a good lead. I'm watching Victoria Beacon Hill, not looking as favorable, but it's still early with polls coming in. I'm rather astonished to see Richmond and Surrey turning as blue as they are, as quickly as they are, but it's still early in the night.
All right. Thank you again, all 3 of you. Back to the desk.
Hold that thought, Pete Fry. It's still early in the night, and there's so much going on. I want to show you right now. When we're talking about close races, take a look at this. The 10 closest races right now that are separated by fewer than 100 votes, including Surrey Cloverdale, Surrey City Centre, Cowichan Valley, Vernon Lumby, North Island, Surrey Fleetwood, Wandafeuca, Malahat. Right there you see 5 Conservatives leading, 2 NDP leading. What that would look at, the difference, again, fewer than 100 votes. So these would be the party standings if those seats were to go Conservative. 48 for the Conservatives, 43 NDP, 2 for the Green. Now, what if we were to flip that? And again, when you have just a handful of votes separating some of those, a completely different picture. 48 for the NDP and 43 for the Conservatives. And again, the Greens, they were leading in 3 at one point, Jason, now down to 2.
Razor edge of a majority situation for both parties. Certainly compelling to watch right now. Pete Fry alluded to this earlier, but there are 2 Greens who are leading in their ridings right now, Gloria. Sonia Furstenau is not one of them.
Right.
In Victoria Beacon Hill right now, we can tell you that she is trailing. We'll show that to you in just a minute if you're watching on our visual platforms. But here is Grace Lohr, who has, you have to say, a healthy lead here, 2,779 votes. Grace Lohr, a cabinet minister in the past NDP government. She had the file of Minister of Children and Family Developments. And of course, Sonia Furstenau taking a risk by leaving the Cowichan Valley, where she was the past MLA for 2 elections, contesting this riding. And I can tell you right now, our decision desk can tell you that Grace Lohr will carry Victoria Beacon Hill. A big announcement. It means that Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau will be defeated in the capital city riding.
Well, she knew she took a risk by changing ridings. Jason, she went from a solid seat and a solid showing in the last election in Cowichan Valley. She decided to go to an NDP stronghold, and voters have sent their message.
All right, well, let's look at some of these riding results. Dan, Michelle, take us through some of them.
If riding results were a drinking game, people would be in a lot of trouble tonight. All right, let's look at some of these other share of votes in Vancouver. The NDP at almost 58%, the Conservatives at 33.2%, and we have seat changes. I think we could pull that up. The Greens at just over 8%. Let's look at seat change in Vancouver. NDP up 1, Conservatives up 1. Again, quite close. Tied essentially there. We're going to throw up some results for you here in Vancouver, Yaletown. Terry Young, NDP, leading by 780 votes over the Conservative Melissa D. Genova. 16 of 19 polls reporting. Up next, we have Vancouver Point Grey, David Eby, Premier, 2,200 vote lead over Paul Retchford with the Conservative Party, 14 of 20 polls reporting. And one more, Vancouver Fraserview, George Chow, the incumbent, 1,900 vote lead for the NDP over Jag Sangera for the Conservatives.
And still in the Vancouver area, Vancouver-Langara, the NDP candidate Sedita Deer is leading by just 59 votes right now over the Conservative candidate Brian Brigette. 10 of 16 polls reporting there. We have a projected elected candidate in Vancouver, Little Mountain, the NDP candidate Christine Boyle, projected elected there, and John Cooper, the Conservative candidate, behind by 6,500 votes there. And another projected elected in Vancouver, Kilchenna, Dallas Brody, the Conservative candidate, projected elected for Vancouver, Kilchenna. And we got another one for you in the Vancouver area. Vancouver South Granville, the NDP candidate Brenda Bailey is projected elected in Vancouver South Granville. Lots of results for you, Jason and Gloria.
No kidding. Michelle, Dan, thank you very much. And at this point in the evening, we've got lots of results. In fact, 63% of the results cast, the votes cast across the province, we're playing with those right now. There are 11 close races that are under 100 votes that are separating them. And this is the picture for the new Democratic Party right now. Overall, they've got a 45% share of the vote, but you can see, look along that right-hand margin. You can see how many points they are down by. In some areas, yes, it's 2.4. Fraser Valley, Northern Interior, down by 6. But there are some significant declines there for the NDP that helps to paint the picture of what we're seeing here this evening. Again, where we're sitting right now, Conservatives at 47, leading in 47. Oh, back to 46. That's flipping around. NDP leading in 45 ridings, and the Greens right now leading in 2. Let's take you to...
Just before we do that, Gloria, we have a result to bring to your attention. Vancouver Point Grey, NDP leader David Eby wins Vancouver Point Grey. We knew this had the possibility of being a close race. Of course, David Eby unseating former BC Premier and BC Liberal leader Christy Clark in this same riding, but he will carry Vancouver Point Grey. You know he's going to be happy about that, but I'm sure David Eby watching the broader story right now for his party.
Right. Well, speaking of that, let's head to NDP headquarters here in Vancouver, where Katie DeRosa is standing by. Katie?
Well, it's a bit of nervous energy here, but certainly cheers as NDP candidates get elected or projected to be elected. Adrian Dix, Brenda Bailey, Christine Boyle. I'm here with Ravi Kahlon, who's from Delta North, housing minister. Housing was a big issue in this campaign. How do you think the NDP message landed?
Well, you know, people are always struggling with housing. We heard a lot on the doorstep. I mean, healthcare, housing, cost of living were the big issues that overwhelmingly were brought up on the doorstep. And, you know, I think people started to understand what we were trying to do, but they also understood that we have inflation, we have pressures with interest rates going up, and of course, almost 300,000 new people coming to British Columbia in the last 2 years. So it was positive, it was well received in my community, certainly, and we'll see how voters across British Columbia receive it a little later today.
I mean, the results are neck and neck. Does that worry you at all?
You know what? We were always expecting it to be neck and neck. I mean, anyone that's been following politics in BC knows that occasionally, maybe 1 or 2 elections, it hasn't been, but every other election has been very tight and very close, and that's what we're seeing play out today. Of course, I'm waiting for all the results to come, advance voting especially, but you know what? I'm proud of my colleagues that have been elected already or have been declared as winners, because I know they've been working really hard for their communities.
How does this campaign compare to others that you've run in?
Well, every campaign is different. The last campaign was in a pandemic, so we couldn't knock on doors. 2017, I was a newbie who didn't know any better. And so every campaign is unique. This one was unique in the sense that people are dealing with tough times, global inflation, the pressures they're facing on their daily lives. So it was a little bit different in that way, but people were also feeling hopeful. You know, I heard on the doorstep people like David. Every time I'd bring a leaflet to them, they'd look at my picture, they'd see the BC NDP logo, and they see David, and they'd point and say, I'm voting for him. And so, you know, that's what I'm hoping comes through at the end of the day today.
That was Ravi Kahlon from Delta North, and back to you.
Right, Katie, thank you very much. And you know, past elections, you would say 40 minutes after polls closed, still early days. Not early days with the tabulation system. 67% of those votes have already been cast, and you can see those numbers changing back and forth. If you're just tuning in on CBC Radio 1 or on Listen, 46 ridings the NDP are leading and elected in. The Conservatives, 45, and the Green Party, 2. And we know, Gloria, we've been talking about Richmond all throughout the election campaign. Battleground Richmond. Dan and Michelle have the latest there.
Now let's take you to Richmond now, and let's take a look at the vote share. First of all, here we are with the Conservatives with 50% of the vote there, the NDP at 40.6%. And let's look at the seat change and see where those changes have come. The Conservatives picking up 3 seats there. The NDP -2, losing 2 seats. And let's look at where some of that those pickups have happened and what else is in play in Richmond. Richmond, Bridgeport, we do have a projected elected candidate, and the Conservative candidate, Teresa Watt, projected elected in Richmond, Bridgeport.
Also in Richmond, 3 other ridings. Richmond Centre, Han Chan, former broadcaster for the Conservatives, leading by 2,000 votes over the incumbent New Democrat Henry Yao, 5,100 votes, 15 of 17 polls reporting. Richmond Queensborough, the Conservative Steve Cooner, leading by 734 votes over the incumbent NDP Aman Singh, 14 of 20 polls reporting. And the last slide, Richmond Steveston, Kelly Green, the incumbent New Democrat, leading by 73 votes over Michelle Molyneux of the Conservatives. Still tight.
Oh, my goodness. And when we're talking about 67% of the polls that Jason mentioned that we're dealing with right now, that's close to 1.6 million votes in the system right now. Stephen Quinn, over to you and to hear what the panel has to say about this.
Well, just an interesting story about a little inside information on what happened in that riding of Victoria Beacon Hill, rather, between Sonia Furstenau and Grace Lohr. And Mo, you were saying that a little bit of special effort went into that on the part of the NDP.
Yeah, I mean, as the campaign evolved and we see we're doing well in the other Victoria seats, we did put extra resources from those seats and moved them over to assist in that race. And we did it elsewhere in the province. We did it in some of the seats in Surrey as well. And so that's standard fare in terms of approach that we take. It obviously has paid off in that case. And hopefully, as the night progresses, we'll see it pay off in some of the other seats, particularly in Surrey.
And Pete Fry, Christine Boyle, making the jump from Vancouver City Council, is now projected elected. So she will go from being a councillor to an MLA by the looks of things.
And she worked hard for that, and I'm so proud of her because she's an amazing colleague and she'll do great in the legislature. Of course, I am
giving you any ideas over there.
Right now, I'm really more thinking about Sonia Furstenau and how disappointing it is. She's been a tremendous inspiration for the party, and you know, I think her performance in the debate really turned a lot of people and gave a lot of wind behind the sails for the BC Greens in this election. And there's going to be some thinking about how we move on without Sonia, that's for sure.
And looking at the share of the vote right now, you look at the independents and 2% for the independents, 1% for the non-affiliated. And Rachel, were you, I mean, how big a difference were you expecting those independents to make?
Me personally, I don't know that they would have made a huge difference. We haven't had elected independents in this province, and so a lot of our former BC United candidates are the ones that are those independents, and we've had more in this election than any before. It's a hard race when you're an independent. You don't have party apparatus behind you. Some of them, you know, were
some familiar names.
Exactly, and those are powerhouses in their ridings. Ultimately, I'm not sure what they will pull off tonight, but I just want to say I agree. It's a very big loss for our legislature to have Sonia Furstenau.
I wish I could bottle the nervous energy of all of you here tonight and sell it on the open market.
Who's nervous?
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
You can feel it radiating.
Yeah.
What would you possibly name that nervous energy?
I'm working on that. Back to the desk.
I think we're all feeling it. It's emanating throughout the building this evening.
Quite honestly, it's only going to continue. Have a look at the numbers right now. The NDP leading or elected in 47 ridings. By the by, that is majority territory. Conservatives in 44. The Greens in 2. The races here are incredibly close. Here is what we see right now. Wanda Fuqua, Malahat. We knew this was always going to be a close one with the redistribution of the boundaries. Look at that difference, 24 votes. The Conservative candidate is up by 24 votes in Wanda Fuqua, Malahat. Meanwhile, Surrey, a couple of ridings there. Surrey City Centre, Surrey Cloverdale, where the difference is under 55 votes in both of those. Looking at this board, Gloria, for anyone who ever says, hey, my vote doesn't matter, take a screenshot of that shot right there, because clearly it does matter. That is a number of ridings which, quite frankly, are determining not only who forms government, but with what strength as well.
Well, again, we've been talking since the outset about 47 being that magic number you just pointed out. That is within majority territory. 93 seats across the province. You need 47 to form a majority government. We just mentioned the Surrey-Cloverdale riding, and that's where CBC's Belle Puri is tonight. Belle.
Well, Gloria, you know, we've been calling it the race of the incumbents, and last look, we see Eleanor Sturckow well ahead. I have one of her volunteers with me, Will Hanks. You've been watching the TV screen, the CBC screen over there, and just neck and neck. What are you thinking when you look at those numbers?
Oh, I hope we win. That's what I can best, fed up with the old government, let's have a new one.
You were saying before, is it about this riding? What's the key here?
I really think it's the government as a whole. I like this riding. I hope it goes with Eleanor, but it is more important to form government as a Conservative government.
And what's the message that people might have been sending to government or to a new government?
Working out there on the street, I've been hearing much more support for change. I think any change. They're just not happy with where it's been and what it has been. And the Conservatives have come forward as the representatives of change.
And you were saying, you were out today right up to the last minute. You're still wet from being out there. Did the weather, do you think, have an impact on voter turnout?
I don't know. The weather, those who will vote will walk through 5 feet of snow. Those who won't vote, you couldn't get them out with dynamite. At the door, the hardest thing is the person who says, I don't want to vote. What do you do with them? We're a democracy. Get out and vote.
Right. Well, it's going to be a bit of a nail-biter for the next little while.
Not for this riding, I hope.
Thank you very much. That was Will Hanks, a volunteer, and we are at the Eleanor Sturckow's campaign office.
All right, Belle, thank you very much. In the last few minutes, we haven't seen a whole lot of change as we did at the beginning when the polls closed, but recent update here. NDP now leading or elected in 48 of those ridings. This is what the vote share looks like right across the province. Still so tight near the top there. The NDP right now obtaining 45% of the vote share. The Conservatives at 43.3%, and the Greens have been able to translate 8% of that vote share into 2 seats so far. We do know, though, that Sonia Furstenau has been defeated in Victoria Beacon Hill. Here's what the seat change looks like, and Gloria, this is about as close as it gets for the NDP. They can afford to lose 17 seats. Right now, they're trailing in 16 seats. And once again, if you're just tuning in, the Conservatives started at 0, of course, from the last election. So every seat they gain tonight, of course, starts from 0. So they're up 43, which is nothing to sneeze at all for a party that 4 years ago only had 2% of the vote share across the province.
It's crazy. And we've been talking a lot, Jason, as well, about how independents could factor into these races. Are they going to create that? That's just not materializing tonight. We have three-way races between the Conservatives, the NDP primarily, and the Greens.
Though one thing I will say is when we were looking at the vote share, and if our graphics team can bring that up again, especially when the margins are this close and the between the independents and the NA, which is non-affiliated, which in this case we've grouped together as others, 3.4%, you add that on to, say, the Conservatives, if that's coming away from former BC United members who are seeking that candidacy, I mean, there could be your difference as to who forms government.
You make a very good point. Let's get some more results now from Dan Burrett and Michelle Elliott.
Oh, what a race, Gloria and Jason. I'm watching our bar at the bottom of the screen, and it's one party in front of the other, and then back and forth, back and forth. Let's take you to ridings outside the Lower Mainland, where the numbers are still dynamic. The NDP really hoping to hold on there. And let's take you up to Bulkley Valley Stikine, and the Conservative candidate there, Sharon Hartwell, is leading over by 380 votes over the incumbent longtime politician Nathan Cullen for the NDP there. So the Conservatives leading in Bulkley Valley Stikine. In Boundary Similkameen, the Conservative candidate Donegal Wilson leading by more than 1,200 votes over the NDP incumbent Rolly Russell, 25 of 33 polls reporting.
And we keep going in Fraser-Nicola. Tony Luck for the Conservatives leading by 965 votes over Francine Joe with the NDP, 3,300 100 votes. 24 of 43 polls reporting. The next slide up, please. Drum roll. I'm going to unbutton my jacket because it's that exciting. And the numbers have changed again. Wanda Fuka Malahat, Marina Sapovniksov, leading for the Conservative, 164 votes over Dana Lajeunesse of the NDP, just over 3,000. Woo!
Do your
I might as well do one more.
more.
Surrey City Centre, Amna Shah for the NDP, almost 6,000 votes. Zishan Walla for the Conservatives. They're tied.
That's amazing.
18 of 20 polls reporting. Good time to recharge your beakers.
He will have his jacket off. He's already sweating from all the excitement.
There's good reason to stay with us, everybody. We're going to keep
There's
an
some
eye on
votes here as well. Let's jump in.
vote share.
Michelle, go ahead.
It's virtually tied right now in Surrey City Centre between the Conservatives and the NDP. That's really all I can say right now, right? 46% for each of them. So dead heat in Surrey City Centre.
It's amazing how many times those numbers have converged this evening. This is crazy, and we want to show you a closer look at some other races that are simply too close to call right now, separated by fewer than 100 seats. So we're going to bring that up for you right now. Surrey City Centre. Look at that. Another tie. Jason, look at those numbers. NDP, 5,910. Conservatives, 5,910. An absolute tie in Surrey City Centre. Surrey Cloverdale, they're only separated by 48 seats. The Conservatives are leading there. Kelowna Centre, NDP leading by 51. Richmond Steveston, NDP leading by 122. I said it was fewer than 100, but these are still very close races.
Absolutely.
In Courtney Comox, Wanda Fuka, Malahat, and Maple Ridge East. Very close.
Gloria, when I look at those numbers, especially in Surrey City Centre, you have to wonder how many would-be voters perhaps chose to not go out because of the weather situation. I know the atmospheric river hit parts of Surrey really difficultly as well. But there you go, folks. That is why this race is super close right now. So many ridings teetering back and forth. The NDP, though, currently leading or elected in 48 ridings. That could switch to 47 for the Conservatives if those close ridings go the other way. Let's check in on how Conservative supporters are feeling. Mira Baines is at their headquarters in Vancouver. Mira, what's the vibe like?
Well, this is a real nail-biter. Now, the mood here is very upbeat. People here are excited. There are a lot of cheers going up, but people are also slightly nervous. They're keeping their eyes on their television sets. And I'm joined by BC Conservative strategist Brad Zubik. And I mentioned to him earlier that I've noticed that there are lots and lots of younger people here in the crowd. And it's a Saturday night. So, Brad, can you tell me, what are they doing? Is this your strategy playing out?
Yeah, obviously young people is our strength. It's a fundamental paradigm shift, federally and provincially, where older voters support Liberals, they support New Democrats. Younger voters are excited about Conservatives. They're the ones being impacted by the high rent prices, the crime, these economic insecurity. Young people are the ones being impacted by quite frankly, these failed policies.
We were talking about campaign strategy earlier. Now, what was the BC Conservatives' campaign strategy compared to the BC NDP? You were mentioning that you may not have some of the campaign infrastructure and the ground game, but you did have something else.
Well, we had momentum. I mean, we had a desire for change that really played into our message. We had David Eby, quite frankly, with very few accomplishments to sell. We wanted to highlight those, and we wanted to highlight we had real solutions or positive solutions.
Yeah, and one of the focuses that you had mentioned was a focus on digital and social platforms.
Yeah. Well, that's what young people listen to. That's what our voters listen to. We didn't ignore, obviously, the mainstream traditional media, but we really went after those young voters because those are the ones that are demanding change. Life is not working for them. They're the ones moving to Alberta, leaving the province. We want to keep them home. We want to give them hope. We want to give them a prosperous future. So that was our focus this campaign.
And one thing I wanted to ask you about was the sign that Chip Wilson had outside his home. Now, outside his $80 million home, a sign basically calling the BC NDP communist. Do you think that helped or hurt your campaign?
I think it was probably irrelevant. I mean, I kept looking for it, but my phone, I couldn't get it blown up enough to read it. Listen, I mean, honestly, these are frivolous issues in a society with an overdose tragedy, in a province with rising violent crime, in a province with economic issues.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Brad. That's Brad Zubik, campaign strategist with the BC Conservatives.
All right, Mira Baines, thank you very much. Our Mira Baines reporting from Conservative headquarters in Vancouver today. I want to show you a map of what it looks like across the province right now. Gloria, you can see there's a lot of blue. Of course, the caveat being people vote. Geography does not. Each riding, despite its size, is worth the same amount. But you can see the north of the province a wash away of blue. So much of the interior as well. There's a pocket, a small stronghold of orange we're seeing right there. Coastal, though, I mean, when you look at this map, you just see the ideological division of the province so far right now. Coastal areas turning towards the NDP, but so much of the interior and north of BC right now, Conservative. This is what it looks like when we zero in on the southern interior. The outskirts, all blue, but it is a handful of ridings there in Kelowna that the NDP are currently holding. Let's throw it now back to Michelle and Dan for a closer look at those races.
Thank you, Jason. You're absolutely right. When you look at that map, a lot of blue in that southern interior, except for that one little orange spot, and that's Kelowna Centre. Right now, the NDP candidate, Loyal Wooldridge, is leading just 49 votes ahead of the Conservative candidate there, Christina Lowen, 20 of 22 polls reporting there. In Kelowna Mission, there is a projected elected candidate. The Conservative candidate, Gavin Dew, longtime Liberal operative, ran for the BC Liberal leadership, and he is now projected elected in that riding. At Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream, the Conservative candidate there, Tara Armstrong, projected elected in Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream.
Let's zip you over to Kamloops now. Kamloops Centre, Peter Millibar for the Conservatives, former BC United, projected elected. He was the incumbent, just over 1,900 votes over the NDP's Kamal Grewal, 20 of 23 polls reporting. Let's zip over to Kamloops North Thompson. Ward Stamer, projected elected, almost more than 6,000 votes over the NDP's Maddie Glenn, 32 of 41 polls reporting. And one more for good measure, Fraser Nicola, Tony Luck leading by almost 1,000 votes over the NDP's Francine Joe, 24 of 43 polls reporting. It continues.
It certainly does. Dan, Michelle, thank you very much. We have 78.1% polls reporting right now. Those are the results that are reflected on the bottom of your screen right now, where the NDP is leading in 48 ridings, Conservatives 43, and the Greens in 2 right now. Michelle mentioned Kelowna. We have our CBC reporter Chris Walker in Kelowna with Gavin Dew right now. Chris?
Gavin Dew, Kelowna Mission, just declared elected in this riding. How are you feeling?
Feeling really, really good about what's happened in our riding. Obviously, we're still watching really closely to see what happens in our neighboring ridings and across the province.
So far, some close races. Kelowna Centre still close. How do you like your chances moving around the region?
I think, Kelowna Centre is definitely going to be the biggest race in Kelowna. Obviously, with the independent vote split, that seems to have left things really, really close. So I'm hopeful that we're going to get across the line there in Kelowna Centre. And then I'll be watching to see how things shake out down in Penticton and Vernon. I haven't seen those immediate numbers yet, but I want to see how those shake out as well. Those are key ridings for us.
This, of course, BC United's stronghold for years and years and years. Before that, Socred's stronghold for years and years and years. What are your priorities for the region when you get to Victoria?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to make sure that we first consolidate our party. It's going to be important that we make sure we get everyone working together, we get everyone trained up, we get everyone prepared to go, so we're able to be really, really effective, either as an opposition or, God willing, we're going to pull it across the line and form a government. And that's then going to allow us to make sure we have a team that's really, really strong and that's really, really able to push for the priorities here and across the province.
Big night for you and your team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
All right, that's Chris Walker in Kelowna. major update to bring to your attention on one of the ridings to watch for, the races to watch for, the battle of the incumbents. This is Surrey, Cloverdale, two incumbents from the NDP. You have Mike Starchuk, and of course from the BC Conservatives, you have Eleanor Sturco. It's a close race, in part, Gloria, because we don't have votes.
Yeah.
We don't have votes. The votes you're seeing right now, I mean, you can see there's fewer than 1,000 votes in the system. These are out of district votes. What we're being told, you're not going to believe this, folks, what we're being told is that the reason we aren't getting the tabulated votes in right now is because someone forgot a password.
Oh, no. You're having one of those. I thought you were going to say it was something weather related. This is a password issue.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a two-step verification situation. I don't know. I mean, I know that's a big part of security these days, but that is stunning to be sure. We're going to continue to watch that storyline.
Elections BC say they're working on the problem right now.
Unbelievable.
Bypass that.
And it's one of the reasons, of course, why we can't make a decision on this race, of course, with these so many ridings within 100 to 200 votes. And as I say, that is one of the races to watch for of the evening, the battle of incumbents, and we just don't have the votes. Maybe it was their birthday, maybe not. I don't know what the password is, but we're going to continue to watch that situation. I want to go back to our political watchers panel right now. Ginger Gosnell-Myers, I know you've been watching the impact and the results of Indigenous candidates. Can you bring us up to speed on that front?
Yes. It's always been a concern at how few Indigenous candidates we have in our political elections. And what we've seen is that we have 3 Indigenous candidates who are being elected. It's really positive to see. So we have Tamara Davidson, who is a Haida leader, who is in the lead on North Coast Haida Gwaii right now. She's well known in the North Coast. She's elected Haida Council member. Of course, we have Joan Phillip, who is Tsleil-Waututh matriarch, running in Vancouver Strathcona. Of course, this used to be Melanie Mark's riding, and Melanie Mark, of course, was such a groundbreaking trailblazer for Indigenous peoples and Indigenous women in BC politics. And we have another newcomer, Alia Warbus, who is Stalo, and she is in the lead in Chilliwack Cultus Lake. And Alia is also very well known to her community. She's the daughter of well-known Judge Stephen Point. And of course, you know, it's fantastic to see some diversity within the BC Conservative Party as well. We know that she will bring a strong voice to the legislature.
All right, Ginger, thank you so much. And of course, we're going to be hearing from all of our political watchers throughout the evening. Right now, we're going to send it to Stephen Quinn with our Political Insider panel.
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. And Mo, I'm just going over this, and I'm wondering how close we are to a call. How close do you think we are to a call?
Oh, we're a long ways away from a call.
You still?
Yeah.
Because of all of the number of tight races?
There's too many tight races, you know, and there's some strange ones, too, like Wandafuka Malahad.
Yeah.
You know, where a seat that we should win. And I like to think there's going to be a comeback there, but and then there's just too many races. For example, the Comox seat, which I think is about 100 votes across between the two parties, and of course the Kelowna seat, where we're ahead by about 100 votes. So you know, it's strange. With 80% of the vote in, you would normally detect a trend. We aren't seeing a trend sufficient to be able to make a call.
All right, and we'll get back to both of you in just a moment. Back to the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. Well, the words you need to remember tonight, folks: too close to call.
Yes. Let's take a look at some of those races right now. Surrey City Centre, the difference between the Conservative and the NDP right now, 8 votes. 8 votes. You were making the case a little bit earlier, Jason, about the importance of getting out there to vote. Yeah. Races like this certainly demonstrate that. Kelowna Centre, NDP leading the Conservatives by only 34 votes. Very close in Surrey. Cloverdale, as we were just pointing out, the difference is 79 votes. It looks as if they're getting a few more votes in there. Do you think they've solved the
Someone remembered their password, perhaps?
I'm not sure. Surrey Guildford is another one of those too close to call, as is Courtney Comox.
Here is what we're seeing right now. The NDP leading or elected in 46 ridings. The Conservatives only trailing by 1 riding right now. They are sitting at 45. You got to think if that holds up, the Greens are going to be particularly happy with that. They are leading right now in 2 ridings, despite the fact that Sonia Furstenau has been defeated in Victoria Beacon Hill. Speaking of Victoria Beacon Hill, this is what it looks like on Vancouver Island. All 3 colors represented right now. We can see what's really interesting here is, well, really across the island has traditionally been an NDP stronghold. You see pockets of blue, though. The North Island, I believe that is that Esquimalt Colwood right now, that may be showing blue right there. And of course, North Saanich and the Islands, Adam Olsen's previous seat, Rob Botterill right now there. Of course, strong green presence with Elizabeth May representing that riding nationally as well. I know she was door knocking as part of her provincial colleagues, but yeah, that's what it looks like right now across Vancouver Island. Let's take a closer look at some of those races with our results desk. Dan and Michelle.
Yes, Jason, and as you said, all 3 colors on Vancouver Island, a lot of heavy campaigning on the island by the 3 leaders. Let's take a look at the share of the vote on Vancouver Island. Right now, the NDP with 44.6% of the vote, but yes, it is close. The Conservatives with 38.8%. The Greens here with a presence of 13.6% of the vote. And for sea change, this is going to be interesting. We look at the NDP with -3, losing 3 right now, or not leading in 3, behind in 3, and the Conservatives leading in 3 ridings on Vancouver Island. They were hoping to make inroads there. And in Courtney Comox, the Conservative candidate Brennan Day is leading with 198 votes over the NDP incumbent Ronna Ray Leonard there. 23 of 25 polls reporting now. And to Wanda Fuka-Malahat, the Conservative candidate Marina Sapochnikov is leading by 322 votes over the NDP candidate Dana Lajeunesse. 20 of 24 polls reporting. And another on the island as well, more blue, North Island, Anna Kindy, a physician there running for the Conservatives, leading by 354 votes over the NDP incumbent Michelle Babcock. And one more at the Cowichan Valley, and this is Sonia Furstenau's old riding, and the NDP candidate Deborah Toporowski is leading by 1,000 votes over the Conservative candidate John Curry. Dan?
Let's stay overseas on Vancouver Island. Ladysmith Oceanside, we are projecting elect the NDP's Stephanie Higginson with an almost 2,000 vote victory over the Conservative Brent Feed. Mid-Island Pacific Rim, Josie Osborne, the incumbent and energy minister, projected elected with 2,400 votes, lead over Adam Hayduck of the Conservatives. Nanaimo Lanцeville, local councillor George Anderson projected elected with an almost 3,000 vote lead over Gwen O'Mahony, the former MLA in Chilliwack. And one more for you, Nanaimo Gabriola Island, Sheila Malcolmson, the incumbent and and cabinet minister, 4,200 vote lead over Dale Parker.
Well, I'm really glad that you left off there with Sheila Malcolmson. Thanks very much to Dan and to Michelle. We are going to take you to Nanaimo right now. Sheila Malcolmson joins us. Good evening to you. Do you have any fingernails left after this, the races that we've seen so far this evening?
They're orange. They're intact. No bitten nails.
So you are projected elected in your riding. How are you feeling about the way the evening is unfolding?
I'm so relieved. I'm so grateful to the voters and volunteers that made this possible, and this room is really buzzing. Both of our campaigns, me and George Anderson, shared an office, and now we're sharing a watch party, and it's noisy in here.
Well, it's noisy in there. We keep, even as we're having this discussion, we're watching the numbers jump around. As we're speaking, the Conservatives are now ahead, leading in 46, the NDP in 45. What do you think is the key to the results right now?
We're focused so locally, so I can really only talk about Nanaimo Gabriola, but we worked really hard from the very beginning. We got our lawn signs up early all summer long. We knocked on doors and talked with people about the really challenging problems that we've been working on, whether it's crowded classrooms, crowded hospitals, not enough healthcare workers, not enough affordable housing, all things we've been working on since 2017. But obviously, we all feel the need to do more, and that was our offer. And with partnership, we're going to be able to carry on that work.
Sheila Malcolmson,
that's I think how we got to this day.
We appreciate your time, and congratulations again on projected elected in Nanaimo.
We're going to send it now to Victoria, where Green leader Sonia Furstenau is about to address her supporters. You have to think a disappointing night for the BC leader.
Well, it's not just my voice I lost tonight. It has been such an honor to be an MLA. It's not the outcome that we'd hoped for in Victoria Beacon Hill tonight, but I'm so proud of the campaign that we ran. We knew we were up against a steep hill. We were trying something bold and new, but the challenge was a little more than we could do. I'm so heartened by the support that we got. I'm so heartened. We knocked on 14,000 doors. We attended every debate. We put forward a vision for this province and for this riding that I was very excited about. A vision centered on the well-being of people and communities, on nature, and on our public institutions. I want to start by thanking the best campaign manager I've ever had, Kadani Pitt Chambers. Kadani had an incredibly challenging task to run a campaign where the candidate was almost never there. They have been phenomenal, strategic, ambitious, hardworking, and built a team that really was community building at its very best. Kadani, thank you so much. The extraordinary team at the Fort Street office were just incredible, really. It was always such a joy to walk into the Fort Street office and to really experience the happiness and joy and love that was building. Darius was always at the door. Ronnie and Peter and Beatrice leading the way. It has been the kind of campaign that I am so proud of. So it does appear that the Greens are still going to play a pretty pivotal role in the BC legislature. It's a strange time in politics when during an atmospheric river, people come out and vote for a party that's denying the reality of climate change. But hey, this is where we're at. I am so excited for Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill. This is incredible. This is a passing of the torch, and I am going to be there to mentor and guide and lead in any way that I can. There's so many thank yous to give, and it's so important to me to thank everybody. We do not get here alone. We are never alone. We're as the representatives and the elected people, there's always a team behind us. But first and foremost, to everybody who volunteered, who donated, who came and showed up, who gave us your support, thank you so much. None of this happens without you. To Maureen Balsillie, Adam Olson, and Molly McKay, the 3 people that led this campaign. A huge thank you to all 3 of you. Adam, I don't know where you are. To the party staff, Ripon, Kylie, Billy, Alex, Viet, Kurt, Andrew, Ting, Seganet, Julie, Shane, Shelby, Stefan, Julia, Shar, Amo, Cher, Meredith, and Sky. You're a phenomenal team, and you made it all fun. We landed at Joy, which is where we were supposed to be the whole time. Thank you. To my constituency staff in Cowichan Valley, Teresa, Julie, Laura, Trisha, Aaron and Mariana, Cole, and Maeve. That office was a place of service. We did such good work. We made so many incredible things happen in Cowichan Valley. I'm so proud to have been part of your team, so proud to have worked with you on behalf of the people of Cowichan for 7 years. Thank you. We call the caucus, we've called the caucus the Kick-Ass Women and Adam. The caucus team, Jojo, Laura, Emily, Rose, Katie. I love you so much. We were an oasis in that legislature. We always had joy. We'd come back to the little caucus room amidst all of this nonsense happening in that legislature, and we always had joy every time. Thank you for everything you've done for BC and for the Greens. Your work is going to continue. There's so much more work to do. To Adam, where are you, Adam? I can't see you. Adam. Adam, I love you so. You're my brother, my colleague, my friend. We've been through a lot in the last 7 years. I couldn't have done it without you. You've made me a better person. Adam and I are both going to enjoy very much spending time with our families who we miss. And I'm going to enjoy spending time with my new grandchild who's arriving in a month. And speaking of families, family is the most important thing to me. And if you could come up, my husband plays. Where are you, Blaze? Peter, Eleanor, Nicholas, Charlotte, Mark, Julie, Marita, Brennan, Mom.
There is an emotional Sonia Furstenau speaking to Green Party supporters at the Green headquarters in Victoria. Clearly emotional, giving her concession speech. Of course, she made a political risk deciding to leave the Cowichan Valley, knowing that the boundaries were changed as well. She did cite family when speaking to the media afterwards as to wanting to be closer to family in Victoria. She mentioned a grandchild on the way. We knew it was a political risk, though, for her to come against what is an NDP stronghold. You do have to wonder how BC Green supporters are feeling, though. A bittersweet night to see Sonia Furstenau lose that riding and yet as the race stands right now, holding the balance of power. We'll show you why that is. Two ridings that you might not actually have associated with the BC Greens to start things off today. We'll take a look at the percent overall so far right now. 8.3%. A lot of negative integers on that board there, but of course, the two ridings that matter right now that allow the BC Greens to hold the balance of power. Here is the first one. West Vancouver Sea to Sky, Jeremy Valeriot. This was a nail-biter 4 years ago. And of course, third time's a charm for Jeremy Valeriot. We're not able to call this race yet. By the way, there's still, you can see, only a lead of 588 votes that he's leading with.
He lost by 60 votes last election to Jordan Sturdy.
And quite honestly, you have to wonder what's going through his mind because, again, as I say, this vote very much still active against the Conservatives, Yuri Fulmore. Meanwhile, if we look at the other result, this is Rob Botterill. We saw Adam Olsen on stage with Sonia Furstenau a moment ago. Of course, that is the riding of Adam Olsen, who decided not to run against Saanich North and the Islands. A bit of a healthier lead here for Rob Botterill over the NDP's Sarah Riddle. 1,204 votes. And last thought I'll make right now about the Greens so far, I know we're getting a reaction from our panel, is if either of those candidates carry their seats, do they de facto have to be one of the new leaders of the Green Party? We heard Sonia Furstenau say she's happy to pass the torch. So that is also one of the factors we'll have to watch later tonight as well.
Okay, and look at these races that we're watching that are simply too close to call. Surrey City Centre right now, only 12 votes separate the Conservatives from the NDP. Kelowna Centre is another, 29 votes separating Conservatives and NDP. Wandifeuca Malahat, 115 votes. Surrey Guildford, 121. And Columbia River Revelstoke, 155. If those tight races continue into the evening, just a reminder that if there are fewer than 100 votes that separate the two parties, that is an automatic recount.
And it's such a close vote difference, of course, but we should also tell you that 84% of polls are now reporting. So yes, super close. Those could switch and that could change the entire game. But as we tick closer and closer to that 100% mark, those results coming closer and closer to a reality as well. Let's take a closer look at some of the ridings to watch for. Dan and Michelle, bring us up to speed, please.
Let's look to the Tri-Cities. What did Miss Piggy say? Well, you wanted excitement. You've got it tonight. Coquitlam Burke-Mountain, Jody Wickens, the incumbent, leading by 309 votes for the NDP over Stephen Froelich, 10,103 votes, 17 of 19 polls reporting. This is close. And Coquitlam-Millardville, Jennifer Blatherwick, projected elected with a 2,600 vote lead over Hamid Najafi of the Conservatives.
My kids would appreciate that Miss Piggy reference. Let's head to Port Moody, Burquitlam. And the NDP candidate, Rick Glumac, was fighting for a third term. It looks like he's going back. He is projected elected in Port Moody, Burquitlam. And in Port Coquitlam, the NDP candidate, veteran politician and MLA Mike Farnworth is projected elected there. Port Coquitlam, and 22 of 24 polls reporting. And Mike Farnworth looks like he's going back to the legislature.
All right, still so much to watch for, of course. I'll bring you up to speed right now. The Conservatives currently leading or elected in 46 ridings. The NDP right now in 45, and the Greens holding that all-important balance of power right now with 2 ridings.
It has been going back and forth all evening. This is a true nail-biter. Let's take you to Conservative headquarters now at the Rocky Mountaineer Station, where Mira Baines is standing by. Mira?
I don't know about you, but I'm getting 2017 vibes, and I'm also joined by a guest, the former mayor of Vancouver and former MLA, a former BC Liberal MLA for what was called Vancouver Falls Creek. Now the riding is called Vancouver Yaletown. And so Sam Sullivan joins me here at BC Conservative election night headquarters. So Sam, are you getting the same sorts of feelings that this might be playing out like 2017 did, that election?
Oh, yeah, I have to keep jump-starting my heart. It's just back and forth, and it is very eerie recollections of 2017 and how close that was.
You were with the BC Liberals at the time, and now here you are at the BC Conservatives. Could you have imagined this, and what made you join the BC Conservatives here?
Well, I'm a big fan of John Rustad. I worked with him as a caucus member, and he was always so good at standing up for what he believes in, but also being strategic. And so I've always admired that, and right through the whole campaign, he's really stayed true to himself and also was very strategic about how he did it. So, big fan.
Okay, and tonight I told you that basically you're my neighbor and we both live in the riding of Vancouver Yaletown. What has been a big issue for you that really attracted you for the BC Conservatives in our riding?
Well, we have a real serious issue with the drugs and the public disorder, and you know, I have friends and people that I love who are having a hard time just walking on certain streets and having to look out before they walk down a certain street. So it's no way to live in a wonderful place like British Columbia, and so definitely need to do something.
Hey, do you think they're going to do it tonight?
I'm going to accept whatever it is, but I'm hoping for the best. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam. Back to the studio.
Mira Baines, thank you very much for that. What we want to do now is take you into the riding of Surrey Cloverdale. We were talking about very tight races. Well, it looks as if the floodgates have opened. Yes. And I'm not talking atmospheric river floodgates. I'm talking about finally somebody found the password to at Elections BC to allow us to see those votes because they were trickling in earlier on. Eleanor Sturko, this is the battle of the incumbents. Eleanor Sturko of the Conservatives against Mike Starchuk of the NDP. And Eleanor has a lead of 473 votes right now, with Pat McCutcheon of the Greens behind at 1,000 votes.
All right, Gloria, thank you very much. Let's turn back to our political watchers panel now. Mo, Amira, I'd love to start with you. We just watched a very emotional concession speech by Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, what a great run she had in the BC legislature. But I would add that she had a really tough run in the BC legislature. You have to remember, a week after she became leader of the BC Greens, the BC NDP called a snap election in 2020. And suddenly she went from holding the balance of power to now becoming leader, and no one in the BC NDP caucus, who she was working with in her first term, actually wanted to talk to her anymore. So I think she had a really tough go in the BC legislature. I would say that it's going to be really interesting to see where the Greens go from here, because they may be in a situation where, yes, they've lost Adam Olsen and Sonia Furstenau, but they still have 2 seats in the BC legislature without a leader. And while Sonia was very strong in being a progressive voice on a lot of issues where I think progressives were underrepresented, issues like harm reduction and safe supply, even climate change action. Under her leadership, the BC Greens were not good in terms of an organized party. We've seen how many candidates they actually ran in this election. They did not run anywhere close to a full slate, and that's been something that's really hampered them, certainly in this last term. And so hopefully they can find leadership, a new board, to be able to move forward and become a much more dominant party.
Shachi, of course, we operate under a first-past-the-post voting system, which means you don't necessarily have to have the majority of votes to ultimately form government, which very well might be the case for the Conservatives right now. We're seeing they have 43% of the vote share. What do you make of that?
Yeah, stranger things have happened. Like, they actually have happened in BC politics. We've seen, I think, what was it, 1996, we saw this result and the same dynamics play out. But this one is going to be interesting because as it stands right now in terms of percentage of popular vote, the Conservatives are off by about a point behind the NDP, but they are leading by a seat. Now, I expect, first of all, like, send Rockstar, send caffeine, send Red Bull, because I think we're going to be in for a long night. Give me the Haribo's ginger. I might need a sugar hit. But beyond that, I think if we continue to see this seesaw back and forth, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that the Conservatives get to a magic 47 and still finish second to the NDP in terms of popular vote. That's what I'm watching right now.
Okay, by proportional representation, how would you rank those snacks in front of you there? Where does Lay's Where does Lay's fit into this?
So there's a sociological study that says you save the things you want for last, and you'll notice that I have not touched the Lay's yet. The sweets are open, the salty is
That's not my strategy. That's why all the gummies are basically gone at this point.
Over here.
Kept far away from me.
The gummy game going there, I see that. Janet, let me ask you as well. I think there was a real belief that we could see independents playing a major role tonight. Of course, no gray on that board, no independents winning any of the ridings. Does that surprise you?
I would like to think it was surprising, but I'm actually not, because we are seeing such an overwhelming amount of Conservatives turning out in this election. And the independents really aren't making a dent in any of the ridings where we might have seen some rise to the top and make it through to the finish line. I think it was really difficult for them to put down their campaigns because of how prepared they were to run under the BC United banner. And of course, it's heartbreaking for all of them who really don't have that opportunity now.
I will say that Kevin Acton looks to be playing spoiler in Vernon Lundby. So, you know, that might be the only riding where I've seen an independent actually have an impact.
No, that's a great point. And of course, in a race this close, every vote matters in some of those ridings. Gloria, I should also point out our snack game
Very low.
poor compared to our political.
Do you need help? Should we send help?
You're not that far from us. Just chuck us a few.
I can walk it over.
I think we're okay. Dan Burritt and Michelle Elliott are standing by. They've got more results. No snacks, but you've got some results.
That's right. So if you want to share, Shachi, we're happy to take it. Look, if you look at the bar at the bottom of your screen, 46 for the NDP, 45 for the Conservatives. So as you said, Jason, if you didn't think your vote mattered. So let's take a look at how they could get to that 47, that magic number 47. Some of the ridings right now that are so tight, they're too close to call at this point. Some of these just under 200 votes in between. In Wanda Fuka-Malahat, the NDP candidate Dana Lajeunesse is leading by 118 votes right now over Marina Sapochnikov, the Conservative candidate there. Just over 110 votes is the difference there. In Columbia River Revelstoke, the Conservative candidate Scott McInnes leading by 242 votes now over the NDP candidate Andrea Dunlop. Again, we're looking at where they could go, where are the ridings where they could try to hit that 47 number. In Courtney Comox over on the island, the Conservative candidate Brennan Day leading by just over 200 votes over the NDP incumbent Rona Ray Leonard.
Let's keep the train rolling. Surrey City Centre Amna Shah with a 13-vote lead over Zisha Anwala of the Conservatives. 18 of 20 polls reporting, coming down to the nitty-gritty there. Surrey Guildford, Hanveer Singh Randhawa with a 113-vote lead for the Conservatives over incumbent Gary Begg. 17 of 19 polls reporting. And one more for you. Kelowna Centre, Christina Lowen with a 52-vote lead over Loyal Wooldridge. 20 of 22 polls reporting.
And this is flipped throughout the night, too. We've been
Correct.
watching that.
Wow, incredible stuff. I mean, for political watchers, this is the Super Bowl. This is the Grey Cup. Let's keep it candid.
It's the Grey Cup.
And it's a tie game going into the fourth quarter. Imagine if you are at any of those headquarters for the supporters watching this with bated breath. Well, we'll take you to one of those spots right now. Our Katie DeRosa is live now at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver.
So it's a nervous energy here. People have drinks. People are wearing orange. I think people are feeling hopeful, but no victory yet. One person who is celebrating a victory is Spencer Sander Herbert. He's the MLA for Vancouver West End who's been re-elected. Spencer, what are you feeling tonight with the results so close?
You know, it's too close to call, but I'm feeling great with the campaign we put in Vancouver. Great support, great results, and I just really want to thank everybody who showed up, who made their voice heard and made a difference, whether it's for renters or for, you know, folks who care about the climate, who care about the arts, who care about a community that works for everybody. That's what we're trying to build in Vancouver West End and in Vancouver, and I guess we'll see what the results hold, because I'll be there fighting for everybody.
Do you think we'll see recounts with some of the seats so close?
I think, you know, when you look at it, it's too close to call, and I think I remember back to 2017 where we really didn't know. For a week, 2 weeks, and then we figured out who the government was. But it may come to that. I certainly feel great about everyone who put in the effort, gave their best, and I guess we'll see. You know, and the voters are always right, and I look forward to seeing what they tell us.
Anything you would have done differently in this campaign? Or EB said he left it all on the table. Do you feel like the
party?
party?
I think that's the thing. You give it your best. You talk to people as best you can. You share what you're doing for them, and you listen to them, and you try your best on their behalf. And in the end, they decide. And I respect the voters. I respect our people in BC, and I love this province. And I think regardless of if you voted Conservative or NDP or Green or Independent, we have an obligation to work for you, regardless of who forms government. We've got to have your back, and that's something that I always give. It's about the people first, the party label second, although, of course, I support the NDP.
There you have Spencer Shander-Herbert, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Katie DeRosa at NDP headquarters in Vancouver tonight. And we've been talking about the number of areas that are battleground zones for this election. And one of them is Richmond. Let's take you there now with Karen Larson. Karen?
Yeah, thanks, Gloria. I am here at the Richmond Sheraton Airport Hotel. It is a happy room. In Richmond, 3 of the 4 seats look like they are going to the Conservatives, and one for sure, Richmond Bridgeport re-elected MLA Teresa Watt. Teresa, a resounding victory for you in Richmond Bridgeport. How did you do it?
Actually, every election I just work hard, and I've been quite, I would say, that quite popular among my constituents because they all know that I joined this, I don't call it a career, it's my mission. Because I'm an immigrant, even though I've been here for 35 years, many of the people here are even younger than the 35 years. But I feel that I want to raise the status of immigrants and want to encourage them to get more involved in politics. I think once we emigrate to a new country, we should try to get more involved and not to be separated from the so-called mainstream community. That's why 12 years ago, when Christy Clark, through somebody asked me to run for politics, I right away say yes, because my ideology aligned with the BC Liberal, and then later on BC United. Yeah.
Look, I have to ask you, as someone who crossed the floor from BC United to the BC Conservatives, if the Conservatives are able to form government, are you expecting a cabinet position?
I think always any cabinet decision is really up to the leader, the premier. None of us should have any say into that. It's really up to our leader to decide who is in the cabinet. Yeah.
What part of the Conservative message resonated with the citizens of Richmond this time around?
Especially, my riding has about 70% Asian immigrants. I find that the drug policy resonates with many of them. You have to understand the culture of the Chinese Canadian, because the Opium War, back in the old days, when Britain attacked China, there came an Opium War, and that's why Chinese Canadians are very scared of the negative impact of the drugs on their children. And because of the quite a number of people are smoking drugs in Richmond, and that's why this one really resonates well. Another one is the healthcare and also the economy. My riding comprises the downtown of Richmond, and many small businesses are having trouble. Yeah.
Congratulations to you again, Teresa.
Yeah, thank you.
Gloria, Jason, back to you.
Karen, thank you very much. And let's catch you up to speed right now with where we're at. The NDP currently leading or elected in 46 ridings, the Conservatives in 45, and the Greens in 2. This is what the map looks like if you're joining us through our visual platforms right now. And if you're tuned into Radio 1, let me tell you, a lot of blue in the north of the province.
There's a whole lot of blue.
A lot of blue as well in the interior, but it is coastal communities that are holding it down for the NDP. That's going to be an interesting talking point for us going forward to look at the ideological difference as it splits geographically in British Columbia. We just heard from Richmond riding, of course, one of the battlegrounds to watch for. The other, Gloria, in the Lower Mainland, Surrey, of course. Let me show you what it looks like in Surrey, this map of Surrey, of how so many ridings there have been closely contested so far. You can just see as we zoom in, the outskirts dominated by a lot of Conservatives, the MDP holding a handful of seats in those ridings. We'll take you now to Mira Baines, who is joining us from Conservative headquarters.
A lot of people here on pins and needles. And like you mentioned, there are a lot of ridings in Surrey up for grabs. There's 10. And many analysts have said that the path to victory in this election is by really seizing on some of those voter opportunities in Surrey. And I'm joined here by former Surrey Mayor Linda Hepner, who came out of retirement to run in Surrey Serpentine River. Hi, Linda. Thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
So, Linda, a big question I had was, why did you come out of retirement to run for the BC Conservative?
Because I think that we need change in this province. And I'm so excited to see where we are, and we're heading, hopefully, to a victory tonight.
And you're leading in this poll for Surrey Serpentine River. And I'm wondering, what made the difference? What do you think made the difference in that riding? This is a new riding that was carved after a review of the electoral boundaries.
Well, what I was hearing at the doors most of the time was they wanted change. Pure and simple, didn't like what they saw happening on the streets, didn't like the fact that the affordability factor was kicking in. They couldn't see their way clear to buying houses or to having food even on the table. So affordability and addictions, I would say, were the primaries.
Now, some folks have made a lot out of the BC Conservatives using the Conservative Party name on the ballot, causing confusion amongst voters who might have mixed up the BC Conservative Party with the federal Conservatives when they were voting. Do you think that had something to do with how well we're seeing the Conservatives perform tonight?
No, I think that was a pig in a poke. I think that was something that the opposition used because they were grasping and a little bit nervous about where they were in terms of their polling.
Now, how do you feel about going to Victoria? Will you be looking for a cabinet post? You're somebody with political experience, and you're running for a party that had a lot of political newbies.
A lot of newbies. Actually, I'm just there to serve in whatever capacity that turns out to be. I hope to make a difference, especially for my riding and for the Surrey residents.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining me, Linda. Back to the studio.
Thanks very much, Mira. It's so interesting to hear from Linda Hepner because I wanted change, and clearly a large number of British Columbians agree with her for that call for change. Take a look again at where the standings are right now. We haven't had a lot of movement in the last little while. The NDP leading in 46 ridings across the province. The Conservatives very, very close behind at 45, and the Greens at 2. And can we just acknowledge this point of the evening? This is already a historic night.
Absolutely.
Conservatives are on the board. You showed the map a short time ago, and the sea of blue across the province right now. It is astounding. Yeah. It is historic, and it's going to be a very interesting makeup in the legislature next session.
Absolutely, Gloria. Let's not forget, 4 years ago, the Conservative Party garnered 2% of the vote across the province, translating into 0 seats, and right now they are leading or elected in 45 of them. An amazing night for them, you have to say, based on that trajectory over just 4 years. Let's take a closer look at some of the ridings at play still. Dan Burt, Michelle Elliott.
Let's go to Burnaby, beautiful Burnaby. And this is where the NDP is leaning into seats that they normally would win. So in Burnaby, New Westminster, the NDP vote share is at 55%, the Conservatives trailing at 38.6%, Greens at 4.5%, and unaffiliated or other at 1.8. We also have, I don't know if we have seat change or if we have a result. Let's see what comes up. Riding result, Burnaby South Metrotown. We're projecting elected the NDP's Paul Choi with a 1,100 vote win over Han Lee, the Conservative, 16 of 18 polls reporting. Also, another riding, Burnaby East, Rhea Aurora, projected elected 2,000 vote victory over Simon Chandler of the Conservatives, 17 of 19 polls reporting. And Burnaby North, the incumbent Janet Routledge, projected elected with a 1,300 vote lead over the Conservative Michael Wu.
And more of those Burnaby area seats that the NDP have felt a little bit safe in, and so they're relying on that for these numbers. Burnaby Centre, Ann Kang, the NDP candidate there, is projected elected. And we have a couple more for you here, more orange in that area. Burnaby New Westminster, NDP candidate, the incumbent, Raj Chauhan, is projected elected there. And in New Westminster, Coquitlam, the NDP candidate, the former mental health minister, Jennifer Whiteside, is projected elected in New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thanks very much to Michelle and Dan. Let's take you back to NDP headquarters right now, where Katie DeRosa is standing by with Adrian Dix.
Yeah, so healthcare was a huge issue in this election. We saw the NDP promise a new hospital tower in Nanaimo. The Conservatives promised a new children's hospital in Surrey. So I want to ask the Health Minister, Adrian Dix, re-elected in Vancouver, Renfrew. But how do you feel the NDP got its message across on healthcare, considering that was such a big issue for people?
It was one of the big issues in the election, there's no question. And I think people appreciated that we had the best performance of any jurisdiction in the pandemic. There have been real challenges. We've added 550,000 people to our province on MSP in the last 3 years, and there have been some challenges. On the other hand, more family doctors, more nurses, more health sciences professionals, more healthcare workers, record numbers joining our healthcare system in the last 2 years show the promise for the future. In terms of the issue, most of the polls showed that the NDP had was better appreciated on healthcare than the other parties. But I think overall what we're seeing is an extremely close election. And you see that in the numbers tonight. And we're obviously, I just say this about the performance of the NDP, 45%, one of the best performances in the party's history. And we're just hopeful that the final few seats will land in our column.
Was the performance good enough, though? If it's so close, do you think people were upset about the healthcare, not being able to get a family doctor, ERs closing? Like, did the NDP perform well enough to sway voters?
Yeah, I think we added, as you know, about 835 family doctors in the last year. They're still adding patients, so I think patients will see the impact of that much more in the next year than in the last year, which might have an effect on the election, there's no question. But look, this is a close election. This is our third election in a row. This is a time when incumbent governments have been losing everywhere, in France, in UK, in Finland, in Sweden, across Europe. Obviously in the United States, there's a big challenge to incumbents too. And so we face that here. And this performance, one of the best in popular vote in the NDP's history, showed a lot of support, as well as a two-party system that's extremely close. We're reliving the night of 2017, which I think we were both there for.
Do you worry the NDP is going to find itself in opposition after this night?
Oh, I think we should count the votes. You know, I think it's so close right now that drawing conclusions about what the final result is when it's down to a handful of votes in different seats. Let's see what the results are. There are some votes that are counted after tonight as well. So let's let the voters decide, and then we can judge from there.
There we have Adrian Dix, and he's confident. And back to you.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. Let's talk about the final vote that Adrian Dix mentioned there, because if you've been with us since the polls closed at 8 o'clock, an hour 45 minutes in, you'll have noticed in the beginning we got a lot of votes coming our way and a lot of riding changes. The fact that at this point in the evening, we're still not able to make a projection in terms of what type of government we might see, who is in power, speaks truly to just how close some of these races are, with just a handful of polls remaining. Like take, for example, Surrey City Centre, 33 votes separate the NDP lead from the Conservatives. Wanda Fuca Malahat, 43 votes separate the NDP lead to the Conservatives. So yeah, we got results early, but it really does feel, Gloria, like it's coming down to the wire.
No, it's so true. And it was interesting to hear Adrian Dix talking about what's unfolding tonight in British Columbia, reflecting broader trends, broader global political trends. Stephen Quinn, over to you and your panel.
Thank you very much. And once again, Mosa Hoda's got his eyes on Surrey, trying to figure out what the heck is going on there and when we might get some answers. Mo.
Well, we're going to get answers when all the votes are counted. That's what's going to happen here tonight. There's 2 seats in Surrey, Surrey Centre and Surrey Guildford. Surrey Guildford, we're trailing only by 116 votes. There are a couple of other seats that are very much in play, the one in Courtenay and the one in Maple Ridge. And funny enough, the one in Kelowna. All of these are seats that we're trailing in, but we're well within 100 votes of being able to capture them. We need to capture 1, maybe 2 of those to get across the majority to majority tally. So again, I think it's just going to come right down to the final vote being counted. It's that close.
And Rachel, what are you thinking about how close it is right now? I mean, you've got to be, you've got to be impressed with what the Conservatives have managed to do tonight, obviously.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going from no seats elected ever to 45, hopefully 47 plus by the end of the night. But even things like we just talked about off air, the island is something amazing. As BC United, BC Liberals, we tried to get those ridings, and federally, I know the Conservatives are watching them very closely. So for me to see North Island and Comox that we're winning there right now is just amazing, and kudos to John Rustad on that.
So are you suggesting that there might be something behind changing your name from Liberals to Conservatives then?
There's definitely something behind it, for sure. I mean, we're seeing it tonight, and I think it'll be interesting to see where the party goes from here in terms of alignment with the federal party.
And Mo, we have seen the Greens on the board leading in 2 ridings right now, but we have not seen one elected. What are you thinking?
Oh, I'm Pete. That's Mo.
Did I just say Mo? I'm looking at my gosh. I'm sorry. It's late.
I mean,
it's not even that late, actually.
I mean, obviously,
my apologies.
For you,
that's
it's
okay.
late.
Yes. Obviously, super disappointing to see Sonia, but what a gracious speech, and I think she exemplified real leadership.
Yes.
In how she carried herself in this campaign. As it stands now, I think we're seeing 2 Greens on the board. It's looking. I understand in West Fancy Sky, they're pretty much assuming that it's a done deal, and certainly in Saanich North and the Islands, also looking pretty good. So again, shades of 2017. I think we'll see the Greens are still sticking around and possibly forming the balance of power in any future scenario. Who knows?
We see
that Mo guy is really insightful.
He is, isn't he? Well, we've got another Mo down there, so I may as well just call everybody
The
Mo.
night of Mo.
I was waiting for 3 more, and we'd have 5 guys named Mo, but that would be that would be too much. And we talked as well a little bit about the possibility of recounts here, because we do see things so close. And so I think a judicial recount is triggered by, I was just reading it from Elections BC, 1/500th of the total number of votes.
Right.
If that's what's separating the 2 top candidates, then a judicial recount automatically takes place.
Yeah, that's automatic. And a candidate that loses by 100 votes or less can also request a recount. So we may well be looking at those recounts, and it might be a few days before we actually know the final outcome of this election.
Everybody is talking about 2017 right now. Are we seeing any? The only difference for me is I was sitting over there in 2017, and it was I think you may have, yes, I think you were there actually.
Yeah.
What have we? I mean, how similar is it for all of you?
Well, for me, it's similar, for sure. And if this stays as it is, we're going to get into a lot of discussions about the role of the lieutenant governor, who goes to ask for a chance, what the speaker, where the speaker of the legislature comes from. So it's going to be deja vu all over again. Now we're one seat short. In that regard. So if we pick out one more, then that goes for naught.
Right. And you're hoping that obviously doesn't happen, Rachel.
I am. I am looking to a strong majority Conservative government in this province. I was in Ontario in 2017, so for me, this is like, okay, now I get my shot at watching this exciting race. And the difference was, I think there's a lot of seats that were, talking from the 2020 campaign, there's a lot of seats that we wanted, didn't win or lost, that we're now picking up, and that's super exciting.
You didn't even have to campaign on a buck of beer either, so
good
on you.
Exactly.
All right, back to the desk now.
All right, Stephen, thank you. There you go. Mo's. Mo problems.
Mo knows.
I should be nowhere near a microphone right now. So let's bring in Catherine Cullen instead, the host of The House on CBC Radio 1. Catherine, when you take a look at the results we're seeing right now, right across the province, does this speak to you federally as well to some extent?
I mean, I think it's really interesting. You can read this as a divided electorate. You can read it as an uncertain electorate. Obviously, we're still waiting to see how this is all going to play out. For the NDP, the BC government is a crown jewel, right? It shows people across the country that the NDP can lead, they can govern. So federally, the NDP watching this really closely, hoping they can pull it out of the bag. For the Conservatives, I mean, again, kind of coming out of nowhere. I know the party's been around for a long time, but John Rustad has done a lot of work. So it does speak to the fact that there is a strong change sentiment. The question is how strong. We're still looking at how that's going to play out. And again, for the federal Liberals, David Eby has been able to some extent push back that anti-incumbent sentiment. Of course, the end result, who forms government, that's really what's going to matter here. But I think each party is still going to be chomping its fingernails in Ottawa to get a sense of what this really means for them. And I would say as well, one other thing, one federal person said to me, whether it's provincial or whether it's federal, elections are decided in the suburbs. So all this interest in what's going to happen in Surrey, that is a message it carries across the country. Yeah.
We often talk about how wild the West is, how wild the politics in BC are. What do you think folks across the country are thinking watching this?
Well, I don't have to think. I'm getting messages from my friends back home who are going, oh my goodness, this is incredible. I mean, anytime, that moment earlier in the night where we had an absolute tie in Surrey, just outstanding. There's a lot of drama here, and we have to feel too, like, for the people who are running, right? For the people who have taken time out of their lives, who are still waiting tonight to see what this means for them. It's an incredible sort of individual human drama, and the consequences for BC are going to be big. There are three, if you count the Greens, very different visions for the province here. So the stakes are high, and there's still a lot of night left.
So great to get your insight, Catherine Cullen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, it's good to have you here with us. Speaking of the results in those close races and beyond, back to Dan and Michelle for more results.
Yeah, and she put it there. Catherine Cullen put it so well. The human drama of this, a lot of candidates in these very tight ridings are just on the edge of their seats, probably also losing some nails right now. Let's go to Kelowna Centre, where it is incredibly tight. Christina Lowen, the Conservative candidate, is leading by 124 votes over the NDP candidate, Loyal Wooldridge. 124 votes. But if you also look at the non-affiliated former BC United candidate there, he looks like he may be taking away some of those votes. He had a couple of hundred there. In Courtney Comox, the Conservative candidate, Brennan Day, leading by just 234 votes over the NDP candidate, Ronna Ray Leonard, who is the incumbent there. But if you look at the Green candidate, Arzina Hamir, she's got almost 7,000 votes. So those are the votes that are blocking the NDP from leading and potentially getting elected in Courtney Comox. So watching these very closely.
Let's jump to Vernon Lumby, where Harwinder Sandhu, the incumbent, leading by 388 votes over Dennis Giesbrecht of the Conservatives. Kevin Acton, though, 4,193 votes. Non-affiliated, he was looking to be a BC United MLA or Conservative. That did not happen for him. 24 of 26 polls reporting. Still tight. Waiting to see what happens when those two polls report. And Richmond Steveston, Kelly Green leading by 636 votes over Michelle Molyneux. This is flipped back and forth. A major win for the NDP in 2020. But Jackie Lee, non-affiliated, 2,217 votes. We're still waiting for two more polls to report. Anyone else nervous?
Everybody's nervous. Dan, Michelle, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
At least we got some snacks. Thank you, Shotzi.
Hey, you guys got snacks, and we're still snack-free at the
Let's
desk.
tie her back, shall we? Yeah.
But it's very interesting, especially in those tight races. Again, Richmond Steveston and Vernon Lumby, just to see where the independent and non-affiliated candidate is, in fact, a factor here. Right. And it is in a sense, splitting the vote.
Yeah, no independents leading at all, but as you say, still having a big impact on a race that is at a razor's edge. The NDP right now leading or elected in 46 ridings, Conservatives in 45, the Green Party in 2 ridings, just to show you how tight this race is. Let's take you back now to NDP headquarters, where our Katie DeRosa is standing by. Hi, Katie.
That's right. I'm here with Kareem Alam. He's a former BC Liberal strategist, worked on Kevin Falcon's leadership campaign, also worked on Mayor Ken Sims' campaign. He joined the NDP just last week because he was upset with some of the BC Conservatives' more extreme, what he called far-right candidates. And I just want to ask Kareem, what's the factor here? That why are we seeing such a close race? What do you see?
It's very obvious to me we have a deeply wounded and divided province. Not only are the results on seat counts close, but the results on seats themselves are extremely close. We have Christians, Jews, Muslims, Indigenous people, but also small business owners and big business owners. and workers and labor all deeply unhappy. The micro-targeting of this campaign means we don't have to coalition build anymore. So dividing is a new game, and it's not unifying.
Do you think we're going to see recounts? Like, when do you think we'll see results in this election?
Well, based on what I just saw, CBC just report, we're seeing about 5 seats under 100 votes separating those winners and losers, and those seats are automatic recounts. My candidate in Vancouver, Yaletown, Terry Young, just won. That's why everyone's so happy. But yes, it's 100 votes, automatic recount. Some of those other seats in 200 might be claims for the other parties themselves to go out there and file a judicial recount. They may be rejected, they may be accepted. 100's automatic, anything under 200 or 300 could go to a recount itself. It might be, if these votes don't change, that we might not know who wins government tonight.
Some of the centrist voters that were left politically homeless when BC United folded, where do you think they went?
Well, it's very clear. In Vancouver, they went with the NDP. In Surrey and in Richmond, it looks like they broke to the Conservatives. It depends really on where you live and what the biggest issues in your community were. But again, what we're seeing here in this divided vote is a result of the micro-targeting that both campaigns took on. Long gone are the days of coalition building.
And there you have Karima Lam talking about just how close things are, the likelihood of potential recounts in some ridings. And this shows us just a divided province. Many people angry about housing and healthcare, but other people agreeing with the NDP's message. So really, again, a nail-biter tonight.
No kidding. Katie DeRosa, thank you very much. And nothing demonstrates those divisions other than looking at the bottom of our screen tonight. NDP still leading in 46 ridings, Conservatives in 45, and the Greens in 2. We have reporters around the province taking in the results and gauging reaction. Let's take you to Kelowna now, where Chris Walker is standing by. Chris?
Gloria, a very happy room here at Gavin Dew's campaign in Kelowna Mission, but the real story is developing at Kelowna Centre with 30 votes back and forth between Loyal Wooldridge with the NDP and Christina Lowen with the Conservatives. And depending on how you do the math, that could be the difference between an NDP majority and an NDP minority. So very tight there. The other interesting race in Vernon-Lumby, where Harwinder Sandhu looks like she will hold on. She's the incumbent with the NDP. And both of those ridings would be Conservative were it not for independent candidates. Both former BC United candidates, both decided to run. Michael Humer in Kelowna Centre and Kevin Acton, popular mayor in Lumby. So very tight race here in Kelowna Centre, but essentially everywhere else around the southern interior, especially the Okanagan, we're looking at deep blue. Very solidly Conservative. A couple of NDP ridings in the Kootenays that have hung on. No surprise there. Long-time NDP ridings, but lots of blue around not only the Okanagan, but the East Kootenay as well. Very happy people here tonight, that's for sure.
Chris Walker reporting from Kelowna tonight. Thank you.
Well, so many ridings to watch this evening, I should say. We want to zero in on one NDP candidate in particular. He is a familiar name to many, Nathan Cullen. Let's check in on riding results in Bulkley Valley, Stikine, where Nathan Cullen is trailing, and I'd say significantly so at this point. Sharon Hartwell with the Conservatives leading by 939 votes. Nathan Cullen, of course, former MP with the NDP, becoming an MLA with the provincial NDP afterwards. But this is an interesting result right now. I'd love to get reaction from Ginger Gosnell-Myers. Ginger, what do you make of this?
This is a really surprising result because that riding has seen majority of NDP support over the years. Nathan Cullen has been quite popular with the NDP, you know, all of his time as an MP and then his switch over to provincial politics. He was seen as a potential leader of the provincial NDP at one time, and I don't think that folks were expecting him to lose this riding. I think it's going to be a huge loss for the BC NDP. Of course, we've seen a lot of racism in that riding. We've seen some vandalism of signs in that riding. It's gotten quite ugly. It's been really disappointing to see that in this election. And for Nathan Cullen, I think this is something that folks are going to be quite upset over the next few days.
Shachi, of course, this race is on a knife's edge, and therefore it's hard to draw any conclusions until every vote is counted, it seems. But what do you make of the night so far for David Eby?
Well, I think we can draw some early conclusions about what kind of night it's been for the NDP and David Eby. It has not been a good night. Now, like we've been saying since the beginning of the evening, it was going to be tight. It was tight. And that level of dissatisfaction that people were feeling and seeing in terms of government performance on the opioid crisis, on the decriminalization of public consumption of hard drugs, on ER closures and the inability to get access to primary health care in this province. It's like the message was there, and I think over the course of the campaign, there may have been some skepticism or a bit of like, yeah, but are people really that angry? I think they've sent a pretty clear message tonight that in many cases, they are that angry. They were that angry. An incumbent like Nathan Cullen going down to the Conservatives tonight is a big signal. The fact that, as you say, they're on a knife's edge, it is a pretty big signal and a repudiation of a lot of the things that we saw, I think, in terms of policy development, in terms of the way the Eby government perhaps went maybe too far, too fast on a lot of issues for British Columbians, while maybe losing sight of the bread and butter stuff, cost of living, housing, and so importantly, healthcare. So those are some big black eyes. I think on the other side of it for the Conservatives, you know, the candidate eruptions, the controversial comments, the sometimes racist, really not acceptable comments from some candidates that Rustad said that he would stand by, that he would not ditch. Again, I think the chattering classes and the political analysts and the pundits might have said, well, that's going to be problematic. I think voters have showed us tonight that they priced that in to the cost of their vote when making up their minds.
Shachi, thank you. Mo, one of the visuals we keep seeing tonight is the map of BC, and you can just see the fracture in the party geographically speaking. I wonder how politically divided you think BC is right now.
Well, it's interesting to see the BC NDP doing not as well as expected in Surrey and Richmond in particular, and that's basically where they're losing this election. I know it's still tight, but in terms of where they underperformed, you can look at those two regions specifically. If you had given the BC NDP the opportunity to form the perfect political opponent in a laboratory 6 months ago, they would have given you a party very similar to the BC Conservatives. They would have given you a leader that perhaps is not that charismatic, perhaps has some climate change denialism, some vaccine skepticism, has pandered to conspiracy theorists. Maybe their front line would be not that well-known BC Liberal MLAs, and then the rest of the party would be rounded out by basically internet trolls. On top of that, the BC Conservatives did not have a get-out-the-vote strategy. They didn't really have voter ID systems. I mean, this was a party that really did not have the same amount of resources as the BC NDP, and the fact that it's this close is very much a repudiation of David Eby and the BC NDP.
Our political watchers panel, always great to hear from you. We'll continue to hear from all three of you throughout the evening. Gloria.
Let's head to Vancouver Island. We're taking you to Nanaimo now, where George Anderson has been projected elected in Nanaimo Landsville. A good evening to you. And how are you feeling about this close race tonight?
Well, I can tell you that I'm focused on Nanaimo Landsville, and I feel extremely honored to be the first MLA for Nanaimo Landsville, and I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that the individuals in our community are represented well.
And what went right with your community? What were the messages that landed with voters in your view?
Well, I would say that I was born and raised in this community. I was a city councillor from 2011 to 2014. I've volunteered significantly in this community, and what people were hearing and saying at the doorsteps is that they wanted a government that's focused on healthcare, that's focused on affordable housing, and making sure that we're doing everything that we can for everyday British Columbians. And that's what I will do as the MLA for Nanaimo Landsville.
The first MLA for Nanaimo Landsville. George Anderson, thank you for your time tonight.
Yes.
George Anderson,
Thank you.
projected elected in Nanaimo Lansville tonight. Jason.
Okay, so we haven't seen much change in the numbers right now. The NDP still leading and elected in 46 ridings, the Conservatives at 45 and the Greens at 2. But we can tell you the races are extremely close. We'll continue to keep our eye on those races that could flip all these numbers on their head. Let's go back now to Stephen Quinn and our political insiders.
Mo Sahota just a few minutes ago noticed something, and that is that when you look at most of the races, it looks like 2 polls have yet to report. Tell us what you noticed exactly.
Yeah, no, it seems in every one, it's 20 out of 22 polls reporting, and yeah,
I've been keeping track, almost every poll.
Yeah, and so as a result of that, until those last 2 sets of polls are counted in at least 5 seats that are still very much at play, we really won't know what the outcome tonight is in terms of who forms government for the majority, or if there's just going to be a minority at the 46-45-2 level.
And there doesn't seem to be much difference between whether in the lower mainland or in urban areas.
No, it's right across. So I don't know if it's a
Richmond Centre. I'm looking at. There's 2 polls outstanding in just about every riding right now. We've got 2 polls outstanding, and this is the new automatic tabulation system that's being used. It's supposed to speed things up. We're told, according to Elections BC, I just went onto their website, and they say that 98% of all votes will be counted, or as many as 98% will be counted on election night. Does that mean we're going to be here all night waiting for the last 2%?
I certainly hope we get snacks.
Yeah.
I mean,
not you too.
Just saying.
Rich, I want to ask you about not this Mo, and not Mo. Pete Mo, the other Mo. And a rather scathing assessment of the BC Conservative Party a moment ago.
Yeah, Mo, that was not, I think it was a bit dramatic and over the top. I think what we're learning tonight is that there are a lot of people in this province that believe in the Conservative Party. They're potentially our next government. They believe in John Rustad and a lot of the candidates. It's easy to say, they have all of these issues. What really it boils down to is these are small business owners. These are young parents. I mean, we saw Gavin Dew get elected in Kelowna. He's the father of young children who really wants to see childcare propelled forward in this province. Under the BC Liberals, we got so much slack for having older candidates. And now we're seeing a slate of younger candidates across the province. And to degrade them to the diatribe that Mo Amir just said, I think it's not fair. I really think we need to look at some of the benefits that we have in those candidates across the province.
But in fairness, someone like Brett Chapman won tonight, and I think that's a real problem.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
so you can agree with me and the other Mo on that front. I mean,
yes.
You have someone
and
who
Pete Mo, I'm just going to say.
And Pete Mo.
And Pete as well.
It's true, but I just want to, the dramatization of the Conservatives as bad and everybody being under that same banner, I think we need to also look at some of the benefits that the Conservatives are offering British Columbians that obviously, when we see these results, British Columbians are respectful of and responding to.
We all look forward to the 5% annual growth, I am sure, which is what we're told we're going to get. Have we seen Mr. Rustad just completely overpromise? I mean, how is he going to live up to suggesting that we can have a 5% annual growth rate in this province, for instance?
John Rustad laid out his plan for the province. Voters
3 days before the vote.
He laid it out. Voters are responding to it. I mean, I'm not the one to choose the premier. I wish I was.
I understand.
But British Columbians, 5 million British Columbians, have the opportunity to say, John Rustad, we believe or we don't believe in your platform. And obviously, we're seeing that they are coming out in droves and saying, we want change. The NDP have failed us. We want to see the plan that John Rustad has put forward.
Let's hear from Pete for a second.
I think that it was a change vote rather than we really like what they're laying out. I think it wasn't costed. It was a pretty vague plan, and I think overpromised all sorts of things, and I don't think people were really looking at the plan. I think there's a lot of young people under 30 who have never lived with a Conservative government. But they have been under a Pierre Trudeau and a provincial NDP government, and things aren't better for them. So they're looking like, that hasn't been good. How can we change things? How can we get life better? And forget about things like COVID and inflation and interest rates and all the other pressures that we've had on society that we've been struggling with and have made life arguably worse. people are just looking for something better, and I think that's what
We've talked about the messaging of the Conservative campaign tonight, and I think that that is what has resonated. This campaign that BC can do better, that there are ways that we can put policies out that will make life more affordable, that we can, and John Rustad put that to voters, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
My only suggestion is that he has a lot to live up to.
And he won't be able to live up to it. Look, what's happening out there right now, there's a residual unease. There's high interest rates, there's high inflation, and people are having trouble going from month to month, from paycheck to paycheck. And so they're looking for solutions. And they're very divided on what those solutions ought to be. Look, a lot of people tonight voted NDP. They voted NDP because they think we're going to be better at looking after health care, better at dealing with issues of affordability, and better at dealing with issues of housing. And so it's a divided province, historically a highly polarized one, and that these results tonight reflect simply that. I don't think that it's a vote in favor of Mr. Rustad, and I think most people would rather prefer that Mr. Eby be the Premier of the province, and he's one, possibly 2 seats short of that.
We shall see shortly, we hope. Thank you, all three of you, once again. Back to the desk.
Stephen, thank you very much. Well, if tonight wasn't dramatic enough,
add a little more drama.
Just gotten more dramatic. We're getting information right now from Elections BC. And in terms of the numbers not coming in, this is why. Elections BC is citing a safety issue in the polls that haven't finished reporting right now, saying that the final poll in many of these districts won't be released just yet until they can recount the full votes, given how close this race is. Once again, Elections BC is citing a safety issue because according to the electronic tabulators, which is once again the first time we're using these in a BC provincial election, once that final poll is reported, that polling station closes down, which we are understanding BC Elections does not want to do just yet. So they want to recount until they release the final poll. It just so happens, Gloria, of course, that final poll could determine who forms government
in close races like this. And it's interesting because we did hear, prior to the polls closing tonight from Andrew Watson of Elections BC that considering we've got this electronic voting system, it could be all, called within an hour. We saw the results come in very, very quickly initially. But again, we have not seen those numbers change on the bottom of our screen for quite some time now. Right. And that, I was going to say, that explains it. It's still confusing. We have put out a request to Elections BC for more clarification on exactly what is going on, but we've got a lot of outstanding close races,
Exactly.
Jason.
And as you say, Gloria, CBC has put a request into Elections BC to get clarification on the situation. But as I say, the latest information we have, the final poll in many of these ridings not being released just yet, citing safety issues, wanting to recount to make sure they have those numbers correctly. And have a look. This is why it matters. Too close to call. Wanda Fuka-Malahat, where the NDP candidate is currently leading the Conservatives by 34 votes. Surrey City Centre, just as close. The NDP candidate there leading the Conservative by 41 votes.
Surrey, Guildford, Kelowna Centre, Courtney Comox, Coquitlam, Burke Mountain, all very, very close matches. Let's go back to Dan and Michelle for more results.
Wow, look at how tight and how close those ridings are that are too close to call right now. Let's take you back up to the northern interior where there's a lot of blue. The Conservatives' vote share right now is at 61%, and the NDP have a vote share of 27.3%. And how about the seat change? Well, the Conservatives picking up 9. They're leading in 9, and the NDP -1 right now when it comes to the ridings there in the northern interior. In fact, let's look at some of those specific ridings. In Bulkley Valley, Stikine, the Conservative candidate, the former mayor of Telkwa, Sharon Hartwell, is leading by 1,301 votes over the NDP incumbent, Nathan Cullen. So that result there, I'm sure NDP is really on their edge of their seats for that one. And in the Caribou-Chilcotin, the Conservative candidate, Lorne Dirksen, is projected elected there. He was one of the early BC United MLAs to jump ship over to the BC Conservatives. Lorne Dirksen is projected elected in Caribou-Chilcotin. And of course, let's revisit John Rustad, leader of the BC Conservatives, is projected elected in Nechako Lakes. And one more here, North Coast Haida Gwaii. Tamara Davidson, the NDP candidate, is projected elected there for the NDP.
We have several more to go through, so we'll get you caught up as we wait for those updates from Elections BC. Peace River North, Jordan Keeley projected elected over the incumbent Dan Davies, 25 of 27 polls reporting. Over in Peace River South, Larry Neufeld, the Conservative, projected elected with 4,500 vote lead over the incumbent, now independent Mike Bernier. Elsewhere, Prince George Mackenzie, Keel Giddens, 5,700 vote win over Shar McCrory of the NDP as well. Almost all polls reporting there. Prince George North Caribou, Sheldon Clare for the Conservatives, almost 6,700 vote win there over Coralie Oakes, the former BC Liberal. Prince George Valemount, Rosalind Bird, projected elected, 3,300 vote lead and victory over Clay Pountney for the NDP. And in Skeena, projected elected Claire Ratty with an 886 vote victory over the NDP's Sarah Zimmerman.
Thank you very much, you two. And we do have some news, and it is good news for the Greens in British Columbia. We have our first projected elected Green candidate. That's Rob Botterill in Saanich North and the Islands. This was the riding that Adam Olsen left. He decided to step away from politics right now. So Rob Botterill will be going to the legislature in the next session.
All right, and of course there is one other Green that's leading their riding. That is Jeremy Valloret in West Vancouver, Sea to Sky. But you have to think for Green supporters that's going to be good news, especially given how tight that race ended up. Catherine Cullen is with us now. She is the host of The House on CBC Radio 1. Tell us what's been going through your mind. What are some of the interesting storylines you've been following?
Yeah, I mean, I think what some of the lessons that folks are going to try to take away, Fred, really from this have to do with the issues that have been animating the discussion over the course of the campaign. So we all know affordability, housing, top of mind, and British Columbia has been at the forefront of this housing crisis that is being faced across the country. I think it's really interesting to watch the way in which David Eby has tried to make the case that, British Columbia is starting to turn the corner. Rents are starting to stabilize, prices are starting to come down, that he's taken specific actions that have helped free up a certain amount of housing, while at the same time you have people feeling, I think, in their day-to-day lives generally that things are not getting a lot easier, that you really feel that housing crunch. It is, in some ways, the same challenge that the federal Liberals face, where they've put forward a pretty aggressive housing plan in the spring. This is not an issue that gets solved quickly. So trying to convince people, I have a plan, I'm taking action on this. On the other side of the coin, you have the John Rustad, Pierre Poilievre dynamic saying, look around you, people. If you are making the decision about whether or not this is the future that you want, just ask yourselves, does your life feel better? Do you have faith that your leaders are making the right decisions for you? I'd say another really interesting one, but in a very different way, the carbon tax, where we saw both of the major political parties distance themselves, and the extent to which a discussion about the environment and climate change as such really not tracking. And we do see that in the opinion polls federally as well, that it's just not a motivating issue to the same extent it used to be. When we talk about the carbon tax right now, it's very much an economic discussion, and that is very much something that favors Conservatives. It's not being talked about as an environmental policy in the same way that it used to be.
You mentioned earlier you have friends and colleagues in Ottawa who are watching this race closely. It's well past midnight now. Are they still?
I think a couple of them might have gone to sleep. They probably have better snacks than we do. Let's be honest, they're in their living room. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's clear this is going to be a nail biter, and there are so many fascinating twists and turns. I can't wait to find out a little bit more about what you were saying about Elections BC. That's sort of a curious piece of this. So BC politics, you guys are never boring. Thank you so much for inviting me to the party.
And we're so glad you're here with us as well. Right now, we want to take you to NDP headquarters, where Katie DeRosa is standing by. Katie?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, we had some cheers when Terry Young walked in. He was elected for Vancouver Yaletown. He was a star candidate for the NDP. Also, Christine Boyle has been elected in Vancouver Little Mountain. So I have another Vancouver area MLA, George Heyman, not running again, but certainly no stranger to close election calls. What do you think we're going to get a result tonight?
I'm not sure we'll get a final result tonight. It was very clear. People watching may not know this, but it was even closer than this in 2017. If a count is within 100 votes, any candidate can request a recount, and it looks like some of those are going to be that close tonight.
What about the carbon tax, people pushing against it? What do you think is people's feeling about the environment versus affordability?
I'm sorry, Katie, I can't hear you. It's so noisy.
We heard some pushback on the carbon tax. So do you think the environment has fallen off the map for some voters?
I think it's obvious that people have been so concerned about healthcare, the cost of living, the affordability of housing, that the environment and climate change became not top of mind. It doesn't mean it's gone away. We're seeing an atmospheric river today. We know people saw wildfires over the summer and drought. The BC NDP has the best climate plan in Canada. People outside of British Columbia have said that. It's important that we have a government that's determined to not only keep a good climate plan in place and fight climate change, but also help communities be resilient to droughts, to extreme heat, to floods, and that's why we have a new ministry with Bowen Ma as head.
Do you think we'll see another situation where the NDP forms a coalition with the Greens to work with them?
So loud here.
Too early to tell?
I can't hear you.
Well, we've got, that's George Heyman, former Environment Minister, talking about what we could see tonight or what we might not see. So it's, again, still uncertain tonight. Back to you.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. That's our Katie DeRosa, live from the NDP headquarters in downtown Vancouver. We're going to take you straight away to what the scene is like for Conservative headquarters right now, where our Mira Baines is standing by.
Well, there is a lull in the crowd, and it's been this way for about 15, 20 minutes. And now people are wondering exactly what the final result is going to be, waiting on some of those results coming from Surrey Cloverdale, where you have a really high-profile BC Conservative candidate in the running. People are wondering who's going to win that riding. And so this is a very interesting time in the evening where you watch people and you think, well, do they think that they're going to win this thing? And so I was over by the bar, and like I said earlier, there's no champagne on ice, but there are $14 glasses of wine that are available, and I'm not seeing a lot of people drinking that wine. And so that means people are not comfortable yet with what they've seen in terms of results. And so we've walked through the crowd, we've seen a lot of younger supporters, a lot of people in that 18 to 35 demographic, which is normally not what I've seen on previous election night watch parties for municipal elections or federal elections. So this was very, very interesting and very, very telling of what people are wanting. They're wanting change and what issues resonated here. I've heard about the cost of living, housing issues, public safety. These are things that John Rustad really, really hammered home, that there needs to be change in some of these areas. And that's what really resonated with people. But here we are, and all is a little quiet right now.
With the $14 glasses of wine.
Yeah,
I wonder if those are 6 ounce or 9 ounce, Mira.
Free refills, or we'll find out.
Thanks very much to Mira Baines. We'll be checking back with you again. Right now, though, over to Dan Burritt and Michelle Elliott. They've been looking at the fortunes or misfortunes of NDP cabinet ministers this evening.
Yes, and we have to emphasize they are not cabinet ministers at the moment, but when the election was called, they were in cabinet. Attorney General Nikki Sharma, Vancouver Hastings, very sizable win, perhaps not overly surprising. This has been a very safe NDP seat for a long time. Only 2 polls reporting, but we're projecting elected. North Vancouver, Lonsdale, the bit of orange on the North Shore for the NDP. Bowen Ma, Emergency Management Minister, projected elected with a 7,200 vote win over David Splett. She was very busy over the last number of years with our wildfire situation. Let's go to another one here. Vancouver Renfrew. This used to be Vancouver Kingsway, and Adrian Dix has ruled this riding for a long time. Incumbent Health Minister has won the projected elected and 5,300 vote win over Tom Ikonomu for the Conservatives, 5,100 votes there. Lawrence Taylor for the Greens, just over 1,000. Delta North Housing Minister, very busy Housing Minister, Ravi Kahlon, projected elected with a 2,400 vote victory over Raj Value with the Conservative Party. And we have 19 of 20 polls reporting on that. And I believe we have one more. New Westminster Coquitlam, Jennifer Whiteside, Mental Health and Addictions Minister, a huge file, particularly in the midst of our toxic drug crisis. Almost 6,000 vote win for her.
And another former cabinet minister, as Dan emphasized there, Mike Farnworth, former Solicitor General, Public Safety Minister. projected elected in Port Coquitlam, consider a pretty safe seat in Port Coquitlam there. And we have a few more here. Let's head out of the Lower Mainland up to Bulkley Valley, Stikine, an upset for the NDP here. And their former Cabinet Minister of Forest, Land and Water Resources, Nathan Cullen, is trailing. And actually now Sharon Hartwell, the Conservative candidate there, is projected elected. So Nathan Cullen out of the legislature. And at Nanaimo Gabriola Island, the NDP candidate there, Sheila Malcolmson, the Poverty Reduction Minister at the time when the government was dissolved, is now projected elected at Nanaimo Gabriola Island. And at Saanich South, Lana Popham, who was the Agriculture Minister for the NDP government at the time and is now projected elected at Saanich South.
And I ought to clarify, I misspoke earlier, they are still cabinet ministers at the moment. So until there is a new government, they are still in cabinet.
There you go.
All right, Dan, Michelle, thank you very much for that. We want to take you now to Victoria. That is where our Gregor Craigie is. He is at Green headquarters in downtown Victoria. Gregor, I have to ask you, I can't help but think it must be a bittersweet night for Green Party supporters. If these results hold, of course, they have the all-important balance of power, and yet leader Sonia Furstenau not successful in Victoria Beacon Hill.
You put it exactly right, Jason. Bittersweet is the word of the night here at Green headquarters. You may remember a few hours ago, this was kind of the place to be. The mood was high. Everybody was excited. And in fact, they should still be excited because they've held their 2 seats. And as you said, it's the balance of power, or as Adam Olsen, the retiring Saanich North and the Islands MLA, called it, the balance of responsibility. But bittersweet because Sonia Furstenau, the party leader, did not win the seat in Victoria Beacon Hill. And I don't want to accuse Dan Burrett of wrecking the party here, but the CBC News feed was on the big screen here when he announced the results, that it looked like Grace Laura of the NDP was going to beat Sonia Furstenau, and it immediately just changed the tone like that, like the snap. I mean, people are getting a little bit up now. They're talking about 2 seats, but it just took the wind out of the sails because people love Sonia Furstenau here at BC Green headquarters. So absolutely, they're excited to have the 2 seats, what looks like 2 seats, possibly the balance of power in a very tight race, but super disappointed. A lot of people here were in tears, hugging each other. I mean, a lot of people in tears because Sonia Furstenau will not be returning to the legislature.
Gregor, one more question for you, because I think one of the other interesting dynamics here for the Greens is that if these results hold, they've jumped the Salish Sea. Of course, if they can elect the candidate for West Vancouver Sea to Sky, of course, how significant would that be for the party?
Yeah, that's a significant point, Jason. And of course, they were close last time in West Vancouver, Sea to Sky area, but now to actually do it. And we just had Jeremy, the successful candidate there, on the video link talking to supporters here. So that's definitely exciting for Greens. I think it just would have been so much more if Sonia Furstenau was taking the back there with an increase of 3 seats. But absolutely, and I have heard that, it's kind of piercing through the gloom. They are excited to be on not just Vancouver Island with Rob Botterill, who's going to be speaking here soon from North Saanich, but also Jeremy in West Vancouver Sea to Sky. So yeah, a little bit of good news here, but a lot more somber here at Green Party headquarters than it was a couple of hours ago.
All right, Gregor, thank you very much. That is Gregor Craigie, the host of On the Island. And I should clarify that CBC has not yet projected elected Jeremy Valeriot in West Vancouver Sea to Sky. There is one Green member who has been elected, that is Rob Botterill in Saanich North and the Islands. We are still waiting for those votes, though, to come in. West Vancouver Sea to Sky is still one of those ridings where, we're still waiting for the votes to come in.
And certainly much more subdued than earlier conversations with Gregor there, where there was a definite excitement and anticipation in the room.
Let's go now to our political watchers panel. Mo Amir, where are you at right now tonight? What are you watching?
What am I watching? I'm watching the same thing you're watching, and it doesn't seem to be moving much. I do want to address something from the other panel with the other Mo and Rachel. I didn't catch all of it, but I heard that I was kind of a Debbie Downer on the BC Conservatives. I do want to say something really nice about them. I think they ran a very effective air war, and there's going to be a lot of people that start taking credit for that, but the one person that deserves the credit for that is Angelo Isidorou. He's really proven himself to be one of the best strategists, not only in the province, but probably in the entire country. He is nightmare fuel for progressives, and they're going to be battling him for many years to come. So, Rachel, that's for you. I will give the Conservatives their due when it comes to the advertising, the messaging that clearly did resonate with a lot of British Columbians.
Shachi, did you think tonight might be as long as it poses to be?
I was prepared for it. I feel like if I say the word snacks one more time, someone's going to beat me upside the head, so I won't. But we came well prepared for what could be a long and tight evening. But a couple of things. I think we talked earlier tonight about turnout. And turnout, I think, is going to be one of the more interesting sub-narratives of the results out of tonight. So think back to 2020, that COVID election. Everyone was still more or less locked down. We could barely have a debate. There weren't rallies. We weren't seeing those types of things. Turnout at that point was about 55%. Tonight, preliminary turnout looking at 56-57%. So with 4 years and all those lockdown restrictions lifted, you still did not see a lot of people coming out. Again, these are preliminary numbers. Was that the atmospheric river? Was that something else? Who knows? A couple of other things very quickly. I think what we saw tonight as well was a level set that almost takes the electoral map in British Columbia back to what it looked like disillusion from 2017. And I know 7 years is a long time, and not all BC politics watchers are as long as the tooth as some of us are. But, we saw the pendulum swing back in a lot of ridings to places that were traditionally BC Liberal ridings or constituencies, and now we saw them go Conservative. The NDP ended up yielding a lot of seats that, frankly, they got a little lucky winning in 2020. And when John Rustad asks a very basic question of British Columbians, are you better or worse off than you were 4 years ago? I mean, that's pretty clear. And I think, again, we are seeing the results of that tonight as well.
Ginger, of course, we're still not prepared to make a projection as to whether we'll see a majority or minority situation. But let me just ask you hypothetically here. Do you think British Columbians are better served under a minority government?
I think that it helps stir debate, although I think it's going to be a very difficult next 4 years for all of the elected officials, because the amount of time that they're going to have to spend in the legislature and not in their ridings is going to be incredibly frustrating for them. One of the things that's on top of my mind right now is how urban the BC NDP are right now, and how the majority of the province in the north and in the interior are represented by the Conservatives. And this is where the majority of our natural resources are. And these are the areas that really fuel our economy. And when you look at the BC Conservative platform, they do talk about opening up the province for resource extraction and for economic activity. But I do want to remind them that there is a strong relationship with First Nations that needs to be at the forefront. I didn't really get the sense in their platform that they really understand what that looks like. It's not going to be as simple as opening up the door for mining just like that. It's going to take a lot of hard work. It's not going to happen overnight. And they're going to learn about that over the next few years.
All right. Thank you all very much. I'm sure we'll check in again soon. Gloria.
Well, let's check in with Brady Strachan, our CBC reporter in the BC Interior, who's been following results in a place that has a rather interesting dynamic this evening, and that is in Vernon-Lumby. Hello there, Brady. What can you tell us?
Hello, Gloria. Well, I'm here at Harwinder Sandhu's campaign, and there's a lot of people here that are watching the results because she is leading on the Conservative Dennis Giesbrecht by about 400 votes from what we've seen last. Now, Harwinder Sandhu is, of course, she of course has held this seat here for the last 4 years, and this could very much be one of the only NDP seats in the interior if she does end up winning at the end of the night. So her supporters are here watching very carefully to see if she does end up pulling this off. You can hear them in the background as they're excited seeing her name up there in the lead here. I've been speaking to her supporters about just this campaign and moving out on the campaign trail and talking to voters here and convincing them that the NDP is good for their riding here.
Brady,
Of course,
I'm going to jump in
the
there right now. We don't have a
independent vote,
particularly strong phone line from you right now, and I know there's quite a bit of noise in the background as well, so we're not catching everything that you're bringing us tonight. But that is Brady Strachan from Vernon Lumby this evening.
Right. Well, if you're just tuning in with us now, here is where things stand. It's a close race, folks. The NDP leading or elected in 46 riding, the Conservatives in 45, and the Greens in 2 ridings. Let's take a closer look at some of those crucial ridings right now. Dan and Michelle are back with us.
We're going to take you to Victoria right now, those ridings there. Let's take a look at the share of the vote around Victoria. The NDP leading with 46.8%, but we are seeing that mix, right? When you look at the map, all the mix of all the colors there. The Conservatives with 28.1% of the vote and the Greens with 24.7% of the vote. And let's move on to our next slide here. Some riding results for you from Victoria. Esquimalt-Colwood, this was where Mitzi Dean was the NDP incumbent, but she actually pulled out of the race, citing personal challenges. And so the NDP candidate is Darlene Rochford. She is projected elected in Esquimalt-Colwood. And let's move on to the next riding here, Langford Highlands. And the NDP candidate, incumbent Ravi Parmar, is projected elected there. This is a pretty safe seat for the NDP. This was John Horgan country, right? The former premier held the Langford riding for 18 years. So this was perhaps not unexpected for the NDP there. And so he has won over the Conservative candidate and the Green candidate there. Let's head to Oak Bay, Gordon Head, and another orange there. The NDP candidate, Diana Gibson, is projected elected there. This riding, Oak Bay, Gordon Head, it's been kind of all over the map when it comes to political parties that have held this. This has been Green with Andrew Weaver, if you'll recall. It's been BC Liberal, and it's been NDP. It looks like it will go back to the NDP with Oak Bay, Gordon Head candidate and for the NDP projected elected there. Dan?
Not far away, Victoria Beacon Hill, Grace Lohr. She was the Minister of Children and Family Development. Very challenging portfolio. She is projected elected 3,600 vote victory over Sonia Furstenau. And as we heard, I apologize, I'm not to blame for just announcing it. I'm sorry, Gregor and all of the Green supporters. We're the messengers. We are.
He might have kind of took the air out of the party there.
There you go.
Dan is
That's why you have a bar.
The life of the
Preferably,
party.
There you go. An open bar. Keep it in mind. Yes, very disappointing night for Sonia Furstenau. 22 of 24 polls reporting Tim Thielman. Just over 5,100 votes for the Conservatives. Victoria Swan Lake. Nina Krieger projected elected with a 7,700 vote victory, rather decisive, over Christina Winter in second place for the Greens and Tim Taylor for the Conservatives, 4,800 votes, I should say there. Let's fire up one more here, or a couple. Saanich South, the incumbent Lana Popham. She was the Agriculture Minister. She was the Tourism and Sport Minister. 4,800 vote victory for her over Adam Kubel of the Conservative Party. Ned Taylor for the Green Party, 5,100 votes, 24 of 26 polls reporting. Do we have one more? And one more. Saanich North and the Islands, where the Greens, Rob Botterill, with a projected elected with a 1,300 vote victory over Sarah Riddell, 10,000 votes, and David Bush with just almost 10,000 votes, 27 of 29 polls reporting.
I like that our graphics team ended with Saanich North and the Islands, so you'll get a cheer, hopefully.
Yes.
That's going to help
himself.
This is live redemption.
I'm just imagining, thank you very much to Dan and to Michelle, the number of people that are tuning into these results tonight. Maybe they're not wrapped, 100% on us. Maybe they're going off to, I don't know, have a late dinner. Maybe they're going off to watch a movie and coming back. There's like, nothing has changed. What the heck is going on? This is what we know from Elections BC, that at this point in the evening, we have 91.9% of the vote is in. There are still more than 70 ridings where there's at least one voting day, that's from today, a ballot box left to count. Some of them still have out-of-district results to add to the mix as well. You probably have noticed CBC has not called 21 ridings yet. Very slowly, we are seeing those percentages creep up. They are getting through them very, very slowly, and that's why it's taking so long, and that's why we're not seeing any movement there. And as we pointed out, there are still many outstanding close ridings.
And I think that is the key, Gloria. I'm not just saying this to get you to stay with us here on CBC, but the votes are being counted. It is not coming in as quickly as we saw earlier today, but it went from 91.8 to 91.9% over just a couple of minutes. So we know the votes are coming, and of course, with the race this close, we could be seeing tipping points in the minutes to come. We will wait and see on that front. For now, though, let's throw it back to Stephen Quinn in our Political Insiders panel.
Jason, thank you so much. And I can imagine what everybody is going through, where the parties have met and candidates have met, and they're all looking at a screen that has not changed in a very long time. And Mo, of course, all of this harkens back to 2017. But what is going through the minds of those people who are just on the cusp of being elected right now? I mean, what must they be thinking?
Well, it's human nature to be frustrated, unsure about what the future holds. And I found in 2017, reality sunk in pretty quick. People realized that it might take day 2 or 3 before we could sort all of this out. And then they quickly got to the point of saying, yeah, look, and we're going to have to sit down and talk to the Greens. And I suspect that's going to happen again. There's a lot of common values between the NDP and the Greens, and you're going to start to see people starting to reflect on that as well as their standing over the next few days.
And what do you think about, Rachel?
Right now, I'm thinking not only about the candidates that are waiting for the answers, but all the staff, the volunteers on campaigns. I mean, I've never been elected, but I've been that staff person on a campaign that's just waiting for incremental numbers to come in. And, they're in it with their candidates. And so I'm thinking about them and how hard it is to temper your expectations and just keep telling yourself, okay, we may not win this, but like Mo said, I mean, it's human nature to be stressed about this. It's not just the candidates that are stressed. I guarantee that.
And what about for you, Pete?
I mean, I've been there a few times. And
yes, you have.
Dan mentioned the open bar, and the reality is, as a candidate, you can't hit the open bar because you have to be on no matter how it ends. And so it's extra stressful. You're sitting there, everybody around you is really stressed out. We're all clicking refresh on the voter tabulation. And meanwhile, you're thinking about, could we have done it differently? Could we have I should have done that last poll, and we should have got that last little push with the get out the vote. And if we only done it a little bit differently, maybe we would have. It's a lot of that. It's quite a nerve-wracking, sweaty palm kind of experience. I don't envy any of our colleagues who are out there. And it's a lot of hard work. It's like a marathon. You're running this incredible race, and then it all comes down to this. And there's a lot of adrenaline that's flowing through those rooms right now.
But we're so close. We're so close to
so much waiting.
I know, and that's it. And I've been keeping track again. I'm just writing down the number 2. I've been watching the the bottom right corner of the screen, and a few of those 2s have turned into 1s. So we are making some progress. There are some new polls being reported or included, but so far not enough to make any difference to any of the results. And I guess, Pete, you're still sitting there looking at the number 2 for the Green Party without anybody actually projected elected yet.
Well, and that's a big, long riding with a lot of more sort of challenging locations probably to pick up on. So.
I guess we're going to hang around here for a good long time this evening.
That's okay.
Are you guys comfortable? Do you need anything?
Dan said something about an open bar.
No, that's not happening here, friend. That would be across the street, and that's an open bar that charges money. Oh. But the bar will be open. It just costs money. Back to the desk of sober second thought.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Oh my goodness, what an evening. Again, historic in so many ways, Jason. We've been talking about close races all evening long. Remember, at a few points they had the Conservatives and the NDP absolutely in an absolute tie in some of these. Take a look at this. This is the closest race in the province this evening. Wanda Fuka-Malahat. Dana La Jeunesse is leading by 26 votes over Marina Sapochnikov. So she's the Conservative candidate there. 26 votes. Wanda Fuka-Malahit, this was an NDP stronghold, Jason.
Very much so. I mean, we've seen some boundary changes, which is the first thing I'll mention. It has, tiny coastal towns like Port Renfrew with other bigger bedroom communities now like Mill Bay, so those boundary changes may be at play in terms of what we're seeing right now in terms of the closeness of this race. But I would also ask you to look at the Green share of the vote here as well. David Evans right now with 5,339 votes. Of course, vote splitting, one of the conversations as part of the makeup of the seats right now. You have to look at that, especially as you say with a 26 vote lead right now for the NDP candidate. And remember, folks, it's the NDP against the Conservatives in terms of that 46-45 numbers. So if that splits, then of course the Conservatives go to 46, and this becomes a very different conversation.
This was John Horgan's riding. When I talk about NDP stronghold, this is amazing that there's such a narrow lead right now.
Yeah. I wonder if our graphics team can pull up a map of Vancouver Island if we get a moment, because I think it speaks to so many of the battles that are at play. I know our panels have been talking about Vancouver Island, specifically so many battleground ridings there. Vancouver Island traditionally didn't always have, the most compelling storylines, save for maybe Courtney Comox in 2017. But have a look at this, folks. You have the North Island there that has turned blue. You see the NDP still probably liking their strongholds in the Mid Island and, of course, parts of the South Island, but you see that green representation as well. Of course, as you would imagine with my program, the Vancouver Afternoon Show, we've been talking about the ramifications of the island vote, and we are seeing that manifest right now. Vancouver Island, very much a big part of tonight's conversation.
So true. Okay, let's head back to NDP headquarters where Katie DeRosa is standing by. Katie?
I just want to talk about one issue that was a big issue in this campaign, and that's Indigenous reconciliation. The NDP said they would continue their work on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to continue to empower them to take control over Indigenous lands. But the BC Conservatives were pitching a different idea of economic reconciliation. John Rustad had said that he believes that the DRIPA needs to be changed. So I want to talk to Joan Phillip. Of course, she's the re-elected MLA for Vancouver Strathcona, and her husband, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. So, Joan, how do you think Indigenous reconciliation played in this election?
Actually, I think it played a pivotal role because I think our constituents understand the importance of including everyone in the mix.
How do you feel seeing the results so close? How are you feeling?
Well, I know that, and I've seen them lie like a rug, so I'm not surprised, but disappointed. I really was hoping for a majority.
What do you think Indigenous people tonight will be feeling? What are they hoping to see?
Well, I think they're hoping to see the same of what they've seen from the New Democratic Party. More reconciliation, more working together, more consultation, and all those lies that were told about us having veto power and whatnot just won't happen.
And what other big issues were you hearing at the doorstep when you were door knocking in Vancouver? Riding?
Actually, the biggest issues were the bread and butter type issues, the housing, healthcare, affordability. Those are the things that were top of people's minds when we were door knocking.
Anything that you're looking for, do you think the NDP will end up working with the Greens in a possible minority situation?
Well, that may have to happen because every law that we passed last go around that helped people, the opposition opposed, save and except for the Greens.
Okay, well, There we are. We just talked with Joan Phillip, and again, she's hopeful. She thinks maybe there could be collaboration with the Greens, but we're still waiting to see what it looks like. Back to you.
We certainly are. Katie DeRosa, thank you very much. She's at NDP headquarters tonight here in Vancouver.
And as you've probably been following along, we're still waiting for a bunch of votes to come through. Remember when we were promised with the electronic tabulators?
This is going to be
this
so
is all going to be
fast.
sewn up quickly. Not the case right now. I should mention we have reached out to Elections BC. We've put questions towards them. We've asked for a written statement, perhaps an on-camera interview tonight, because we know staff are working late into the night. We have been told we will not be getting an interview with Elections BC, but I do want to let you know that we have put in a request to get a better sense of what's happening, how these votes are being counted, and whether or not we will get final vote counts before the end of the night. Right now, though, let's go to our results desk. Dan Burrett and Michelle Elliott. We're calling it a desk, but you can't sit right now.
Yeah, no chairs here.
No.
My feet are not very happy with me right now.
Dr. Scholl's doing a lot of heavy lifting tonight, but that's okay. Let's talk about the independents.
Yes.
Former BC United MLAs who decided to run on their own. Not a great night for them, speaking of open bar. Anyway, you can see Corinne Kirkpatrick, West Vancouver Capilano, goes down to defeat against the Conservatives' Lynn Block by almost 5,000 votes. And in fact, the NDP came in second in this one, 6,700 votes, 19 of 21 polls reporting. Corinne Kirkpatrick tried to put on a good game on this one. She was in, and then she was out, and now she was back in. Didn't work out.
And the rest of the province, of course, 4 of those 5 former BC United MLAs to run independent are outside the Lower Mainland. And let's head to Peace River North now. And yes, Dan Davies, who decided to run independent, trailing behind Jordan Keeley, the Conservative candidate who is projected elected there. And in Peace River South, which I think is our next slide for our riding results, and there we also had another incumbent independent, Mike Bernier, who also decided to run as a non-affiliated candidate, which there's not much of a difference there, but he has not won this riding back. The Conservative candidate, Larry Neufeld, projected elected in Peace River South. 19 out of 20 polls reporting. Let's head south now to the interior of the province at Kootenay Rockies. And Pete Davis, the Conservative candidate, projected elected there. Tom Shapitka, who did consider jumping over to the Conservatives, but he would have had to move ridings. He decided to run on his home turf as an independent. Unfortunately, that for him, that did not pay off, and he is not going back to the legislature. And in Prince George, North Caribou, Conservative candidate Sheldon Clare projected elected there, and the independent there, Coralie Oakes, who decided to run independent from after the BC United campaign imploded. She is not, it did not work out for her.
Michelle, Dan, thank you very much. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, we do have crews waiting to hear from John Rustad. We will keep an eye on that, but we do want to take you right now to Surrey. Belle Puri is standing by at Surrey Cloverdale tonight. Belle?
Well, I don't think anyone thought it was going to take this long to find out who was going to win in this riding. It's been close, but we are waiting for the arrival of Eleanor Sturko. At last look, we have results from about 18 of the 20 polls. It's our understanding she wants to have all 20 in before she comes in and speaks to her supporters. There are about 36 people here waiting for her to come in and talk to them. These are volunteers who worked right up to, the polls closing in the inclement weather today, trying to make sure that voters who might be thinking, oh, it's too wet, I'm not going to vote, make sure that they did get to go out and vote. Now, the latest results put Sturko in the lead over Mike Starchuk of the NDP by just under 700 votes. But as I say, there's still 2 more polls to come in. And to make matters more complicated, earlier this evening there was a glitch in the system and votes were not being counted. Told it had something to do with the password. So there was a huge delay. We were stalled at just a couple of polls coming in. But as I say now, we're just a couple of polls away from all the results being in, and we hope to hear from Eleanor Sturko soon.
Yes, I know it is challenging when the results are just dribbling in. But Belle, thank you very much for that update. That's Belle Puri reporting from Surrey tonight.
All right, well, let's head to our Political Insiders panel now with Stephen Quinn.
Thank you very much, Jason. And Mosa Hoda, tell us, first of all, we've got a note here that we're awaiting John Rustad. We see Aisha Este from the BC Conservative Party speaking at the podium right now. If John Rustad is going to speak now, how would that have been decided that he's going to speak first?
Well, usually there's a conversation between the two camps. The campaign managers will talk to each other. And usually the protocol is that the Premier speaks, the current incumbent Premier speaks last. So Mr. Rustad will go now, and then David Eby a little bit later on tonight.
And what are the possibilities that we don't know yet, guys? Let's all go home and get some rest.
Well,
and we'll talk in the morning.
I think that's a probability in terms of what they're going to say. I think at this point, we are sort of frozen at these numbers. It's obvious that there's going to be some recounts, and it's obvious that there's going to be conversations between the NDP and at least the members of the Green Party, because of their common values, to see if it's possible to produce a letter that you can take to the Lieutenant Governor and say, look, 47 of us have decided that so-and-so should be the leader of the province.
And tell me how that would actually play out then. I mean, if we end the night as we are now, NDP 46, Conservatives 45, and the Green Party 2, who goes to the Lieutenant Governor?
Well, Mr. Eby first. He's the incumbent Premier, and if he has signatures of 46 MLAs from the NDP and 2 from the Green, then she will likely consent to him proceeding to govern.
All right.
And other way around too, if there's a relationship developed between the Conservatives and the Greens.
And are you confident that there's enough affinity between the Green Party and the NDP, or more than the Conservative Party?
I think so. There's been a lot of common values there, and I guess that'll be tested over the days ahead.
I guess, does it matter what gets offered to those Green Party?
It's not an offer,
candidates?
but I think the offer to the public is, like, do you want a government that believes in climate change and in Indigenous relations? Amongst other issues.
The person beside you, Rachel, just rolled her eyes. You didn't even see that.
Sorry.
I wasn't looking. I was
It's
looking
getting
at you.
late. We've seen it happen between these two parties. They know each other well. We've seen it happen in Ottawa as well with the confidence and supply agreement there. Yeah, I'm interested to see what John Rustad comes out and says tonight and what his message is. We're seeing the president of the Conservative Party, Aisha Este, speaking to the crowd right now. Will be interesting to see how the Conservatives come out and frame this, with it being so close, with riding still in play, and then obviously to see what David Eby comes out and says as well.
I don't know that I've ever been in this, I mean, even in 2017, that I've ever been in the situation where everything is stalled, nothing is moving for as long as it has. Pete?
I mean, it is still almost too soon to really predict how it could go, but I do think that this is the kind of scenario that the Greens have imagined, where we could hold the balance of power. And yes, we can probably work with the NDP, and I think hold them accountable for some of the things that we really value for British Columbia.
Could the Greens work with the Conservative Party?
That's a more interesting question, because I think there's a pretty big distance on a lot of key policy issues. I don't think so, but I'm not actually a BC Green. I'm sort of.
Oh, now you tell us.
Well, no. I mean, I'm not on the inside. I'm not on the inside. Let's just say.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I guess by the time we get to, I mean, I really can't imagine anybody getting up right now and saying we're going to wait until morning. I mean, who's going to get any sleep?
Well, I don't know about sleep, but the reality is that out of prudence, I think Elections BC is making sure they've got the numbers right before they make a final determination.
All right. I've got to wrap it now and go back to the desk.
Okay, we've crept up to 92.3% of votes are in, Stephen, and we are seeing John Rustad entering now. So let's take you now live to Conservative Party headquarters. I don't know if I've ever seen him smile that much, Jason.
Definitely showing a lot of teeth right now, you know, and for good reason, of course. John Rustad and the BC Conservatives 4 years ago, only garnering 2% of the entire province's vote share, that totaling 0 votes. And you look at today right now, leading or elected in 45 of them. Of course, John Rustad, a former BC Liberal cabinet minister. He was kicked out of the party by Kevin Falcon and now is about to make his speech with that 45 number of candidates elected or leading in the province.
Wow, what a night. Thank you guys for being out. How does it feel now to have Conservative Party rockin' British Columbia? no question, this has been a historic night. This has been a night where we have seen the political landscape in British Columbia change forever. And that's all because of you, because of the work that you guys have done and your support. So I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's been part of this Conservative Party in British Columbia. When I was first asked to consider taking on the leadership of the Conservative Party, I did question. I said, wait a second here. This party is at 2% in the polls. It hasn't elected anybody in almost 50 years. It hasn't formed a government in almost 100 years. But I looked at it, and in particular, I started going around the province, just jumping in my car, driving around with my chief of staff, and we would go and start meeting with a few people. And we'd have a couple of people in here, and maybe 4 people over there, maybe a dozen people in another community. And everywhere we went, we heard the same thing. People were hungry for common sense change in British Columbia. And that momentum kept growing. Every time we went to another location, we came back to the location, we'd have more. We'd have double, triple, quadruple the numbers that would come out. People from all across the province saying, you know what, I actually think we've got a shot to do something here. And that belief kept growing. That belief right around this province kept building to the point today now where we now have the strongest Conservative Party that this province has seen in 100 years. And the beauty of this is a grassroots movement. This is just people, that the salt of the earth, the hard-working, everyday people in this province that have stepped up to the plate and said, yes, we can do things different. We can envision a province that can bring hope and prosperity for people across the province. That is what we've been trying to do as the party. That's what we have brought forward. And that, quite frankly, is why we're seeing us still neck and neck with the NDP. And we have not given up this fight yet. We are going to keep pushing hard. And I believe strongly that this is what happens when you stand on values. This is what happens when you stand on principles. You put it out there, you say, this is our vision, this is what we can do for a province. This is where we can see our youth being able to build a future. And that is where I think we have gotten our strength. And I tell you something, we are so close right now. There is just a couple of seats that are just within 20, 30 votes that could very easily flip for us. There's still votes yet to be counted. And I am optimistic that the people in this province I'm optimistic that the people in this province are hungry for that change. And I can tell you something, what we have seen to date, because of the work that we've been doing, because of the pressure that we're putting on this government, think about it, they flipped on the carbon tax, they flipped on decriminalization, they flipped on involuntary care, they flipped on a whole bunch of things because they could see the damage that was being done. But I bet you this, and I'll say this right now, that if we have the unfortunate situation of David Eby being in a minority government, he will not do a single thing that he has promised. And that is something I'm almost guaranteed. And as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, if we're in that situation, we are going to make it as difficult as possible for this NDP to do any more destruction of this province. We are going to continue this fight. We are going to continue this fight over the next days, over the next weeks, over the next months. If we have that honor of forming government, I can tell you something, we still are not going to give up. We're going to fight every single day to try to make sure that we do everything we can to improve the lives of people in this province. People are counting on us. People are counting on the hope, on the opportunity, on the vision of what can be a British Columbia, a prosperous British Columbia, not one, quite frankly, that is in a welfare state that it is today. That is what we are going to continue to fight on as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, certainly now and over the years to come. And I can tell you something else. If we're in that situation of the NDP forming a minority government,
We will look at every single opportunity from day one to bring them down at the very first opportunity and get back to the polls. This is too important for the people in this province. It's too important to not give or to give up. It's too important to not keep fighting. People, the one thing I've heard, and that really gave me strength throughout this entire campaign, is the people coming up and saying that we were giving them hope. We were giving them hope to be able to stay in this province and build a future. And to me, that's what has really struck to my heart. That is what has driven me, and I know that's what's driven our candidates. That hope that we can actually do something big and bright and better in this province. So we're going to continue that, and I want to just say this. To all of our candidates who stepped up to the plate and who ran, thank you. You took a chance on us, you put your name forward, you gave us your time, your energy, and you did us proud right across this province. And we have now elected already the largest number of Conservatives in BC's history. But I tell you something, the candidates didn't do it alone. It was the volunteers that helped to make it work. And everywhere I went around the province connecting with the campaigns, the volunteers came out, they were part of it, they just did an incredible job. And I can't thank the volunteers enough that took part in this campaign. You have really done this proud, you've done our province proud. Most importantly though, you have done this party and you've done our hope, just spreading that hope for people. So thank you so much to our volunteers. I tell you, without it, we would not have been able to do anything that we've done here today. You know, from day one, when I was kicked out of my former party, for daring to stand up for my riding and the values that I believe should be that we should fight for in this province, there's a person who really stood with me and helped me all the way along, and that was my Chief of Staff, Azim Jawani. He is somebody who has been working behind the scenes tirelessly and has done a tremendous amount. Thank you so much to Azim. And I have to laugh because in August of 2022, after I found myself as an independent, I sat down and Azim said, hey, we've got to meet with Angelo. And we've got to meet with Angelo Isadora, who is the one of the well, he was the campaign manager for us in this campaign, but he's one of the executive directors of the Conservative Party. And he said, let's have a conversation with them about what they're doing with the Conservative Party. And that's where I got to really know and understand the work that Angelo had done, along with Connor Gibson, the other executive director. And I tell you something, those guys, those guys, along with the team that was part of the Conservative Party, all the volunteers at the time, because we had no money, we had nothing at the time, and so they just did an incredible job building up something that could actually be used in this province. So, you know, taking a party from absolutely nothing with no money and putting us in this situation today has been a remarkable job, and it's the people that were behind it, that working at the party, that just, you know, a huge thank you to them. They have done such a remarkable job to bring life into the Conservative Party of British Columbia. And I could tell you all the stories that went on, but it would take way too long. The stuff that happened behind the scenes as the party grew, all the growing pains and stuff. And it took a very strong president to make sure that to hold the ship going in the right direction, to keep things happening. So, Asia, thank you so much for the work that you did. Tremendous amount of work by that lady. The whole team has been just remarkable to work with, and I want to take a second just to thank the team in my riding, in Chaco Lakes. I only got to spend one day, or even half a day, I should say, during the campaign in my riding, and they fought very hard to make sure that we won that riding. And so just a huge thank you to Nathan Giddy and the whole team up in the Chaco Lakes for the work that they did. And last, I want to call my wife up here. Kim, come up and join me on the stage. Kim has been an incredible rock for me, supporting me the whole way through. And a matter of fact, I wouldn't be doing this here if Kim hadn't actually talked me into this. She really did an incredible thing. She pushed hard. She said, you know what? If you're not going to stand up and do this, who will? And she pushed hard to say, it's time, we need to do this. We need, as a family, to do this sacrifice, to do this work. And I'm very proud of Kim and the work that she's done and the support. It's been absolutely incredible. So Kim, I love you, sweetie. Thank you so much for everything. So all I can say is this: we are going to carry on this fight. We are going to fight every single day here. This election is not over. We have an opportunity still to form government in the province of British Columbia and bring common sense change to British Columbia.
John Rustad, leader of the Conservative Party.
So thank you once again, and I tell you something, I really look forward to the work ahead. We will make sure that the Conservative Party carries forward in this province as the next dynasty to be able to provide good government for British Columbia. And whether we have to wait 4 years to do it, it doesn't matter. We are going to carry on with this fight one way or the other. And my hope is that sometime next week, we're going to be in a different situation. And that's only because of you guys. So let's carry on. Let's carry on with the fight, everyone.
John Rustad with his wife,
Thank you
Kim,
so much.
as well. I think he said it, Jason said it best when he said it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Results are still trickling in. We are hearing from Elections BC. They've communicated with people in charge of the final tabulators. They're confident that those tabulators are doing their due diligence to make sure everything is good before last counts are released. But in the meantime, John Rustad says this is the strongest Conservative Party this province has seen in 100 years.
Certainly a lot of fighting words still for the NDP, describing BC, I believe, as a welfare state, were the term he used to describe the situation. And yes, to your point, saying that whether it is tonight or in 4 years, believes that BC will have a Conservative government. Also talking about his own personal journey once he was kicked out of the BC Liberal caucus by Kevin Falcon, and the decision that needed to be made to run as leader for the BC Conservatives. And if you're watching on our visual platforms, you'll see on the bottom of our screen here, we are waiting for David Eby to enter NDP headquarters. We know he was waiting for John Rustad to finish his speech. So, of course, we will bring that as soon as David Eby enters the NDP headquarters.
Well, and we don't know if we're going to be in a minority situation here. Rustad very much leaving open that possibility. Still a lot of races yet to be decided. But we heard him loud and clear that if he is in that situation with a minority government, that he will do his best to bring down the government.
So we've been telling you that the votes are trickling in. And let me show you an example of that. Of course, all eyes right now on Wanda Fuka-Malahat, where the NDP a minute ago were leading by 26 votes. Well, right now, Gloria, they are leading by 25 votes. So those votes are coming in slowly but surely, and we'll continue to keep our eyes on it. Here you go. You can get an example of this. Dana Le Jeunesse up by, as I say, 25 votes now over the Conservative candidate. And as we alluded to earlier, keep your eye on that green number as well as you think about vote splitting in a riding like this. Let's throw now it to Stephen Quinn and our Political Insiders panel.
Thank you so much, Jason. And Rachel, there was John Rustad for you, and with what sounded very much like a victory speech, although keep on waiting is what he's telling his supporters right now, and great things are going to come.
Well, I mean, come on, 45 seats from nothing. I mean, what's that book, Something Out of Nothing? This really, truly is that story in British Columbia. As John talked about, you know, the party apparatus, the money, the people. He started with nothing. He started with a few guys, and kudos to them on this incredible outcome tonight. But I've known John a long time. He looked super happy, and for good reason. I really think that, you know, if this is how it ends tonight, 45 seats is a huge win for the Conservatives tonight.
Mo?
Oh, I think he was tone deaf. What these results show is that the province is polarized. And I think someone who wants to be a premier in waiting should be talking about the need to collaborate, to work across party lines.
Didn't hear a lot of that
cooperate,
from David
right?
Eby during the
campaign. Well, I think, well, look, you're going to start hearing it tonight, I bet you, for sure.
Will we?
Because that is what you would expect. We're a highly polarized province, and we're pitting one against the other. And I think there's a role for someone to say, now look, you know, we take this result as it is. We're going to have to work together across party lines to bring some stability and some proper leadership and make some progress in this province.
But isn't politics about competing visions?
It is.
I mean,
it is. But when
when
the verdict is in and this kind of result is produced, I think it calls for collaboration.
All right. Pete, your thoughts?
Well, I am struck by the fact that if we had seen that kind of animation from John Rustad in the debate, we might have a very different outcome today, because I think that we saw a different John Rustad than what we saw in the debate, which was flat and uninspiring. And here was clearly a happy, kind of more gregarious kind of character. And I think that is an interesting takeaway. I also think that, you know, I think Jason was sort of mentioning the green vote split kind of thing.
Yes.
I think that's a dangerous narrative to necessarily pursue, and I would love to get into that, but you are nodding like you're going to.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I know. When he and this is when Jason said that, said split, I looked at you.
You saw me cringe,
yes,
right? Yeah.
I
because
saw that.
I think that there's a larger narrative at play, and I think, you know, honestly, the surge in the Conservative vote had nothing to do with the Greens. That was a growth in their own vote. In fact, we saw the collapse of a lot of Green votes, and I think a lot of Greens did subscribe to the narrative that there was a danger of vote split and moved over to the NDP. Similarly, we saw federal Liberals sending their people over to vote for the NDP. In spite of all that, I think what we've seen is a big surge in these Conservative values. And Mo's exactly right, that it does demonstrate a real rift. I mean, just look at the south of the Fraser, north of the Fraser. There's a real rift there, and there's I think a lot of healing that's going to have to come out of this, and figure out how we can come together as a province and unite behind what it is that's dividing us.
And Rachel, Mo talks about polarization, and when you hear John Rustad talk about, you know, unfortunately, if the NDP form government, we're going to make it impossible for the NDP to continue to do the damage they've done. But what does that tell us about how much is going to get done in the legislature in the next 4 years?
Well, John Rustad has sat in the legislature for a long time. He sat across from David Eby for many, many years. And so I think John will go in there with a new mandate for those conservative values, those policies that they've put out. And I know that he will try and move them forward, and that they're right. That does mean cooperation and working together in some circumstances.
We're going to wrap it because we have David Eby coming to the podium now, and I'll throw it back to the desk.
Stephen, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, David Eby just entering the room, hugging supporters, waving at supporters. This is at, of course, the NDP headquarters in downtown Vancouver tonight. Gloria, you have to wonder what's going through his mind, of course. The NDP in the last Legislative Assembly going from a majority government. We're not yet able to say whether we will see a majority or minority situation, but we did hear from Shachi Kurl earlier today saying no matter how you split things here, this was not a successful night so far for the NDP and for David Eby.
This could still go either way with the races that are outstanding. And again, Shachi was talking about David Eby being out of touch with the issues that really mattered to British Columbians right now. I'm just looking at his face. I don't know how you would interpret that. A little bit resignation there. I mean, it certainly isn't beaming like we just saw John Rustad, of course. This has got to be a disappointing evening at this point. again, not all is said and done, and things could change as those votes keep trickling in. What are we at right now? We're at 93.7% of votes in.
Let's listen in to David Eby.
Thank you, friends. It's so good to see you. It's been a night, hey? It's been a night. It's so good to be with you here on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. This has been a very, very hard-fought campaign, and we knew that every vote would matter, and that has certainly been the case. And it looks like we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Now, we don't know what the final count's going to be in the province, but what we do know is that there was a clear majority for the progressive values that are so important to all of us here in the room. And I take a lot of comfort from that. There was also another message in this narrowest of margins. That's we got to do better. And that was our commitment to British Columbians. We got to do better, and we will do better. We will do better. We'll support people with the costs of daily life. We'll support them with affordable housing and better health care and a strong and prosperous economy and safe communities. We're going to do that work. Let me tell you, I know that you deserve, that British Columbians deserve, that our whole province deserves a premier that's going to bring us together, not drive us apart. And I promise to be that premier, to bring British Columbians together. Because despite all of our differences in this amazing place we call home, we have so many shared values. We love this amazing place, British Columbia. I need to thank, just looking out in this room, I see people who put so much effort in. You worked so hard. You are the smallest selection of the team that ran this campaign. And I am so grateful to all of you. It was incredible. It was incredible. The campaign team led by Marie Delamattia, thank you. You were awesome. To every candidate that put their name forward for election, almost every candidate. I'm going to leave one off my thank you list. But to almost every candidate that put their name forward for election, thank you for putting your name forward from all the parties. And when you put your name forward for election, you're putting forward a vision for the province, and you're putting yourself out there. And it's a time when you and your families and others may be targeted on social media. And I want to say thank you for putting your name forward to make our province a better place, even if you ran with another party. Now, we disagree on many things, John Rustad and I. There's no question. But I will absolutely acknowledge that he spoke to the frustrations of a lot of British Columbians. Frustrations about the costs of daily life, frustrations about crime and public safety, and we can agree on these things. We need to support people with the costs of daily life. We need to make life more affordable for British Columbians, and we need to make communities safe for everybody, and we will do these things. And I also tonight spoke with Sonia Furstenau. And I congratulated her on running a strong campaign, on her contributions to this province in the 2017 Parliament. And since then, She ran a strong and principled campaign, and I'm grateful for that. And there are many values that we share in common with the Green Party, and I am committed to working with them on our common and shared values. There's a specific group of people, though, that I really need to thank and appreciate here tonight, and that is, of course, my family. Nothing's impossible, absolutely.
Only can get better.
My beautiful and amazing wife, Dr. Kaylee Lynch. I tell you, I wouldn't be up here without Kaylee. Every single day she makes this possible. It is a shared project we are doing together, and Kaylee, I love you so much. Thank you for everything. To our amazing kids, they were so excited, they were so dressed up, they were in their best clothes. Ezra was like, Dad, why did we get dressed up? They wanted to be here with you, they are sound asleep. To Ezra and Iva and baby Gwen, we're doing this for you and for all of your friends, all of the children of the province. We're doing this for a strong future for our province. I know that a lot of British Columbians, they work away from their kids and they have to be away from home. And I feel that too. You know, every time I'm away from you, I miss you so much. And I know you're giving something up so that other kids can have more too. And I'm so appreciative of the sacrifice that you're making unknowingly. And I love you so much. So, oh, thanks. So the campaign is over, but the work has just begun, hasn't it? I recommit myself. I know we all recommit ourselves to working for British Columbians every single day. That will be our sole focus, is getting things done for British Columbians who are struggling out there, making sure they have, absolutely. Making sure that this is a province where you don't just get by, where you get ahead, where you can find a good home for yourself and your family, where you can get a job that pays you a wage, that helps you support the people that you love, in strong and safe communities with a strong economy, leading the way not just in Canada but in North America to a clean economy, ensuring that we're doing it in partnership with Indigenous people. We're fighting hate and racism and division and conspiracy, and we're gonna do it together. Thank you, my friends. We couldn't have done it without you, and it's not even done. So let's keep fighting for people. That's all we're gonna do. Here we go.
David Eby thanking supporters, starting out, Jason, by saying it's been a night. It's been a night. But interesting messages as well that he's delivering. We've got to do better. There's some humility there for sure, but all these messages as well of shared values, of working together as well. And again, we do not know what that final makeup of the legislature is going to be just yet. But we do have some interesting information to share with you. So let's look at NDP fortunes on a little bit more of a focus scale.
We've got, as we've been talking about, we have riding results that have changed over the last few minutes as well that have allowed us to make certain projections. Of course, as you're seeing right now, we still cannot project what the government situation will look like, who will form government, majority versus minority, but there have been numerous races, of course, throughout this night that have been too close for us to call. And trickling, though they may have, the votes are coming in, which have allowed us to have a look at some of these projections now that we can bring to you.
There are 5 ridings right now with less than 200 votes separating the final results. And there are, right, you've been watching one. Why didn't you bring us the latest?
Wanda Fuka-Malahat, it is really one of the ridings where we've just all been watching so closely. Right now, the NDP candidate up by 25 votes over the Conservative candidate there. Surrey City Centre also tremendously close. The NDP candidate there leading by only 41 votes. And how about Surrey Guildford, where the Conservative candidate leading by just over 100 votes. So clearly such close races. We can finally show you them now. Vancouver, Yaletown, we can now project-elect Terry Young, defeating the Conservative candidate here, Melissa DeGenova. This one came down quite to the wire. There's still one poll to come, but we can now project-elect Terry Young for the NDP in Vancouver, Yaletown.
In Columbia River, Revelstoke as well. Scott McGuinness is projected elected as well. The Conservative there leading Andrea Dunlop of the NDP by more than a 700 vote margin at this stage. Again, 26 out of 27 polls. We keep talking about that one outstanding poll.
Another Surrey Battleground riding. This is Surrey Fleetwood, where Jagrup Brar is now projected elected. Again, such a close race, just beating out Avtar Gill of the Conservatives. So there is another projected elected result.
No, it's true. And for a closer look at other results around the province, over to Dan Burrett and Michelle Elliott. What have you got for us?
Fraser Valley Blues sounds like a football movie. And that is where they picked up a lot of seats. My buddies watching at our football pool will appreciate that one. Look how they did. Conservatives at 53.1%, the NDP at 42.4%. Keeping in mind that this is traditionally right-of-centre territory. This is where BC Liberals ruled for a long time, for decades, and then the Socreds after that. Look at the vote change, the seat change. Conservatives up 9 and NDP down 7. Let's go to some ridings now. See what we've got here. Coming up, 3, 2, 1.
And
Langley Abbotsford. Harman Bangu wins by 56, or projected elected 5,600 votes over John Eldag, the former Liberal MP who was there. 21 of 23 polls reporting. Let's do to another one. Chilliwack North, Heather Maws, 3,700 vote victory over the incumbent Dan Coulter. Also, Abbotsford Mission, Rianne Gasper, Realtor, wins by 2,600 votes over the incumbent Agriculture Minister Pam Alexis. Chilliwack Cultus Lake, Alia Warbus, 2,400 vote victory over the incumbent Kelly Padden. And one more, Langley Walnut Grove, Misty Van Popta, 1,200 votes over the incumbent Megan Dykeman.
And more in this area as well. The Conservative candidate in Langley Willowbrook, Jody Tour, is leading right now by 961 votes over the NDP incumbent Andrew Mercier. In Maple Ridge East, the Conservative candidate Lawrence Mock leading by 324 votes over the incumbent there by the NDP Bob Deeth. And in Abbotsford South, Conservative candidate Bruce Banman projected elected in Abbotsford South. And 2 more here for you. Conservative candidate for Abbotsford West, Corky Neufeld, is projected elected for that riding. And one more. This one is a different one in terms of the party. Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows, the NDP incumbent there, Lisa Bear, is projected elected.
Michelle, Dan, thank you very much. And it's an indication that we have a lot of question marks outstanding in terms of just how the final results are going to go. And it could be some time, Jason.
Gloria, I can tell you right now, we might not get answers to some of those questions for quite some time. So we told you about Wanda Fuka-Malahat, the closest race so far, where the NDP candidate is currently leading, as you can see there, by 25 votes. Here is what we are hearing from Elections BC. They are right now counting both the out-of-district votes, which we might still get a final result on tonight. But here's the key. Mail-in ballots here, which clearly can tip the race one way or the other, will not be finalized until October 26th.
Oh my, I hope Shachi's got lots of snacks.
Yeah, so we might not know final results. In fact, we can tell you we won't know final results tonight until October 26th, because clearly the closest riding of the night, those mail-in ballots, could make all the difference, and we won't know until October 26th.
No, it's so true. So let's get more reaction. Mira Baines is live at Conservative headquarters tonight. Mira?
Well, Gloria, the party is still going here, and we heard from John Rustad. And he gave a speech, and it wasn't a concession speech. It was almost like a victory speech. He says that this is the strongest Conservative Party in 100 years. That was the last time the Conservatives formed government, back in 1928. And we talked about the momentum, how we traveled around the province, and people really wanted this common sense change. And although the party lacked the money, they lacked the campaign infrastructure, they were still able to bring in a lot of votes tonight. And he didn't concede. He said, you know, he's ready to fight for the next few days, for the next few months, for the next few weeks. He said there are a couple of ridings that are still too close to call.
Mira Baines reporting live tonight from the Conservative headquarters. Thank you so much, Mira. And let's head to NDP headquarters now. That is where our legislative reporter, Katie DeRosa, has been spending the night. Final thoughts, Katie?
Well, we heard from David Eby. He did not declare victory either. He said, we don't know who will form government, but he clearly extended an olive branch to the BC Greens, saying we're willing to work with them. So that is an indication if it's a minority government, the NDP could have the opportunity to pick up those support from those two Greens if that is the final count. But definitely shades of 2017 where it is very close. And Eby acknowledged that there's been some dissatisfaction on public safety, on affordability. So a little bit of a humble David Eby, that there is no clear majority, which is clearly what he wanted. So again, a little bit of a subdued David Eby tonight.
Thank you very much for that, Katie. And again, results are still trickling in. We can tell you that the CBC Decision Desk has elected two more ridings. The riding results from Surrey North. Mandeep Dhaliwal is projected elected there over Rachna Singh. That was education minister for the NDP. So another cabinet minister goes down. And Langley Willowbrook, Jody Tour of the Conservatives is projected elected in Langley Willowbrook, again defeating the incumbent Andrew Mercier.
Well, let us head now, one final time, to our political watchers panel. It's been a long night, you three, but Ginger, let me start with you. Your final thoughts on this night?
Yeah, a couple of things that stand out for me is we don't know who's governing our province right now. It is too close to call. And the way John Rustad delivered his speech, where he said that they're going to do everything they can to stop the NDP and get back to the polls. We have a lot of people who are suffering right now, and I worry that they're going to fall through the cracks, and times are already tough, and they're going to get a dose of nightmare sauce, and that's really concerning over the next few years.
Ginger, thank you very much. Mo, for you?
There was a clear contrast in the final speeches we heard from David Eby and John Rustad tonight. David Eby almost seemed to be conciliatory. There was tones of a concession speech. I'm not saying he made one. Even the phrase, "it's not even done," doesn't really inspire a lot of enthusiasm. Whereas John Rustad was very defiant. He was ready to fight. He was galvanizing and rallying the troops. And I think that says a lot about tonight in terms of how these two camps are feeling. I just want to end on noting that while we don't know the end result, there are 5 ridings within 1% of the votes. The BC Conservatives are currently leading 3, and the BC NDP are leading 2, and the 2 that the BC NDP are leading are literally within 50 votes each, which you guys have been covering throughout the night. So who knows? Maybe we'll be back here soon.
Who knows? It's true. And Shachi, you mentioned you were saving the lays until the very end.
I'm not eating my feelings, because it was an okay night for the pollsters, but I am eating my fatigue. But I'll tell you what, I'll do this. We'll do it bullet. We'll do it bullet style. Thank you, Gloria. It's been fun doing it with you.
Yes, well, it's also been great to have Catherine Cullen along with us here in studio tonight. Catherine Cullen, of course, is the senior parliamentary reporter for CBC News. She's the host of The House on CBC Radio as well. Catherine, what's going through your mind? We're leaving this with a great big asterisk in it, or maybe it's ellipsis. This is kind of to be continued. To be continued.
Incredible political drama tonight. I said earlier in the night, BC has a lot of political heft. Obviously, where all of this goes matters most to the people of British Columbia. What does it mean for relief on affordability? What does it mean for the future of supervised drug consumption sites? So many issues. But it matters federally too, right? Is John Rustad going to become premier and add to the chorus of voices opposing Justin Trudeau? is the NDP going to stay in power and be this sort of beachhead in Western Canada, one of the few remaining left of centre voices in this country? It's going to be fascinating to watch. We will be watching with bated breath.
Well, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning for your time zone, but we're really, really glad you were able to join us here.
It was worth staying up for
sure. Okay, worth staying up for. Let's go back to our political panel with Stephen Quinn.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And wrapping things up here in what has been, a redo of 2017 all over again, more or less. And we'll end up, as we said, waiting some time to just find out exactly how this is going to end. Mo, your thoughts as we close up?
Well, I thought David Eby was honest and acknowledging that Mr. Rustad spoke to the frustration that British Columbians were feeling. At the same time, I thought he was humble in terms of acknowledging that he needs to do better, which he will. Mm-hmm. And he'll do that because he's going to be practical in sitting down with the Greens and coming up with an arrangement that provides stable government for a window of time. I don't think people want, other than Mr. Rustad, want to go to an election right now. I think they want stability and a government that gets on with the job, and that's what Mr. Eby is going to do.
All right, Rachel?
I think it was a really exciting night for the Conservative Party of British Columbia. I think there is still a path to victory for them as we watch a few of those ridings. I think going forward, it's incumbent on the Conservatives to keep up that energy and that message and not lose it as we try and figure out what the end result is here. And yeah.
Okay.
And that's my...
I want to squeeze.
I imagine there'll be a lot of fitful sleeping tonight for those who are waiting for the results tomorrow. It's still definitely not over. We definitely saw a sort of humbled but generous David Eby in offering the olive branch to the Greens. Tomorrow will be an interesting day, and as we see these results come in, but I think the one thing is very clear. We've seen a pretty significant change in the tenor of British Columbia politics, and I think that's reflected in the Premier's speech just now.
All right. Thank you so much, all three of you, for being with us. Really appreciate your time tonight, all of it. Back to you, Gloria and Jason.
Yeah, for sure. Really insightful comments, again, from our political panel and from our political watchers, too. And wow, our results, people, Dan Burrett and Michelle Elliott, you two rock. Seriously.
Sorry we didn't give you guys seats, eh?
Yeah.
No problem. Sorry we didn't give you snacks.
Yeah.
It's even, Stephen.
Oh, very good.
There you go. I can't wait for the calls to BC Today on Monday. It's going to be quite a discussion.
Well, Pete Fry was just saying tomorrow's going to be quite a day, but you pointed out a short time ago, Jason, that tomorrow is a day, and then the next day, and then the next day. If they're counting mail-in ballots that may factor into the final result here, and we're not going to know those until October 26th.
26th, yeah. We're in for a wait, folks. And you know what? We've been here before. Cast your mind back to 2017, where we all had to relearn the Westminster system, open up those Social 11 textbooks, and I think we're in for something of the same this time around as well.
Well, and I know, and I think about, everybody who helped put together this election show here, our CBC colleagues as well, and how we've been on the edge of our seat, just kind of wanting some kind of a result. Imagine how the candidates are feeling. Imagine how the leaders are feeling right now.
And this is what the British Columbia map looks like right now, with the seats as they are. Of course, a lot of blue in the northern and interior parts of the province. Coastally, though, the NDP have picked up seats there. Right now, that is what the BC electoral map looks like.
Where it sits right now, NDP leading in 46 seats, the Conservatives in 45, and the Greens in 2. And as we say, to be continued.
Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.